Chapter 482. Oh. A large number of corpses of the gnolls from the abyss were left on the ground. They couldn't even reach their target after a long time. Finally, the morale of these ferocious gnolls collapsed. As the leader of the gnolls retreated, Eugene did not hesitate to stomp his feet to awaken the elements. He shook Soren away and retreated in an instant. The heroic spirit was killed, and he could not break through Soren's defense line. Eugene's goal became to contain Soren, hoping that the gnoll leader could attack him. But, as expected, it was disappointed. In front of him, there were many corpses of the gnolls from the abyss. These guys did not do anything at all. The enemy retreated. Behind Soren, there was a tsunami of cheers. The priests led by Milan knelt down toward his back, praying and praising the battlefield in awe. The range of destruction caused by a legendary battle was quite amazing. The core of the battle between Soren and Eugene could even directly kill high-grade professions. Every time the two of them collided, they left potholes on the ground. Fortunately, this was a wild area, otherwise, the city wall would have been destroyed by them. Soren did not chase after him. The reason was simple. Soren had not really hit Eugene once in the battle. He did not even force Eugene to use his elemental defense. However, Eugene did not really hit Soren either. The strength of the two sides was almost equal. If they fought hard, both sides would suffer. Soren did not want to see this kind of thing, and Eugene probably did not want to see it either. There were many things that Soren needed to do. The most important thing at the moment was to bring the half-elf believers he needed to the Pirate Islands. And Eugene's existence was very important to this. As long as Eugene was still alive, the crisis in Autumnfall would not be resolved. Only when the crisis was not resolved, Soren could get people to the distant sea. Otherwise, if the orc army retreated, even if Soren relied on the influence of the Temple of Light, and conveyed the prophecy of a greater disaster in the future, many ordinary people might not be willing to leave their homes. Because to mortals, they could only see what was before them. Soren was not a soft-hearted person. However, in order to achieve his goal, even if they were enemies, he would allow them to exist for a while longer. Get on board. Soren looked at the others and said in a low voice, "Prepare to retreat. The first fleet will stay nearby to provide support. The rest of you will send the civilians out." Orders were issued one after another. In the end, Soren came to the psionic butterfly's side and whispered, "Go with them personally and send the civilians to the port before coming back. Don't let the pirates harass them." The half-elf first mate was a steady and ruthless person. With him around, Soren was not worried that anyone would go against his orders. The psionic butterfly nodded and said, "Understood." These believers were the foundation, and there were many children among them. After everything that happened today, these children had a deep memory in their hearts. As long as they were trained a little, they would have a solid foundation in the future. Even if the conversion of adults was successful, most of them would be ordinary believers. However, many devout believers could be born among these children, and it was even possible to cultivate fanatics. This was very important for Soren's future plan. He must not let these children have a bad impression of the church in their childhood. Finally, Soren came to the front of the priests. The civilians could be sent away directly, but these priests had to stay. Because Soren would not make such a big fuss just to take these people away. "Tomorrow you will bring back a batch of food and weapons." Soren looked down at the priests kneeling at his feet and said in a low voice, "I will send people to secretly support you. When the fleet comes back, we will send the second batch of civilians away." The priests present were thoughtful when they heard this. They nodded and said, "My lord, rest assured. We understand what we should do." Soren smiled and said slowly, "Very good. Milan, come with me." The petite priest in front of him immediately stood up, and obediently followed Soren to the captain's room. "My lord." The delicate little girl humbly lowered her head and said softly, "My lord, I don't know what you want me to do." Soren turned around and looked at her. He said in a low voice, "Why did that orc target you so much? Just now, it seemed like it wanted to kill you at all costs." Milan's face showed a trace of surprise, then she shook her head and said, I don't know. All right. Could it be because of this thing?" The little girl seemed to be deep in thought. She quickly took out a dark green flail and handed it to Soren. She said in a low voice, "This is a treasure of the church. It is said that it came from a very powerful artifact. Because my weapon of choice is the flail, Grandpa Bishop temporarily gave it to me. I have just learned some combat skills, and I was going to give it to my lord when I see him." Flail? Solon frowned when he heard this. He reached out and took a look at it, and then his whole body suddenly trembled. Time flail * poison. As expected, Eugene targeted Saint Cardinal Milan, not because of hatred, but because of the components of this divine artifact. Item type: time flail poison incomplete. Item grade: Grade 1 artifact. Item description: this is a part of a legendary artifact. Because it lacks the power of the other 4 parts, it can't even exert the power of a legendary artifact. However, it has great potential. As one of the most powerful artifacts in the entire material plane, if someone can gather all 5 parts of the time flail, he or she will have the power to kill gods and demons. The Son of Massacre once used this weapon to kill the last enemy in the War of Gods. This weapon has been stained with God's blood, and there is a residual killing aura on it. Requirements: Strength 14 or above, Strength requirement +2. Equipment effect: Artifact characteristic: God's blood, poison damage, armor break, cripple, +3 sharpness, +5 toughness, +10 armor break, +5 bone break. Weapon effect: Artifact characteristic: this weapon is a legendary artifact. It cannot be destroyed by normal means, and it is also immune to disintegration. Only legendary disintegration has a 1% chance of destroying this artifact, but the one who destroys it will also have to suffer the backlash of the divine power. Weapon effect: God's blood. This weapon has been soaked in the blood of countless high-level demons, demigods, false gods, and even real gods. Some powerful beings who once coveted the god of massacre have also died in its hands. Even if this is only a part of the artifact, the time flail is still soaked in the power of the god's blood. Weapon effect: Poison damage. This is the poison head among the 5 heads of the time flail. As only 1/5 of the parts have been repaired, this weapon can only exert a weak power. When it comes into contact with any enemy, it will cause an additional 5 points of poison damage to the target. Weapon special effect: Armor-shattering characteristic. As a divine artifact, the H-flail has a terrifying armor-shattering ability. Even if only one of the flail heads is equipped, it can easily shatter most armor defenses. H-flail could ignore all armors below the transcendence level, including full-body armors that couldn't block its attack. When the 5 heads of the time flail are fully assembled, its armor-breaking ability will be further enhanced. Even legendary level armor will not be able to protect against its damage. Weapon effect: Cripple. The time flail has a terrible lethality. When attacking the enemy, there is a certain chance of crippling the target directly. When the target is attacked by the time flail, the target must undergo a compulsory test of fortitude. Otherwise, the movement speed and attack speed will be reduced because of the cripple. The number of heads of the time flail determines the power of the ability. The time flail. It was indeed one of the parts of the divine artifact. Soren held the part of the divine artifact in his hand, and could not help but feel a familiar aura in his heart. It was the power of the god's blood. This weapon had really killed a powerful existence who once had the divine domain of slaughter. The god's blood had soaked this weapon. As one of the most infamous divine artifacts in the material plane, the number of enemies who died under the time flail was probably more than the divine avenger. This was because its complete form was a 5-headed flail. A flail handle was connected to 5 flail heads, which were respectively fire, acid, ice, poison, and lightning. In battle, as long as one was touched by any of the flail heads, all 5 elements would explode together. The feeling was simply indescribable. More importantly, as one of the most powerful heavy weapons, the time flail had a certain chance of crippling the enemy directly. Even if a high-level demon was touched by it, it could instantly break his leg. This was one of the weapons that could easily cripple the enemy in the material plane. It's too dangerous for you to carry this with you. Soren held the time flail poison in his hand and said slowly, "The King of Gnolls is probably looking for it. Just leave it with me for now. Milan nodded obediently and said, Okay. Soren looked at the little girl in front of him from head to toe. In terms of appearance, she was very delicate and had a slim figure. Although she was not fully developed yet, she would definitely be a great beauty in the future. This was the strange thing. He did not know what was wrong with the women in this world. They were all so powerful, and the weapons they used were even more unrestrained than the men. Not to mention the little girl in front of him. In his memory, the priestess in Amber City also used a flail as a weapon. Shouldn't a flail be used by a boss like the Ringwraith, which was a dangerous weapon with great lethality? Why did these little girls like this weapon? It was completely wrong. Chapter 483. Autumnfall. When the first batch of believers was safely sent away, the priests of the half-elf church returned to Autumnfall with a lot of food. There was a new atmosphere brewing in the city that had been trapped for a long time. The food brought back by the priests was very rich. In addition to high-quality wheat from the south, there was also a lot of bacon, and salted fish. Most of them were meat. The number of salted fish was very abundant. Many civilians were given some fish. This was the first time they had tasted meat in a long time. Soren estimated that the last thing they lacked was fish. The location of Moder was on the fish migration route. If anyone had seen the migration of fish, they would know what a spectacular scene it was. As for salt, it was not a problem. This simple thing could not stop Soren. If there was no salt in the sea, it would be a joke. Originally, Soren wanted to make food similar to fish floss, but because he was too busy and had no energy to craft, he could only put it aside for the time being. As time passed, the direction of Autumnfall was also changing. More and more civilians wanted to leave this dangerous place. Because there was not much food in the city. If the orcs did not retreat, they would not be able to produce and work. It was difficult for an ordinary civilian to resist natural disasters. Once they were affected by the war, they would be completely destroyed. The number of believers was increasing. The priests actively mobilized civilians to leave here. More and more people were affected, and the situation in the city was becoming more and more strange. In the splendid hall, many people in noble clothes gathered here. There were already many people outside who could not fill their stomachs, but there was plenty of food and even good wine here. Nobles and civilians were always in two different worlds. The power they held was too convenient. Did they really defeat the orcs? There was a man with a cold face at the top of the hall. He looked at the others in front of him and slowly said, I didn't expect them to be able to defeat Eugene. If this goes on, I'm afraid that group of untouchables will be easily bewitched. An old man looked at him and slowly said, I don't know if we can ask them to help us deal with the orc army. One of the middle-aged men shook his head and said, I'm afraid it's difficult. Since they intend to migrate their believers, it is obvious that they intend to give up here. Otherwise, they would not give up the church's property. I don't think it's possible to persuade them to fight against the orcs. Naturally, the church also had its own assets. The half-elf church decisively gave up on farmland, temple real estate, and so on. They had no plans to stay here at all. Should we stop them? One of them asked in a deep voice. The old man turned around and glared at him. Idiot! Are you trying to split the city and start a war? Moreover, most of the people they took away were civilians. Many of them were old, weak, women and children. They had no fighting power at all. The army is still in our hands. As long as the army doesn't leave, we won't lose any of our strength. Those civilians are just a burden to us, a waste of food for no reason. The army must remain stable. We can't let any of the warriors leave. If they want to take away the old, the weak, the women and the children, then let them. Everyone fell silent. They could not go to war with the church, nor could they stop them blatantly. After all, there was a god behind the other side. The situation in Loaya City absolutely did not allow them to anger the god and make things worse. In this case, they were bound to do anything. They could only secretly make some small moves. Although the priests of the church still couldn't use magic, they were also high-grade warriors without magic. They had a high influence in Loaya City. If they were directly targeted, the situation in Loaya City would collapse. At this moment, A middle-aged man who was obviously dressed as drool stood up and slowly said, "If it's just sending the civilians to a safe place, it may not be a bad thing. After all, it's difficult for us to defeat the orcs in a short time. It's going to be autumn soon. We've lost a lot of fields. These civilians will increase our burden if they stay here. If they leave, the food will be left for our warriors. His Excellency Earthwalker has given us a response. As long as we can hold on until June, His Excellency will come to support us." Earthwalker? Hearing the middle-aged drool's words, the nobles present could not help but stand up in surprise. Really? His Excellency is really willing to help us? This is great. There was a sound of surprise. The middle-aged drool glanced at the others present and nodded. Some time ago, His Excellency led the drool order to look for something important. Now he's coming back. This Excellency is a kind and generous elder. He will certainly not sit back and watch the orcs ravage our land. As long as His Excellency is willing to help, we will definitely defeat Eugene's orc army. Earthwalker, one of the most knowledgeable and powerful drool. It was impossible to determine how high his profession level was, but he had been in the legendary realm for hundreds of years. He was the leader of the Earth Doctrine in the Drool Order. He had been living in seclusion in the depths of the elven forest, and rarely intervened in the affairs of ordinary people. However, the current situation in Luoya City seemed to make this Excellency intend to help. There were many drool among the half-elves. They also had their own voice in the Drool Order. The elves did not seem to intend to send troops to help, but if the Drool Order was willing to help them, it would be more useful than the elven reinforcements. Time passed by day. The first batch of believers was quickly sent away, and the pirate fleet returned to the vicinity of Luoya City again. Soren's plan was carried out in an orderly manner. He only cared about his believers and did not intend to intervene in other things. The first batch of believers sent away more than 5,000 people. The second batch of believers was much more. According to the recent statistics of the church, about 20,000 civilians were willing to follow them. These were the civilians who originally believed in the church. They easily accepted the will of God. Those who chose to stay were those who did not want to leave their homes. Most of them were rich people who owned land. Civilians had nothing in the war. However, these people were not willing to give up their land. Even if it was now occupied by the orcs, as long as they repelled the orcs, they would regain everything. The noble council asked Soren for a batch of food through the church. Soren thought about it and agreed to their request. Nearly a month had passed. The arrival of the time of troubles was getting closer and closer. He now had only 7 months left, and then the Avatar crisis would break out. Soren did not want to waste too much time here. The believers of the church were sent away in 3 batches. Soren's fleet was enough, and with Raging Sand Island as a transit station, there was no problem in transporting so many people back. A gentle sea breeze blew in his face. A warship docked at the dock of Raging Sand Island, and a crowd of people came out of the ship. Next to them was an army responsible for maintaining the situation. "Sister, slow down." Edu helped a young woman down from the deck. She was holding a half-grown baby in her arms. The little guy was very brave. He looked around with his big black eyes and was not afraid at all. Finally, they set foot on the ground again. Many people around revealed happy smiles. The priest's voice came into their ears, instructing them to stay here and rest for a while before continuing their journey. They did not know where they were going, but they did not panic about the future. It was as if there was an invisible force comforting their hearts and making them hopeful for the future. Some priests of the church also left with them. Although there was still no way to use divine spells, the healing ability of the priests could solve a lot of problems. Along the way, they saw many ferocious pirates, but these pirates did not disturb them at all. Order was brilliant. The 2 sides were like 2 boundaries. They were just a group of travelers and would not stay here for too long. Along the way, they saw many law enforcement teams maintaining order. They were a group of very fierce guys. Occasionally, some daring guys wanted to take liberties with them, but they were directly hung up and whipped more than 10 times. There was a prepared camp on Raging Sand Island. Many people were temporarily settled here. After resting for about 2 days, Groups of people were sent away one after another. At this time, they saw not only pirates, but also merchant ships that were responsible for sending them to their destination. It was really the fleet of the Chamber of Commerce. George tried to chat with the guards of the fleet, and easily inquired about their origin. The Chamber of Commerce from Shipwreck Bay was responsible for sending them away. They usually ran the ocean trade of the outer islands. This time, they were recruited by Sir Soren to be responsible for transporting these refugees to the city of Mordor. As long as these chambers of commerce sent away a group of people, they could be exempted from a year's tribute. Now, many chambers of commerce from the south coast were mobilizing fleets, and some planned to exempt themselves from 3 years of tribute in one breath. Sir Soren always kept his word. Since this Sir made a promise, naturally he would not go back on his word. It was just a trip back and forth to send people over. It would only take a little time, but the benefits were tempting. Along the way, the guards of the Chamber of Commerce took care of them. Occasionally, when someone was sick, there would be doctors to treat them. These people who were sent away were counted. In case of an accident, the Chamber of Commerce would be responsible. George asked some information about the city of Mordor. When the guards of the Chamber of Commerce mentioned this place, their faces were full of envy. It was said that it was a very rich place. There was an endless stream of merchant ships coming and going. The security was also much better than other places. There was a lot of news about that place. For example, there was a magical fertilizer there. Even the priests of the Temple of Agriculture were attracted there. For example, even slaves could get freedom as long as they worked hard. It was said that some slaves had been given land because of their hard work and so on. Time passed like this. There were many curious people like George, and they were getting closer and closer to the city of Mordor. Chapter 484. Autumnfall, Agate River. Soren stood on the deck and looked into the distance. He turned to look at Scarface behind him and slowly said, "What about the orcs?" Scarface bowed slightly and said, "Your Excellency, they have been very obedient recently." Soren nodded and said in a deep voice, "Let the scouts pay attention to the orcs' movements. If there are any special situations, immediately send them to me." "Yes, Your Excellency." Scarface retreated. The orc army had been defeated twice in a row, and Eugene's actions had become more cautious. For the first time in the city of Autumnfall, Sauron's avatar summoned an ancient brass dragon, forcing Eugene to retreat and regroup. That night, when they attacked Soren, Eugene returned without success and suffered heavy losses. 2 consecutive failures were very serious for the orcs, and their morale had dropped a lot. Recently, the orcs did not make any movements. Perhaps they were afraid of being hit again. If they were defeated 3 times in a row, perhaps the morale of the iron-blooded army would collapse. Eugene needed a victory to motivate the soldiers, but Soren would not give him such an opportunity. The land occupied by the orcs by the Agate River. Teams of orc laborers were working hard. Under the orders of the overseers, they chopped down the trees in the forest one by one and transported the logs back one by one. The orc army's camp was already busy. Many orcs were busy working, and the outline of a foundation had been built nearby. Relying on their natural strength, the orcs were very efficient. In just half a day, a rough outline of an orc fortress appeared. But this was only the beginning. From the foundation, the scale of this fortress was much larger. Autumnfall. The meeting hall was dignified. Many nobles were talking. One of them said, "What? The orcs built a fortress on the other side of the river? What are they going to do?" The people present were worried. If the orcs really built a large military fortress on the other side of the river, it would be difficult for them to recover their lost land in the future. Even if reinforcements arrived, the situation would turn into a situation where the enemy would defend, and they would attack. However, if the gnomes attacked the fortress built by the orcs, they would have to pay a terrifying price. The shaman priests were also spellcasters. Although the craftsmanship of the orcs' fortresses wasn't good to look at, their durability was definitely not worse than other races. If this fortress was really built, it would be against Luya City. That may be a good thing. The old man sitting on the right glanced at the others. His territory was near Luya City. Even if the land on the other side of the river was recovered, He would not get much benefit, so he calmly said, "In this way, the orcs should not attack in a short time. We can hold on until the Earthwalkers' reinforcements arrive." The orcs finally learned their lesson. After being heavily injured by Soren twice in a row, Eugene's original plan to defeat the half-elf in one go was completely ruined. Now, building a military fortress on the other side of the river to confront Luoya City was undoubtedly the wisest action at present. On the one hand, they could consolidate the rear, and on the other hand, they could advance and retreat freely. Anyway, Soren did not think that the current Luoya City had the ability to attack the military fortress of the orcs. No one could afford the casualties. Eugene is going to push forward step by step. Soren looked at the river in the distance and whispered, "If the military fortress is really built, and the location is chosen on the other side of the Agate River, it would be impossible for the half-elves to recover their lost land without fighting for decades." What a pity! Eugene didn't calculate that under the Avatar crisis, the fortress would be like paper for some existences. Outer Islands, Port Mordor. A towering lighthouse appeared in front of him. The excited voices of the sailors alarmed George. Relying on his own ability, he got along with the guards of the fleet in just a few days, so he soon knew that they were about to arrive at Mordor City. A gentle sea breeze blew in his face. Flocks of seabirds could be seen in the distance. Under the blue sky, flying fish figures appeared from time to time on the sea. Everything in front of him was so novel and shocking for George, who had lived in the inland area since he was a child. He felt a wider world, and even had a longing for life on the sea. Compared to the past, he was confined to a town near Luoya City. Everything he saw along the way completely subverted his understanding. For the first time, he knew that the world was so big, and there were so many things that he had never thought of before. The vision of the civilians in this world was actually very small. There were quite a few people like George. Soon, other people came to the deck and looked ahead with faces full of amazement. The figure of Mordor City appeared. It was a huge natural port, which had been expanded after construction. White sails could be seen in the distance. A large number of ships were docked near the port. Before they got close, they could hear the shouts of the dock workers. They were busy transporting goods, and from time to time, a ship set sail. Just at first sight, George felt the prosperity here. Everything in front of him was a scene he had never seen in Luoya City. Even the entire inland area did not have such a prosperous trade. Trade was wealth, and trade was vitality. The prosperity of Whiterun was because of trade, and the decline of Whiterun was because trade was blocked. "We'll be there soon." After this period of contact, the guard captain had become familiar with George. He glanced at the young man beside him and smiled. "Someone will arrange for you when you get to the dock." George smiled and nodded. He reached out and touched his pocket. There was still some money in it. The captain had taken good care of them along the way. So George planned to invite him to the tavern for a drink after arriving at Mordor City. He was not sure how the church would arrange for him and others, but if he could have a good relationship with this person, he might be able to become a caravan guard. He was still a little confident in his skills. However, the guard captain smiled and refused, slowly said, "After sending you to the port, we will leave immediately." This time, many chambers of commerce have heard the news. I heard that there was a fleet from Arendelle. They had already planned to go back with the goods. As soon as they heard the conscription order from Sir Soren, they unloaded the goods in Shipwreck Bay and ran to Raging Sand Island with empty ships. "If we send you, the profit of the Chamber of Commerce will increase by at least 20% or 30%, and the reward in our hands will also be a lot more. So the fleet will not stay here, and will return to Raging Sand Island today. A year of tax exemption." This was quite attractive to the Chamber of Commerce. Under the control of Soren, all the routes were controlled, and the Chamber of Commerce had to pay a lot of protection fees. If the tax was exempted for a year, the profit would increase by a lot. Otherwise, it would be impossible to attract so many people. If it were not for the Chamber of Commerce from Shipwreck Bay, the City of Wealth, and Port Tylon that could come here, perhaps the fleets from other places would also want to make a profit. Not only did they get a favor from this, sir, but they also got practical benefits. Why wouldn't they do such a good thing? Port Mordor. A large ship docked near the port, and there was an endless stream of people everywhere. "Sister, slow down." Edu helped a young woman with a baby to walk down the deck, and soon a team of law enforcement came to escort them. Their destination was not the port, but the city of Mordor in front of them. Many people looked around curiously. The first impression they had of the port was not how lively and prosperous it was, but it was quite clean and tidy. Compared to the city in their memory, it was too clean and tidy. There was no garbage on the ground, and there was no obvious stench of crowded people. There was only the faint smell of the sea in the air. "Sister, look. It's the temple. It's magnificent. It's magnificent." The most striking buildings in Port Mordor were undoubtedly the Temple of Wealth and the Temple of Sea. These two churches seem to have begun to be dissatisfied recently. The Temple of Wealth was decorated with a golden light, and the outer walls were painted with a layer of gold paint. The Temple of Wealth had an obvious advantage in terms of wealth. However, the Temple of Sea also had its own advantages. There were a lot of treasures on the seabed. It was very easy to get some luminous pearls and corals. During this time, the two temples were fighting openly and secretly to suppress each other, and the battle for believers was also quite fierce. Across the port, there was a flat paved road. Many people were secretly observing this group of refugees. The characteristics of the half-elves were quite obvious, but no one disturbed them. They only occasionally looked at them curiously. In the team responsible for escorting them, George saw the legendary evil drow. Or it should be said that they were half-drow. These legendary evil existences had cold expressions, and they simply ignored other people. They just strictly or even harshly carried out their tasks. They hardly talked to others except for orders. George didn't know if it was his own illusion, but he saw a trace of panic in the eyes of these drow warriors. But it was not the kind of fear, but a hidden panic. This hidden emotion made them very serious and harsh, meticulously carrying out orders, as if they were worried that they would be replaced. The city of Mordor finally appeared in front of them. In the distance, they could see the reclaimed land, and there were green crops in the fields. This scene, full of vitality, made them have better hope for the future. However, there was a sudden panic in front of them, and there were the screams and cries of women and children. George instantly pressed his hand on the hilt of his sword, and was ready to fight. Roar! A dull dragon's roar echoed in everyone's ears. On the city wall of Mordor, a behemoth figure appeared. Its cold pupils glanced at these small humans, and then it flapped its wings violently and rose into the air. The Quetzalcoatlus with a wingspan of nearly 10 meters circled above them, and then flew in the direction of the sea. George's legs trembled slightly. The scene just now not only shocked him, but many people around him also cried. Compared with the huge Quetzalcoatlus in front of them, the orcs' wolves were just like puppies. The guards did not change at all. They seemed to be very familiar with this Quetzalcoatlus. Soon the team was appeased. They entered Mordor from the south gate. George couldn't help but turn his head and look in the direction where the Quetzalcoatlus flew. For a moment his heart was surging, and he murmured, "Is this Mordor City?" Chapter 485. Mordor City. After walking into the city, many people could not help but show a look of surprise on their faces. It was not that everything in front of them was so shocking, but what they saw in their eyes was too neat. The smooth and clean road was lined with dug drainage canals on both sides. There was empty land next to it, some of which had been planted with flowers and plants. Although this city was not as big as Autumnfall, the road was wider than Autumnfall. It seemed that it had only recently been divided into two roads from the middle. From this point of view, it could be felt that the owner of this city had already arranged for it. Spacious roads, clean ground, neat houses. Even the half-elves, who were a little particular about their living environment, had to admit that this was the cleanest, neatest, and most orderly city they had ever seen and could imagine. Maybe what the sailors said was true. My Lord Soren was really obsessed with cleanliness, and had strict requirements for order. It was said that if you were caught urinating and defecating anywhere in the port of Mordor, not only would you be fined, but you would also be hung up and beaten. Otherwise, the habit of those who came from other places and casually found a dark corner to pee would not have been forcibly changed so quickly. No matter what the people of this era thought, Soren would never allow people to urinate and defecate anywhere in his city. He had built so many public toilets. If they dared to urinate and defecate anywhere, he would even cut off their tools. On both sides of the neat and spacious road were rows of brick houses. Some of them had already been occupied. The area of each brick house was not large, only about 2 rooms, but the layout was quite reasonable. There was also a 2-meter-long land in front of the house to plant something. There were more people living in the south of the city. Most of them were civilians. Other places were very empty. Many houses were empty. It seemed that they were reserved. No one was allowed to get close to the barracks. The city lord's mansion was also a forbidden area for ordinary people. However, they could come and go at will in the square. The guards told them that they could not go to those places, and those places belonged to the forbidden area. Then they placed them in a house. Of course, it was not a house distribution. This was the wealth of Mordor City. Soon people dressed as clerks came to register their names. The original families were still the same. They would be given food that was barely enough to survive every day. However, if they wanted to eat something better, or if they wanted to own a house and a family of their own here, they would be given a chance. Then they had to work. No one in this world could reap without sowing. Everything in the city of Mordor was established by order. There are many kinds of jobs. Those who had skills could choose their craft. Bricklayers, craftsmen, and blacksmiths had an advantage in this aspect. Women who knew how to sew also had an advantage. It didn't matter if they didn't have any skills. They could work as coolies or as farmers. They didn't get much money for their daily work. The most they got was 10 copper dirhams, but they would use some food as compensation. It was also possible to record the work into points instead of coins. These things called work points could be used to exchange for houses and land. Although he had just arrived, George quickly discovered that the natives here were all here to record work points. It seemed like very few people chose currency as their reward. Land. Hearing this word, George's eyes lit up instantly. For a civilian like him, nothing was more attractive than land. If he could get a piece of land, then his sister would have something to rely on for the rest of her life. At least she wouldn't have to worry about starving. To get the land deed, one must be recognized by the city hall. All the land in Mordor City belonged to the city lord. There were only 2 ways for a private person to buy it. One was to buy it with work points obtained from labor. After reaching a certain standard, part of it could be paid with currency. The second was to buy it with military merits. After obtaining a certain amount of military merits, part of it could be paid with currency. Money alone couldn't buy the land here. Many people in the port of Mordor wanted to buy a piece of land here, but couldn't. Although this island was not small, but all the land belonged to the Lord Soren. Although the port of Mordor was very large, it was now almost divided by the Temple of Wealth, the Temple of Sea, and the Chamber of Commerce. The second phase of the development of the port of Mordor was firmly in the hands of Soren. Without his order, no one could continue to expand the land. There was a plain outside the city. A large number of slaves had already dug irrigation ditches and connected them directly to the river in the island. Originally, the land that was reclaimed for the first time should be relatively barren, but because of some magical fertilizer, this year's harvest seemed to be very good. Now 1/3 of the land outside the city of Mordor had become privately owned. Most of it was exchanged with military merits and kindler. Only a small part was exchanged by foremen, officials, and ordinary civilians. It was said that many pirates were saving money recently, preparing to put together military merits and private savings to get a few acres of land. If it was in the past, this was definitely something that the pirates would never think of. The spoils of war that they obtained and the rewards that they received were either spent on gambling in taverns or on prostitutes. It was said that a pirate named Stephen had started it. First, he used his military exploits to exchange for a house and land. Then he brought in his lover from outside. The scene of his wife and children together stimulated many old men. Many pirates who were around 30 years old took out their savings and military exploits to exchange for land and houses. Chapter Stephen's Day. Military merits in Mordor were very valuable. There were special clerks here who were responsible for counting military merits. Any military merits could be directly exchanged for kindler, but it seemed that no one would do so at present. Military merits could be exchanged directly in the city hall, but it was not a human who was responsible for crossing out the military merits, but a steel golem. Its task was to count all the changes in military merits. The work points obtained from labor were very small, so soldiers might be able to exchange for a house after a few battles, while ordinary people might need to work for 2 or 3 years. Ida thought about his skills and felt that he might be able to earn some military merits. It was said that the clerks were planning to change the recording method and were going to exchange all the work points for contribution points. This was to recognize a person's contribution to Mordor. After reaching a certain level, it was possible to obtain the status of honorary citizen and enjoy higher status and convenience in many aspects. There were no nobles in Mordor at present. Even those pirate leaders could not be regarded as nobles. Sir Soren did not seem to have any plans to infect nobles for the time being. The maintenance of the city was all the responsibility of officials and the City Hall Council. Officials were officials, but officials were not nobles. In this strange but vibrant city, Edu saw too many novel but better systems. A day passed. Edu and the others were quickly settled down. Because they belonged to the same family when they were registered, Edu, his sister, and 2 other survivors from the same village were assigned to live in a house. The living environment was a bit narrow and crowded, but they were very satisfied for now. The city hall allocated some simple daily necessities, which could barely support them for a while. Mordor advocated relying on one's own hands for everything. So the next day, Edu found a job for himself. Although he had good fighting skills, he needed to be assessed to join the army. He needed to have a certain amount of contribution in Mordor, so he planned to work hard for a while. After all, he was also an advanced warrior, and his strength was much greater than other adult men. It was not a problem for him to earn twice the food and work points in a day. Originally, he planned to let his sister take care of the children at home, but this stubborn woman refused. She had learned the craft of tailoring and insisted on supporting herself. Half-elves had some skills. They were much more dexterous than other humans, so it was not difficult to find a job. There were too many tasks in Mordor City. A large number of houses were still being expanded. A large number of daily necessities had to be made. A large number of building materials had to be transported. A large number of land needed to be reclaimed. A large number of irrigation ditches had to be dug, and so on. Almost everywhere needed manpower, and the demand for labor was stronger than any other city. Edu's job was to carry wood. Because this job was piecework, he could get 1 work point for carrying 50 logs a day. 1 work point could be exchanged for a pound of food, which was enough for a family to eat. Ha! George let out a low growl and carried the log that was as thick as an adult's waist on his shoulder. Others had to work together to carry a log, but he was able to carry it quickly by relying on his great strength. A log was about 300 or 400 pounds. If he wasn't born with great strength and trained as a warrior, he probably wouldn't be able to carry it alone. In just one morning, Edu carried 60 or 70 logs back and forth. Although he couldn't keep up with his physical strength in the afternoon, he had collected more than 120 pieces. The foreman in charge of registration looked at him in surprise, then nodded to indicate that he could rest. Edu ate at the construction site for lunch and dinner. Cheap black bread with fresh fish soup, which seemed to be shark meat. Anyway, it tasted good. For Edu, he was satisfied to be able to eat meat. In the evening, Edu exchanged a pound of food, and then returned to his residence with 1 work point. If I eat at the construction site every day, I can probably eat this food for half a month. Tomorrow, I should be able to get 3 work points. 1 work point can be exchanged for 10 copper dirhams. Maybe the day after tomorrow, I can buy some cloth for my sister's children to make clothes. Edu muttered as he walked. What a novel way of counting. The other people in the crowded small courtyard had returned. Although they had been busy all day, they could still hear the laughter of children. Most people chose to exchange work points for food. Carrying heavy food, they also became more at ease. As long as they worked hard, they could feed their families. This kind of life could make them feel satisfied and happy, because they didn't ask for much. Chapter 486. Night fell. The city hall only allocated a small amount of lamp oil to them, and many people were reluctant to light oil lamps. Night, there were women drawing water to wash clothes. After the sister finished feeding her nephew, she coaxed him to sleep. The little guy was very clever, and it seemed that he rarely cried. George came back with a bucket of water from the well outside. Seeing his sister motioning him to take off his clothes and wash them, he simply found a corner and washed them casually. The daily necessities were public, and it was a bit troublesome for 4 or 5 people to use them. George still had some money in his hand, and he planned to buy some daily necessities in 2 days. There was a noise in the small courtyard next door. George glanced at the sister who had just coaxed his nephew to sleep. He stretched his muscles and planned to quietly go and have a look. Mordor City had a curfew, but they could not go out at night. It was fine to walk back and forth in the alley of the residential area. Someone had made it clear to them when they came. Prayers and praises could be heard in their ears. Those were the devout believers of the church. Although the first day in Mordor City was very busy, for many civilians who had just escaped from the war, this busy and peaceful life was worthy of gratitude. They never expected to get something for nothing. They only hoped to make a good life with their hands. Congratulations, Old Peter. Congratulations on moving to a new house. Come on, have a drink. I wish you a meteoric rise as soon as possible. There were many people's voices in George's ears. The courtyard next door was very lively. Occasionally, there were patrolling guards passing by, but they just took a glance and left. There were many people in the courtyard, and George even knew some of them. Standing in the crowd was Old Peter, a blacksmith in his 40s. George had seen him in Loya City, and he had repaired his equipment. What's going on? George saw a table in the courtyard with wine, meat, and some daily necessities. Old Peter was thanking the people who congratulated him. When he saw George, he immediately pulled him over and insisted on buying him a drink. He also boasted about his strength to the people next to him, saying that he had seen him kill a fierce wolf with his own eyes. George did not refuse. He took the glass and took a sip. Then he understood what happened. Old Peter was a blacksmith, and his craftsmanship should be quite good. He had been blacksmithing for decades. He had been learning how to forge since he was a child. His ancestors were all blacksmiths. On the first day he came to Motor City, he was given an important position by the Ordnance Department. On the first day, he was assigned a house and received a settlement fee. Today was to say goodbye to the others. Tomorrow he would bring his family and move to an independent courtyard 3 streets away. In the future, he would be a blacksmith in the Ordnance Department, and his status would probably be much higher than these people. He estimated that in 2 years he would be able to use his contribution to exchange for a piece of land. A blacksmith. George couldn't help but reveal a trace of envy on his face. It seemed that people with good skills wouldn't be at a disadvantage no matter where they went. From their words, George learned that there were quite a few people like Old Peter. People with good skills were assigned to other places. Some were assigned to the armory, some were assigned to the brick-baking factory, and some were assigned to other places. Those who were selected because of their craftsmanship immediately became superior to others. The next day, they were given a new courtyard to settle down in, and the remuneration they received was much higher than the others. George couldn't help but feel envious because he also wanted his sister and nephew to have a better life. It didn't take long for people to disperse. After a hard day's work, many people fell asleep as soon as they fell into bed. George also went back to rest soon. His sister was reluctant to light the oil lamp, so she was sewing clothes for him in the small courtyard with needle and thread. From time to time, she would talk to the woman living in the next room. The night gradually darkened. The weather in May was not bad. George slept directly in the small courtyard. The biggest difference from the past was that he slept very well tonight. Because for him, the terrible war was over. The night passed quickly. As soon as he got up the next day, George rushed to work. When he first came here, there was nothing. Although the city hall gave some relief supplies, those things couldn't last for long. No one felt that the city hall gave out less. On the contrary, many people were very grateful. For George, as long as he had a job, he could support himself and his family. There were many people who thought like him. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. In just 3 days, the small courtyard where George lived had changed a lot. All the pots and pans were ready. He bought some cloth to make a new set of clothes for his nephew. What he wanted to do most now was to have a small courtyard of his own. The room where the refugees were settled was too crowded. There was no private space at all. His sister had to hide in the room when she wanted to take a bath. It was obviously difficult to change a house by working as a coolie. George still planned to find a way to join the army. In terms of personal strength, he believed that he was not much worse than those guards. People had a strong ability to adapt. In just a few days, many people adapted to life in Mordor City. They worked at sunrise and rested at sunset. Their lives were very regular and orderly. As long as they participated in work, they would be provided with 2 meals. Basically, they would be able to eat meat often. At first, people exchanged their work points for food, but gradually, many people began to save up like the natives of this city, hoping that one day they could save enough to change a house or some land. It was said that the wasteland outside was much cheaper, so many people planned to reclaim it themselves after getting the wasteland. George was originally a civilian, so farming was naturally not a problem for him. As an advanced warrior, he had enough strength. If possible, he hoped to have some land next year. Although he had nothing now, he was full of confidence for the future. In a blink of an eye, a week had passed. George seemed to be getting more and more accustomed to the busy and fulfilling life in Mordor City. The city had been constantly expanding, and new changes could be seen every day. The road in the east had been built for hundreds of meters. Some flowers and plants were planted near the square. How many acres of land had been reclaimed in the south? Ditches had been dug there. The wood in the southwest had been cut down. Now they had to walk a little longer to carry the wood. Anyway, it was all very trivial things, but everyone here seemed to be very busy. Even the officials and foremen ran their legs off every day. The laws and regulations here were very strict. Even if the officials did not complete the task, they would be punished. Occasionally he could see some slaves. The living environment of these slaves was much worse than theirs. Many people were very satisfied and grateful. It was said that another slave had gained the status of a free man yesterday, which was quite strange. Because in the outside world, slaves would always be slaves. From time to time, George could see the Quetzalcoatlus flying over Mordor City. It would fly in the direction of the sea every day, and then fly back before dark. Perhaps people were used to it, so they were no longer afraid. They had never heard of the Quetzalcoatlus attacking people. After the initial fear, many people felt happy and excited after seeing it, thinking that it was a symbol of luck. However, no one was allowed to approach it. George heard from the guards that it was the pet of the little princess of Mordor City. No one had seen the little princess yet, but it was said that she was a very powerful spellcaster. Occasionally, a mysterious witch could be seen in Mordor City. She was the mistress of Mordor City. Every time she appeared, she would only assign new expansion tasks to the officials of the city hall. Since the establishment of Mordor City, the pace of expansion had not stopped. George was lucky to see the mysterious witch. She was a beautiful and noble witch who rarely appeared in front of ordinary people. The core of George's life was still around his sister and his nephew, who was just 1 year old. As the only man in the family, he had the responsibility and obligation to make his sister live a better life in an unfamiliar environment. As an advanced warrior, his strength, which was far beyond ordinary people, finally attracted the attention of others. He got a chance to enter the city guard. George decided to seize this opportunity. So every day after work, he would hone his martial arts skills. There were many strong guys in Mordor City, but George also had his own advantages. He was only 20 years old this year, and there was a lot of room for growth in the future. In the evening, George returned to his residence with a piece of linen. It was time for his sister to fill in a new dress. The one he was wearing was torn because of work, so it was better to make a change of clothes. From the top of Mordor City, he could see the bustling port. It seemed to be 2 different worlds from Mordor City. Some people longed for the prosperity of the port, but George preferred the peaceful life of Mordor City. The next day, new half-elves were sent here. George met them in the morning. He saw a trace of panic in their eyes, which made him smile. Maybe when he first came here, he and his sister were the same as these people in front of him. However, they would soon adapt to life here, because they were all civilians. They were born to rely on hard work to support themselves, and in Mordor City, hard work could make their lives better and better. George planned to buy some meat back for his sister after today's work. Maybe it was because she had been working hard recently, and his sister's milk was not enough for his little nephew. Thinking of that 1-year-old little fellow with big black eyes, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but reveal a trace of a smile. He looked at the house on the other side of the street. Compared to the crowded environment here, it was much cleaner. George could not help clenching his fist. If he could pass the assessment and join the army, it would not take long for him to move into a small independent yard with his sister. Although it was a brick house, it was not very big. But for them, it was a new home, a starting point of hope. This was Mordor City, a place full of vitality, and hope. Although he had just arrived here, George had a sense of identity with it. This was the power of order. Chapter 487. Autumnfall. The fleet docked near the Agate River was ready. The breeze by the river brought the smell of mud, and the slogans of the sailors came from behind. Soren looked at the distant autumnfall, shook his head and sighed and slowly said, "Let's set sail." It was over. Everything here was over. After more than a month's delay, he finally sent all the believers he needed back to Motor City. Now those who insisted on staying in Autumnfall were not worth his time. As for their future fate, Soren was not interested in paying too much attention to it. After all, because of his arrival, the Orc army had been hit hard twice in a row. Eugene had to slow down under the pressure of Soren, which indirectly bought time for Autumnfall. As for who was the real winner in the end, Soren was not interested at all, because he knew that the time of troubles was coming. "My lord." An old man in a bishop's costume came to Soren. He was one of the few surviving bishops of the church, a high-grade priest with a profession level of more than 16. He humbly bowed his head and said, "All the believers have been sent away, but there are still many people in Autumnfall. If we fight for it, we may be able to persuade them to leave." Soren turned to look at him and shook his head. "No need. The power of the nobles will not sit back and watch us take away the others. Besides, a greater disaster is coming. I foresee that the gods will come to the mortal world. At that time, we will face greater challenges." "The gods will come to the mortal world?" Bishop Felwood was shocked when he heard this and murmured, "How is it possible?" Soren looked at him silently. At this time, it was no problem to reveal a little about the Avatar crisis in advance. Because there had been weak gods appearing one after another, it was estimated that many powerful legendary figures had already guessed a little. The impact of the gods coming to the material plane was quite huge. Just look at Soren's current ability. He barely reached the standard of a weak god, but he had the terrible power to slaughter a city. When the Avatar crisis really broke out, gods, demons, devils, and ancient evil creatures would all come out. If there was a conflict between them, it would affect the whole plane. "You may leave." Soren waved his hand gently and disappeared in the blink of an eye. A god should not have too much contact with his followers. Otherwise, there would not be enough mystery. Although the priest in front of him was a servant who helped him herd his believers, Soren was not ready to say too much to them. After all, Soren could not give them divine spells at present. Strictly speaking, he was still at the stage of a false god. The church was left to the psionic warlock, Butterfly. With her abilities, managing a church was a piece of cake. Loya City. Soren took one last look at the direction of Autumnfall and shook his head slightly. "The divine artifact has fallen into my hands. I don't know if the gnolls will turn against the orcs. No matter what, I hope this city can hold on." As a lawful evil person, Soren actually hated the arrival of chaos, so he didn't mind using his own power to make some changes. This time, more than 20,000 people were transported away from Autumnfall. Compared to the nearly 1 million half-elves, this was actually a very inconspicuous part. However, Autumnfall only had a population of a few 100,000. Half-elves were very common on the road, and the number of people that a city could accommodate was also limited. If it weren't for Autumnfall taking in a large number of fleeing civilians, the population in the city would only be about a few tens of thousands. In this case, those who were willing to go with Soren were basically believers of the church. In order to transport them away, Soren used a lot of manpower and material resources. But it was all worth it. Because with the arrival of the Avatar crisis, Soren's prestige may be greatly reduced. If the sea goddess appeared in the mortal world, he would not dare to say that he was the king of the sea. His ability to mobilize the pirates would certainly not be as good as now. After all, the sea goddess was the master of the sea. The terrible turmoil would affect the entire material plane, and the role that financial resources could play was far less than now. The later Soren's influence would be worse, and it would be much more difficult to make such a big scene. In fact, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, because no matter what Soren did now, only other forces were watching. But in the future, if Soren dared to do so, other gods would be watching. This was a completely different concept. A warship sailed along the Agate River to the sea. The half-elf First Mate's dragon-headed warship had returned to Raging Sand Island. It was estimated that the first batch of believers had arrived at Mordor. And why, Lord? The slim figure of the psionic warlock with a veil appeared beside Soren. She bowed slightly to show respect, and then slowly said, "All the believers have been appeased. Telepathy has also been planted, and they will be very quiet on the way. The priests have all been arranged. The first batch of priests has been sent to Mordor, and they will help manage these ordinary people. Some of the other priests will stay on Raging Sand Island, and then they will go back with us. Master. Although these priests are very obedient now, this is only temporary. If you can't give them divine spells, I'm afraid their faith will be shaken. I don't know what the Master's next plan is." Soren turned and looked at her. He had nothing to hide from the future chief priest of his church. He slowly said, "Although the prayers of the believers have given me some divine power, it seems that I have not fully reached the standard of a god. Maybe it's because I can't connect to the kingdom of the original gods. Under normal circumstances as a god, I should also have the ability of a legendary priest. But in fact, I can't use divine spells now. No matter what profession a god was, even a pure warrior could have the ability of a legendary priest. However, the priest's ability obtained in this way did not consume the divine spell slots, but directly consumed the divine power of the god. If a god had a priest level, it was equivalent to having two sets of divine spells. One was the divine spell slots brought about by their profession level, and the other was the divine spells that could be used by their own divine power. Soren had accumulated 3 divine power points, but he had not obtained any divine spells. He didn't know why, but it might be related to the fact that he had not officially become a god. The psionic warlock heard this and nodded slightly, then slowly said, "Perhaps my master should hold his ceremony as soon as possible. Without officially becoming a god, there is no power to control the laws. In fact, my master, you are not even a false god now, because many false gods can also give divine spells to a small number of believers. You now rely on your powerful force and your own power to control the church, but divine spells are the foundation of the church. Priests who have lost their divine spells may still join the church of other gods." Soren nodded and said, "I know. But maybe it's not my fault. Maybe I chose the wrong time to do it. Don't you see that these priests are not too surprised to lose their divine spells? I'm afraid that more and more priests are losing their ability to use divine spells. The stars in the sky are getting dimmer and dimmer. The gods rarely respond to the prayers of mortals. I'm afraid that only some devout priests can use divine spells now. I have a hunch that something important is about to happen." Soren looked up at the sky. He didn't know when it started, but the moon in the sky seemed to have dimmed a lot. It seemed that as the first batch of stars lost their brilliance, the moon also became weaker. Mistress of the Silver Moon. There was a strange expression on Soren's face. He turned to look at the psionic warlock behind him and said slowly, "Maybe I can't give divine spells now, but if I want to hold the investiture ceremony, I must become a true god directly. That's the only way. We won't arouse the hostility of others." True god. The psionic warlock trembled when she heard this. She then bowed and said, "My master, Do you have the qualifications to become a true god? Soren shook his head and said, Not yet. But I'm almost there. True God, divinity, divine title, and divinity. When these three elements were all sufficient, the time for him to become a true god would soon arrive. Strictly speaking, Soren could become a god at any time now. But if he became a god in his current state, then he would be a standard false god, because he didn't have the ability of minor divinity. There was a limit to the power of the gods. True God and false God were two different standards. One was the existence that was truly qualified to exercise the power of the gods, while the other was the foreskin company that was forcefully supported by half-baked people. The former could fulfill the responsibilities and obligations that gods should fulfill, while the latter could completely deceive and oppress the believers. For example, they couldn't receive the souls of believers at all. The demigod vampire was a standard false god. The power of his divinity was not up to standard. Taking the god of half-elves and rogues, as a goal was to advance himself to the realm of a true god. It was also because he became a god as a false god, that his church didn't love him. Justice regarded him as an enemy, and evil regarded him as a traitor. This was a very serious matter, because once he was labeled as a false god, it would be very difficult to get rid of it in the future. This was a stain that both justice and evil valued. The prayers of believers were a huge amount of information. If the prayers of priests were added, the burden on the gods would also be great. Only when the three elements of divinity, divine title, and divinity were fully met could the gods really deal with all this. If they didn't meet the standards, they would become like Soren when he first came into contact with prayer. They might go crazy or have their minds completely distorted. A false god was a false god. It was like flying a plane without a driver's license. This kind of behavior was very disgusting in the eyes of the gods, and the consequences were much more serious than driving without a license. Most false gods would have some kind of distortion because of their insufficient foundation. Even if they succeeded in advancing to the realm of true God in the future, this stain would remain on them because they violated the rules of the gods. This was the problem of timing. When all the conditions were met to become a god, then you would be a true god. Everything was according to the rules of order. First you would have the ability of a god, then you would get the qualification of a god. And if you couldn't wait, and if any of the conditions didn't meet the standards of the gods, and then hurriedly tried to become a god, then you would violate the rules of the gods and be directly labeled as a false god. Once you were labeled as a false god, no matter if it was a righteous or evil god, they would not like it. They would remember who challenged the rules of the gods. Even if you advanced to a true god in the future, this kind of feeling would remain in the influence of many gods, because they would think, look, it's that guy. He forced himself to become a god without meeting the standards of the gods. Soren naturally wouldn't choose the path of a false god. This was a fundamental problem that involved the credibility of the gods. It was also the first impression that other gods would have when you became a god. Because as long as you didn't leave the first impression that you were a false god, even the gods of the enemy camp would recognize your identity. They would say that you were evil, but they wouldn't say that you were a fake because you were qualified to be on equal footing with them. Chapter 488. The biggest difference was to ascend as a true god. It was to be recognized by other gods, and it was even possible for some gods' incarnations to congratulate him. Just like the vampiric demigod, who was not recognized by any gods, and even made a blood-red moon in the sky, although it seemed to be the aura of a true god. In fact, it was just a pretentious act. This could be seen from the fact that the Lady of the Night, Evil, Son of the Night, and so on, who had great divine power, simply ignored him. If the Lady of the Night said a word, no one would dare to touch the demigod vampire. If Soren ascended as a god, then it was very likely that a god's incarnation would appear. That would be the sea goddess, because she was the direct beneficiary of Soren's rise. The expansion of the sea temple in the human world was completely caused by Soren's influence alone. The second possible god's incarnation was the goddess of wealth. From the outer islands to the south coast to the eastern kingdom, to Arendelle, the prosperity of trade had a great impact on the goddess of wealth. And this prosperous trade was because of Soren's rule. When Soren became a god, this goddess might also do him the honor of descending as an incarnation. Of course, the premise of all this was that Sauron had to ascend as a true god, and not as a false god. In front of him was the endless sea. The trade winds from the southern rainforest made the trade in the eastern sea prosperous. This was the best time of the year to go to the eastern sea. As long as the sails were set, they could reach the eastern kingdom. On the bottom of the sea, there were schools of fish swimming back and forth. As the climate warmed up, these fish would gradually return to their original sea areas. The blue sky made people feel relaxed and happy, and the endless sea always made people feel its magnificence. At the same time, a fleet was also sailing towards the south. This place was very close to Raging Sand Island. Your Excellency. The half-elf first mate appeared in front of Soren and knelt down on one knee. The materials you asked for have been prepared, and the elites are all on standby at Snake Island. Soren turned around and nodded. Very good. Tell them to get ready. They will sail back to Mordor City with me in 3 days, and then set off to find the Treasure Island. Treasure Island. When he heard this name, the half-elf first mate was stunned. He vaguely felt that this name was a little familiar, but he did not have a specific impression of it. This should be an island in the depths of the Outer Islands, but no one knew where it was. In the legends of the South Coast Pirates, there had always been a saying about Treasure Island. That was, in the territory of the Aborigines of the Outer Islands, there was a very, very valuable island. On the left side of the island was a huge silver mine, and on the right side of the island was a huge gold mine. The legend of Treasure Island was more or less like this. Since ancient times, many pirates had tried to find the location of Treasure Island, but no one had ever found it. Overseas was rich in minerals to begin with. The number of gold and silver mines was obviously denser than the mainland. Basically, it was possible to find smaller gold mines in places where there were large indigenous tribes. This was also the reason why the Aborigines were very rich. Treasure Island was the most valuable island in the legends because there were 2 large mineral veins here. It was said that the development of this island was enough to buy a country. Unfortunately, no one had ever found it. Do you know where the real Treasure Island is? The half-elf first mate was shocked, and then a burst of ecstasy. That was an amazing wealth that could buy a country. If they really took it, they would not have to worry about not having enough money to spend for the rest of their lives. As for the Aborigines on Treasure Island, the half-elf first mate was not worried at all. As long as they could determine the location of the island, no matter how many Aborigines there were, they could mobilize pirates to take it down. Raging Sand Island. Soren silently looked at the nautical chart in front of him. His fingers moved gently on the unmarked unknown area, as if he was looking for a certain general direction. He had considered Treasure Island as early as when he went overseas. But at that time, Treasure Island was a place that he could not take down. Not to mention the large indigenous tribes and the demigods they served. Just the monsters on the way to Treasure Island were enough to wipe out Soren's entire army. On the route to Treasure Island, there was a very dangerous strait. There was currently the largest octopus monster that Soren had ever seen in history. Just one tentacle was hundreds of meters long. Back then, they had paid a heavy price to kill it. This was the first time the adventurers had killed a super colossal boss. Soren wanted to go to Treasure Island, so he had to pass through this monster's territory. Wealth was one of the reasons why Soren went to Treasure Island, but he was actually quite rich now. Especially when the pirate minions were preparing to settle down in Mordor. A lot of their private money was handed over to Soren. In fact, another important reason why he went to Treasure Island was to obtain divinity and the power of divinity. Soren's current divinity was 27 points, and he was 3 points away from lesser divinity. At that time, he would be able to increase all his attributes by 1 again. This was a great increase in his ability. Then there were the demigods and demigods on Treasure Island. This was the easiest way for Soren to obtain divinity. Dealing with these indigenous demigods and demigods was at least much easier than challenging the real gods. Soren was currently 2 points away from obtaining the lesser divinity. This was the same as the lesser divinity. which could increase all his attributes by 1. As a result, Soren's attributes were equivalent to +2 at the same time. At this time, he had truly entered the realm of the gods and had the power of the gods. At the same time, he had reached the standard of transforming into the form of the saint. All attributes +2. This was a huge attraction for Soren, and it was also the key for him to stand firm in the future of the Avatar crisis. Because if he continued to improve, he was afraid that he would have to challenge other gods. Da-da-da, there was a slight sound of footsteps, and soon the tall figure of the psionic warlock appeared in front of Soren. She bowed slightly and said, "My lord, the things you arranged have been done. The next thing is the investiture ceremony and the military parade. I'm afraid it will take a month or 2 to prepare. I don't know what my lord's arrangements are." Soren retracted his finger from the nautical chart. He gently rolled it up, then looked up at the psionic warlock in front of him. He fell into deep thought. Soren tapped his fingers and thought for a while, then said in a deep voice, "Investiture in a low-key way, parade in a high-profile way." In an instant, the psionic warlock's eyes brightened, and then she humbly bowed and said, "My lord is wise." Chapter 489. Low-key investiture, high-profile military parade. Low-key investiture was to avoid attracting too much attention from other gods' churches, and it also implied that as a new god, he did not have much ambition. This was quite important because Soren's investiture prayer was completed by the psionic warlock. In the investiture prayer of the demigod vampire, there was hunting and fear, plus a blood-red moon. It could be said that it was very high-profile. Soren currently only planned to use the half-elf priesthood, which basically had no conflict with other gods. In order to avoid attracting too much hostility from the gods, Soren must be as low-key as possible before the outbreak of the Avatar crisis. When all the gods came down and fought among themselves, Soren could expand from the half-elf priesthood to any direction. But in this case, if he added too many priesthoods, then once the Avatar crisis broke out, it was possible that some gods who coveted his power would directly attack him, such as the Shadow Lord. The priesthood of the gods could be evolved from the power of the domain. Soren had the domain of fear, so he could be the source of power for other gods who had mastered the domain of fear. Adding the words hunting, night, fear, shadow, and so on to the investiture prayer was definitely not wanting to die fast enough. As for the high-profile military parade, it was very simple. Investiture could be low-key, but when showing strength, it must be high-profile. This was equivalent to Soren showing his fists and muscles to the people who secretly peeped at him on the south coast, and even other continents when he was investiture, telling them that he was not easy to bully, and that they had to think about what they wanted to do. When the real military parade was held, it would not be just these pirates who came out for a stroll. Soren, Gloria, Fallen Witch, a god-level rogue, and 2 legendary-level witches, the 3 of them would stand as legendary figures on the stage. At the same time, Soren would also send an invitation to the Princess Royal of Arendelle, and to the Eye of the North of the Northern Witch Council. Furthermore, he invited the experts of the mystic sect who controlled the Eastern Sea region. A military parade was never a place where a single person could stay at home and play around. Instead, Soren's elite troops had to be brought out for a walk. His high-end combat power had to be displayed, and his powerful allies had to be invited to support him. This was the only way to truly intimidate potential enemies. Since Soren had given them a general direction, the rest could be left to the psionic warlock. The time was about 5 days later. Soren led the fleet back to the outer islands. The city of Mordor was more lively than before. Standing on the mast, one could see that the city of Mordor had expanded more than twice as much as before. Soren had designed the city according to modern standards. From the underground drainage system to the distribution of the various areas, he had already thought of a rough model before the city was built. Soren couldn't spend so much effort just to build a village for fun. The final form of Mordor City was a large city that could accommodate 200,000 people. Finally, with the expansion of the city, Mordor City and Port Mordor would be connected. But that should be a long time in the future. For now, it was better for Mordor City and Port Mordor to be separated. Soren needed to maintain the atmosphere in the city. There were more than 20,000 outsiders. Mordor City suddenly became crowded. There was basically no problem with food and supplies. Soren had begun to stockpile them a long time ago. Although he had the ability to easily feed all the half-elf refugees, he didn't give it to them casually. Instead, he asked all the civilians to exchange it with work. This was a process of equivalent exchange. The half-elf civilians basically had skills. Even if they didn't have any skills, the stronger ones could go to logging, and the weaker ones could go to reclaim the land. No matter what they did in Mordor City, as long as they were willing to do it, they could fill their stomachs and slowly accumulate a little wealth. "My lord." The psionic warlock came behind Soren and bowed slightly. "The planning of the temple has been completed. The location is near the central square. If you want to complete it before the parade, you may need to recruit a lot of labor, and at the same time, it will require a lot of financial resources. There is no problem with the priests. When we all arrive at Mordor City, we can start preparing for the daily prayer ceremony." The temple was the most basic thing. Most of the priests had only come to Mordor now, and the real formal prayer day had to be done slowly. Soren looked back at her and said slowly, "I will mobilize an army for you. The city hall will give you 300,000 Kindler coins. You can decide how to use it." Soren was very rich now. The specific amount could not be calculated because many of them were real estate. However, as the farmlands and houses were sold, the amount of liquid wealth also increased rapidly. Soren never intended to give land directly. Military merits could be used as part of the land exchange, but most pirates used their private money and military merits to exchange for dozens of acres of land. At present, only about 1/3 of the land outside Mordor City was still in the hands of Soren. Some of the wasteland was bought by the pirates below. These guys used to eat, drink, gamble, or do other things when they were rich. It was a good thing that they started to settle down and buy property. Understood. The psionic warlock smiled and nodded. Soren looked at her, got up and walked towards Mordor City. When he came back again, there were more spies in the dark. After all, Port Mordor was a transit port, and Mordor City was Soren's private territory. There were too many forces in these caravans, and Soren's every move affected their minds. They should know everything that happened to the half-elves. For the rise of a new god, many forces were silent. It was not that they didn't want to move, but they didn't dare to move. Even the wife of the Duke of Red Dragon of the Principality of Rossard had been honest recently, and the other forces were naturally all waiting to see what would happen. After such a long time, Soren finally got a new legend. Battle of Autumnfall, Epic Battle. In the middle of May 1676 of the New Moon era, you intervened in the war between the half-elves and the half-orcs near Autumnfall. In this war, you defeated the army of the half-orc chieftain, Eugene, twice, and thus alleviated the crisis of Autumnfall. Yennegu, the king of the gnolls, also suffered a loss in your hands. Although this greatly improved your reputation, it also brought you new dangers. Legend level +8, 8 legend level. After everything in Autumnfall, Soren's legend level finally reached 100 points. 100 legend level was an important watershed because in this case, Soren's name had basically spread throughout the continent. From now on, the difficulty of him getting legend level would increase sharply. If he wanted to continue to improve his legend level, he would need to involve everything outside the plane. The higher the legend level, the more difficult it would be to improve it. In the end, he would have to let his existence spread throughout the multiverse. However, Soren's current legend level could barely reach the standard of a god. At least, it was much higher than when he was the demigod vampire. With the existence of the psionic warlock, Butterfly, Soren only needed to order a lot of things. He first went to see Vivian. The little girl's divine power was getting stronger and stronger, now that a lot of the Sons of Fear had died, and as the Avatar crisis was getting closer and closer, the time for the resurrection of the Dreadlord was coming soon. Soren didn't know how long she would have to sleep, but looking at Vivian's current divine power, he was afraid that nearly half of the power of the Sons of Fear was converging towards her. There was not much Soren could do now, but if he became a god, there were a lot of things he could do. The power of the gods allowed him to face the Dreadlord directly, and he could even go to the bottomless abyss to end it. Night fell. Soren came to Gloria's laboratory. The progress of phalanx research was still continuing, and the silver blade of Gith seemed to be about to be completed. That's what Gloria told him, just a little bit more and it would be completed. Soren didn't see the figure of the fallen witch. She should still be staying in the shadow plane to study the wizard tower. They had never been able to open the half-plane of the wizard tower from the outside. Maybe after Soren became a god, he could rely on the power of the gods to find an opportunity. After all, the ability of the Arcane Empire was too far ahead of them, and some things were difficult for them to crack. He only stayed in Mordor for one day. The next day, Soren led the fleet and set sail to the depths of the outer islands. The news was tightly sealed. No one knew where Soren was going, but seeing such a large-scale mobilization of the army, many people still felt uneasy. All the forces near the south coast were on alert. In the distance was the endless sea. Soren followed the route in his memory for 3 days and finally came to a dangerous sea. The blessing of the sea goddess had failed. From here on, the blessing of the sea goddess would not be able to dispel the deep-sea monsters, because they were all changed by the energy radiation from the bottom of the sea. Even the sea goddess would find it difficult to control these mutated sea monsters. This was the sunken land. The destruction of the Arcane Empire created the terrible desert of death, and also made a continent completely sink to the bottom of the sea. There was energy radiation everywhere. The two most terrible places of energy radiation pollution in the entire material plane. One was in the depths of the desert of death, and the other was somewhere in this sea. These energy radiation was more serious than nuclear pollution, and nature had not been able to repair it for thousands of years. The fleet continued to move forward. When a black strait appeared in Soren's sight, he smiled because he finally found the right route to the treasure island. After sailing for another day, he could reach the legendary treasure island. Chapter 490. Bottomless Abyss, 422nd floor. In a barren desert, there were a large number of gnolls and many slaves who had fallen into the abyss. This place was originally called the Ruins of Azar, which used to be the territory of a powerful fallen angel. Unfortunately, he had fallen in the hands of a god slayer. Now the owner of this place was Yeenagu, the king of gnolls, who was the absolute ruler of the 422nd floor of the abyss. In this very vast abyss, the king of gnolls ruled a large number of gnoll servants and ghoul slaves. He enslaved these people to build a huge steel fortress for himself. From the desert to the east, one could see a huge body exposed on the surface of the earth. It was the body of a very ancient demon, the Storm Lord Obylis Barchid. The rise of the Tana-Re demons had killed this ancient demon, and extracted its huge vitality from its withered body. Now tens of millions of years had passed, and the pain of death of this ancient demon had continued. As an ancient demon born from the source of chaos, it had not really died yet. It was like a beached giant whale, and part of its body stayed in this plane. Although he could no longer speak, Barchid still retained a fragment of his vast consciousness. If he communicated through telepathy, he would talk in a slow and melancholy tone, talking about an era before the birth of Tana-Re, about the rise and fall of the oldest demon. And a trusted frequent visitor might even hear Barchid say that demons didn't originate from the bottomless abyss, but instead migrated from some other place, after abandoning some evil creator race that had already disappeared in the long river of history. Yeenagu, the king of gnolls, was the most common visitor here. No one knew what he got from the mouth of the oldest demon, but since he came to the abyss, Yeenagu had been growing stronger day by day. He ruled a floor of the abyss, he conquered the Ghoul King, he fought with the Tauren King Buffett, and he had a dangerous relationship with the succubus Queen Mechanut. All this seemed to be destined to make countless enemies in the abyss. But in fact, until today Yeenagu, the king of gnolls, was still alive. He did not fall in the conspiracy of other demon lords, and his territory was still slowly expanding. The ancient demon's body occasionally changed slightly, and its terrible power still interfered with this plane. Occasionally, there would be drastic weather changes here, which was the power of the powerful demon Obylis. On this plane, the remnants of the demon's body refused other visitors. Yenaga's men would not let others approach easily, but occasionally, some strong men from the bottomless abyss would come here, praying for the guidance of power from the mouth of the oldest demon. Unfortunately, they still found nothing. Because recently, the remnant consciousness of this huge body became silent. It began to talk to no one. Even Yenagu, the king of the gnolls, who had ruled the 422nd layer of the abyss for a long time, could not get any response from it. Following the plains, there was a huge steel fortress at the foot of the mountains. This was the city of Yenagu, the most powerful steel fortress of the gnolls in the abyss. The only native people here were gnolls. The other races were either slaves or rations. In the center was a towering palace. Yenagu spent less than half of the year here. Most of the time he was patrolling his territory. This was a demon lord who cared about his territory very much. He was familiar with every piece of his territory. Stupid. Incompetent. Trash. A dull roar echoed in the sky above the steel fortress. Countless gnoll servants trembled in the roar. Yenagu's burly figure stood in the palace. Looking at the black-haired gnoll kneeling in front of him, he roared, "You idiot! You can't even do this!" The gnoll leader knelt at Yenagu's feet. He opened his mouth to explain the strength of the enemy, but he was greeted by a three-headed flail. Blood and brains splattered. Yenagu glanced at the others coldly and said slowly, "Trash can only be fed to pets." Two servants in full armor appeared and dragged the body out of the hall. "My lord." An old gnoll holding a white bone staff appeared. He glanced at the blood on the ground and said slowly, "The succubus queen's army has attacked our border again. Many people have died at the hands of the glorious nuns." The glorious nuns. Yenagu frowned. The battle between him and the succubus queen had never stopped. The border conflicts had always been erupting. It hated those damned radiance nuns. Because these glorious nuns were the creations of the succubus queen, Mechanut. They were the commanders of the succubus army, and also a troublesome and cunning opponent. "Send the ghoul army as reinforcements." Yenagu glanced at the others and said slowly, "Let the gnoll executioners go to the border as well." The old gnoll wizard bowed and retreated. Soon, in this huge steel fortress, some of the closed gates were opened. Then, a black mass of ghouls rushed out, and left under the leadership of some jack-o'-lanterns holding heavy flails. The war between the demon lords was never-ending. As long as the succubus queen did not appear in person, Yenagu would not easily go to the front line because war was the main theme of the abyss. But once the abyss lord personally participated in the war, the scale of the war would increase. A howling gust of wind blew in his face. Cristiana played with the thorny whip made of fine gold in her hand, and crushed the head of the gnoll warrior on the ground with one foot. The scarlet brain and blood splashed on the black metal boots. She didn't seem to care that it would affect her amazing charm. As a newly awakened sister of glory, Cristiana's memory of her previous life was very vague. She only retained the instinct of being a high succubus and her loyalty and love to her mother, the succubus queen Mechanut. This was her first battle after waking up. As the daughter of the succubus queen Mechanut, the competition within the Sister of Glory was also very fierce. What Cristiana wanted to do most now was to find a way to hit Yenagu, the Gnoll King, and please her mother, the succubus queen, and strive for a status far higher than other sisters. Behind her was a black army of demons. There were always demons in the abyss who liked to despise succubus, but these people would always pay the price. The composition of the succubus army was very complicated because they had a strong attraction to any demon. Only less than 1/3 of the demon army were succubus, and the rest were servants drawn and enslaved by the succubus. Mechanut controlled a large number of other demons, and even the demonic abyss I could not resist her charm. Behind the demon army was a huge beholder. It was the beholder, the servant of the succubus queen Mechanut. This powerful beholder would not participate in the battle. It was only responsible for telling the succubus queen everything it saw. Mechanut's eyes were watching here. She was very interested in how the daughter she had just created would defeat the Gnoll army and please her mother. Demons reproduced very quickly. As one of the most powerful demon lords in the abyss, the succubus queen Mechanut did not care about the consumption of the demon army. As long as she wanted, she could quickly re-enslave a group of such cannon fodder. Chaotic wars were the main theme of the bottomless abyss. Only through cruel wars could she nurture true elites. On this point, even her daughter was the same. The weak among the Sister of Glory would only be eliminated. In the distance of Cleidiana was an ancient river. That was the Styx. The Styx flowed in many planes of the abyss. Its tributaries were like tree trunks that could help demons reach many places. It was just that the ferryman on the Styx was not very easy to talk to. Cleidiana had very few memories of the past. Her clearest memory was when she was on the Styx. She remembered that she had drifted in the Styx for a long time. The turbid river water had seeped into her soul and made her forget too much. She was only left with a little bit of vague memory. Chapter 491. It was said that the memory before death was the clearest. Unfortunately, Cleidiana only remembered a vague shadow now. As a new Sister of Glory, she did not care too much about her past. Now Succubus's natural desire for control made her want to gain more power. Pleasing her mother, the Queen of Succubus, Mechanut was her most important thing, because if she could not prove her value, she would become her mother's plaything. The Queen of Succubus had always been open to men and women. She had a morbid pursuit of beautiful things. Prove yourself and you can get power, status, and freedom because Mechanut also regarded Succubus as her own child. She loved Succubus more than any demon, and allowed them to be occasionally capricious and naughty. There was a passage that said, "The Succubus Queen Mechanut's favorite servant is naturally Succubus." Since becoming the Queen of Succubus, Mechanut has had a special favor for Succubus. Even if some Succubus often disobey her wishes, this favor has not changed. For Mechanut's strange logical thinking, these capricious Succubus are just born from their nature. Only some particularly rare Succubus, such as the out-of-favor lady living in Sigil City, are really out of the love of the Succubus Queen. If there is anything in the multiverse that can make Mechanut really sad, then there is no doubt that it is these lost children. It was interesting to say. Many of those demon lords who were terrifying, evil, and chaotic in the eyes of mortals were great and noble existences in their own races. For example, Yeenagu, the king of gnolls, struggled all his life for the rise of the gnolls and successfully built a kingdom belonging to the gnolls in the bottomless abyss, getting rid of thousands of years of slavery. Another example was Mechanut, the queen of Succubus. Now the status of Succubus in the bottomless abyss had changed from a kind of sex slave to a powerful ruling class, which was entirely supported by her alone. Her love for Succubus could be said to be no less than the pity of other gods for their believers. Without the rise of Mechanut, the Succubus Queen, there would be no Succubus in the bottomless abyss today. Cleidiana's reverie was interrupted by a slight noise. The corners of her mouth curled into a contemptuous smile. Her bewitching face was filled with a seductive expression. Her figure disappeared from the spot in an instant. Then, she brandished the thorny whip with metal barbs in her hand. Paw! Accompanied by a blood-curdling scream, a gnoll lurker was pulled out from the shadows. Soul gaze. The beauty of coquettish beauty. As the daughter of the Succubus Queen Mechanut, Cleidiana was born with the blasphemous beauty ability, which permanently strengthened her charm. Spirit gaze could see through the hearts of enemies weaker than her. Coupled with the bewitching beauty that the radiance nun was born with, any enemy whose will couldn't pass her charm immunity test would directly fall into her control. The gnoll lurker's expression was infatuated, even though a cruel smile appeared at the corner of Cleidiana's mouth. She once again waved the thorny whip on its body. The enemy in front of her was motionless. It was as if the long whip with metal barbs could only bring great pleasure to it. It stood in place without any resistance and was whipped to death by her. When the strength reached the level of the Radiance Nun, her charm ability could directly deceive the senses of the target. Pain turned into pleasure. Knowing that at the moment of death, all the accumulated pain would erupt in an instant. Then the gnoll scout who died under her whip finally showed a horrifying expression on his face. "How dare you send such a waste?" Cleidiana gently shook the long whip, and it turned into a belt wrapped around her slender waist. As the advanced form of the high-level succubus, demon assimilation, The glorious nun was born with the combat power of the legendary level. In addition to the various abilities of the succubus, the Radiance nun was born as a priest with a profession level of 9 or above. No one knew where their magic came from. Maybe it was from the succubus queen, or maybe it was from the power of the bottomless abyss. The powerful Radiance nun could even fight against the demon lord. Because the succubus lord of the bottomless abyss, Red Shroud, was the daughter of the succubus queen Mechanut. In terms of potential, the Radiance nun was not much worse than the higher demons. The demon lord liked pure souls. Because pure souls could allow them to directly extract power to create powerful demons. This kind of demon might be born with legendary strength. Whether it was the starting point or the growth rate, it was far higher than other demons. Come on! Cridiana stood on the bloody ground. Under her feet was a pile of bones. Her metal-forged boots were still stained with minced meat. Her seemingly exposed metal armor did not weaken her defensive ability at all. She looked at the knoll plains in the distance and murmured, "Let this be the first battle of my rise. I want to prove to my mother that I am no worse than the other sisters. Cridiana. I will become a powerful demon lord." The Black Strait was dead silent. Soren waved his hand to signal the fleet to stop here, and then issued a summon. A huge shadow gradually emerged from the bottom of the sea, and the huge body of the mutant killer whale gradually approached from a distance. Soren did not bring others this time because at this stage of the impending ascension, it was very likely that others would test his lair. Therefore, he must let Gloria and the others stay in the base camp. Now that Soren was half a step away from becoming a god, even if he faced a false god, his chances of winning were quite high. This time, he alone was enough to go to the treasure island. "You all stay here." Soren slowly pulled out his curved sword, Icing Death, and then jumped and landed on the huge body of the mutant killer whale. He stood on the head of the mutant killer whale, and gently stroked the pet's back. Then he dived into the sea with the mutant killer whale. Deep Sea Lurker Mutant Sea Monster. Huge body, grade 5. Challenge rating 18, monster level 24, has spell-like abilities. Highest and lowest attributes 35, lowest attributes 15. Total attribute value 100 to 120 points. Special abilities. Tentacle Entanglement, Multi-Attack, Huge Body, Mutant Sea Monster, Limb Regeneration Devour. Challenge difficulty, A+. Although there was no specific information about the giant octopus monster, Soren still remembered its general abilities. The multi-attack of the tentacles, the ability to regenerate itself, the terrible vitality brought by the huge body, and some kind of ability to devour other species to further mutate and strengthen. To deal with such a monster, no matter how many people below the legendary level came, they would all die. The sea shook. The mutant killer whale was also a sea monster, and its aura quickly alarmed the behemoth in the depths of the strait. The territorial conflict of this kind of sea monster was very fierce. The monster lurking here did not hesitate to show up, and was ready to teach the enemy who dared to break into its territory a lesson. Shadow hide. Soren's figure disappeared into the sea. The mutant killer whale made a dull roar, and rushed directly to the huge tentacles stretched out in the darkness. The sea was violently churning. The confrontation between the two sea monsters set off huge waves on the sea. Fortunately, the fleet was not close to here, or they would all be overturned. Shadow leap. Soren quickly sneaked deeper into the sea. The huge body of the mutant killer whale completely covered his trace. The giant octopus monster only thought about how to defeat the other sea monster in front of it. Soon, a huge mass of meat appeared in Soren's sight. The surrounding sea became turbid, and he could vaguely see the terrible teeth. The amazing mouth was enough to swallow a big ship. Although the monster in front of him was a little smaller than the son of Dagon that Soren had seen, it was not too far away. Soren was looking for a fatal weakness. The mutant killer whale was entangled by a huge tentacle. Although it was much stronger now, it still could not gain the upper hand against such a huge sea monster. Here it is. Soren's figure suddenly jumped out, and then appeared above the head of the giant octopus monster. Greater haste. In an instant, countless cold sword lights appeared, and Soren's figure was like a sharp sword piercing directly into the huge head of the octopus monster. Then his whole body broke through the muscles and bones all the way into the enemy's skull. Plop! The huge tentacles fell weakly, and Soren jumped out of the head of the giant octopus. He looked coldly at the sea monster in front of him and ordered the mutant killer whale next to him. Eat it up! Don't leave anything behind! Flesh and blood splattered. The mutant killer whale opened its bloody mouth and devoured wildly. This giant octopus monster was 10 times bigger than it. It estimated that it would take a long time to eat it up. Soren's figure flew toward the sea. As an existence that was about to become a god, it was not difficult for him to deal with such a mortal creature. Perhaps many mortals thought that the gods were just SOSO. A powerful legendary wizard could challenge the gods, and even be on par with the weak gods. But in fact, this was just the delusion of mortals. Most of the time, they couldn't even defeat the incarnation of the gods, let alone the true body of the gods. The only most successful deicide was the most powerful arcanist of the Thorium Age, Khasis. Although he killed the first-generation goddess of magic with the help of a spell, he self-destructed because he couldn't bear the huge power. The glorious Thorium Age of Arcana ended because of this. The second generation of the goddess of magic was resurrected in her daughter's body, just to kill a god with great divine power. She lost the most powerful and talented arcanist in history, as well as a glorious arcane civilization that also had a floating city. This kind of price was really too heavy. Soren's crushing of mortals was taking shape. When the divine power was further gathered, there would be fewer and fewer mortals that could threaten him, even legendary wizards. The endless river of time. Civilizations rose and fell over and over again. Countless legendary masters rose and fell. The glorious arcane civilization only had some liches left, but the gods were still high above. Soren didn't know what happened in history, but he knew that only the gods were qualified to participate in the next competition. The most chaotic era in the history of the multiverse. It was also the era full of opportunities in history, and when the unprecedented chaos ended, the era of order would also come. At that time, it would be difficult to have the opportunity to kill the gods. Soren's figure returned to the warship. He glanced at the bloody sea in front of him. It would take a long time for the mutant killer whale to swallow this supergiant sea monster, so he directly ordered, "Set sail." The giant sea beast that had once trapped many people was easily killed by him. Unknowingly, Soren also stood at a higher starting point than the peak of the past. When he had such power, the Avatar crisis had already ended, and the gods had already returned to their kingdoms. He had many powerful abilities, but he lost the opportunity because at that time, the success rate of mortals challenging the weak gods was infinitely close to zero. As long as he could use the power of his kingdom, even the weakest god could fight against a group of legendary masters. Because he had a kingdom behind him. Soren looked at the sea in front of him. Now he was only one step away from becoming a god. After taking down the treasure island, he could directly enter the pantheon as a true god. Chapter 492. Waves were brewing under the calm sea. Starting from the Black Canyon to the treasure island, the danger level of the sea increased exponentially. Even the other sea creatures wouldn't easily set foot in this place. With Soren's current ability, he could easily feel the energy waves from the bottom of the sea. It was a radiation that covered a large area. There might be a whirlpool in this area, but he wasn't sure how it was formed. Sometimes, a huge whirlpool would appear and suck everything nearby into the depths of the sea. Currently, he didn't know what was going on inside the whirlpool. Even the gods wouldn't easily set foot in it. He could only guess that it was related to the ruins at the bottom of the sea. There was an underwater volcano near the treasure island. Although this island had a lot of wealth, the geographical environment was much worse than Moto. Perhaps only the natives could live here happily. The volcano didn't show any signs of eruption yet, and it wasn't clear if it would erupt in the future. However, some adventurers had done research and determined that this was probably an active volcano that would erupt once every 100 years or so. Soren led the fleet along the route in his memory for a day. Soon, a huge island appeared in his line of sight. There was a lush primeval forest on it. This island was more than 10 times larger than Moto. It was about 2/3 the size of Taiwan Island. Large islands like this were scattered around this area. Many of them were left behind from the time when the land sank. The largest island nearby was about 200,000 square kilometers in area. Stop. Soren stared at the island in front of him. A cold light appeared in his eyes. He was a predator on this trip to the treasure island. He had to adjust his attitude so that it wouldn't affect his judgment. Because the island was very large, Soren could only choose a place to land. There was no natural harbor here. In the past, the adventurers had built a harbor, so it wasn't convenient for the fleet to land directly. Roar! The low roar of a beast could be heard. The forest far away from the treasure island was crooked. Soren only needed to take a glance to know his approximate location. This was the territory of the top-armed King Kong. The dangerous creatures entrenched in the sea weren't just the natives, spirits, and mutated creatures. There were also creatures that were born with great power. The Tonbi gorilla was one of the most dangerous creatures on Treasure Island. If you didn't provoke them, these silverback gorillas with their monstrous strength were easy to get along with. However, if you accidentally angered these behemoths, they would definitely become terrifying existences. An adult Tonbi gorilla could weigh more than 2 tons. They had a body of steel and iron, and their huge fists could break mountains and crush rocks with their bare hands. The mutated environment of the outer islands had further strengthened these terrifying fellows. Sometimes, they could even be seen clashing head-on with demigod spirits. The Tonbi gorilla was also one of the masters of Treasure Island. Bottomless abyss, 90th floor. Due to the unique environment of the abyss, there would occasionally be some good landforms. The 90th floor of the abyss was a plain similar to a tropical rainforest. The demon lord here was called Balgra, and it was an enormous gorilla. Treasure Island's Tonbi gorilla had always been suspected to be related to this demon lord. This was because the giant gorillas here all had good intelligence. It was impossible for an ordinary creature of the material plane to be born with a creature level close to level 10. Another dangerous creature on Treasure Island was the slime, ooze monster. On the main road, slime had become very rare. The reason for this was unknown, but traces of slime could be seen in the outer islands. The slime here was more troublesome. They were all relatively dangerous creatures. Due to their racial characteristics, the slime's ability to mutate was extremely high. The harsher the environment, the more powerful they were, the more powerful they would be. Occupying the side of Treasure Island were the demon slime. It was a swampy area, and basically didn't conflict with Soren's goal. The slime here served the demon lord of the 222nd floor of the abyss, the faceless king, Julix. This floor was also called the slime hell. The demon slime that occupied the swampy area served the demon lord of the abyss. They should be the faceless king's few believers in the material plane. Finally, Treasure Island had the most indigenous people. There were many indigenous tribes here, and their scale was also relatively large. Many of them served the demigod spirits. Soren's goal was these indigenous people. The servants of the faceless king rarely left the swampy area. As long as the top-armed King Kong didn't enter their territory, there would be no problem. These monsters had a large appetite and attached great importance to their territory. Other than that, there weren't any particularly dangerous enemies on Treasure Island. Fly. As the fleet docked nearby, Soren's figure also flew up. When he rose hundreds of meters into the air, Soren saw the figure of a Quetzalcoatlus. These dragon subspecies were distributed on many islands, and could be seen almost everywhere. However, the Quetzalcoatlus's scale was very small. At most, there were dozens of them gathered together. For Soren, they were not a threat at all. Under his feet was a dense jungle. He could see broken trees and huge footprints on the ground. The figure of the top-armed King Kong was easy to recognize. Their weight of nearly 2 tons made them completely shake when they moved in groups. They were the overlords of the south of the island. Even the indigenous people were not willing to provoke them. Flying all the way along the coast, the ground gradually opened up. There was a very lush grassland. There were many velociraptors living here. Dinosaurs had been active in overseas areas, and occasionally there were figures similar to Tyrannosaurus rex. Father of dinosaurs, Utau. This god with great divine power was once active in the material plane. Now there were few traces of his believers. No one knew if they disappeared in the long river of history or went to other planes. The velociraptors came and went like the wind on the grassland. They hunted all the creatures they could kill. Indigenous people were the most common prey, but occasionally they would be tamed. The tamed velociraptors would generally have a bird feather on their heads. The indigenous tribes regarded them as battle aids, but the number of domesticated velociraptors had always been small because they needed to consume a lot of meat. After passing through the endless tropical forest, they could see a swamp that was not small in size. There was a supergiant slime with a challenge rating of about 20 here. Because of its own characteristics, this monster was very difficult to kill, so no one killed it until the end of the Avatar crisis. There were distributed rivers inside the treasure island, and the central river was the territory of the piranhas. There were huge electric eels near the southwest. This mutant creature could release terrible electric currents, and the strength was equivalent to the 5th or 6th circle spells. It was also something that no one dared to provoke. As for those mutant plants, there was nothing to talk about. They were too common overseas. As long as one was careful not to get close to them. That was the general situation of the treasure island. In terms of the environment, it was much worse than the city of Motor, so it would take a long time for Soren to develop it. The most important thing was to take down those open-air gold mines first. About 50 kilometers away from the current coastline, there was a large indigenous tribe. There was a relatively small river next to the tribe. Gold sand could be directly extracted from this river. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. Soren flew on the island for a long time and encountered a Quetzalcoatlus. He was bored and teased it. The aura of the gods scared it so much that it almost fell from the sky. In the evening, after returning to the warship, Soren immediately took out a piece of white paper and then picked up a pen and quickly drew on it. He had never been a rash person. If he rushed to the island with only the memory of the past, he was afraid that at least half of the elites brought by Soren would die. He flew on the treasure island for so long today just to memorize the topographic map of the island. He had the ability to remember everything he saw. Soren quickly drew the outline of a map, then marked the terrain of each area, and then marked the distribution of all kinds of creatures, including the indigenous tribes he saw. Then he marked the convenient landing places near the island. From the map, he found the safest route that would not alarm other dangerous creatures and would not pass through their territory. Finally, he began to think about tomorrow's battle plan. He planned and acted. In a dangerous place like the sea, if he did not make more preparations, even Soren would not be able to bear the casualties. The next day, the fleet continued to move forward for about 10 kilometers, and then landed in front of a beach. A group of elite pirates came down from the deck, followed by the pirate leaders brought by Soren. They were Scarface, Cyclops, and Giant. This time, Soren only brought over 2,000 people, but all of them were elite pirates. Whether it was their strength or their equipment, they were all first class. They were the core of Soren's combat power that he had accumulated for so long. If he were to risk it all here, he was afraid that it would really hurt his muscles and bones. All troops on standby. Soren glanced at the gathered elite pirates and said in a deep voice, "Leave a group of people here to guard. Rogues, follow me to explore the path. The rest of you, get ready for battle." In terms of distance, this place was not far from the indigenous tribes. Soren was not sure if they had discovered his fleet. Now it was time to test his strength. Defeating an indigenous tribe was not a big deal at all. The goal was to reduce the casualties to the minimum. Moreover, what Soren wanted was not simply to destroy the enemy, but to capture as many captives and slaves as possible. In the end, the workers of the gold mine would have to find a way from these indigenous people. Otherwise, it would be too troublesome to transport people from afar to mine the gold. To achieve this goal, Soren was afraid that he would have to crush the indigenous people's faith and fighting spirit with a crushing force. Chapter 493. Under the Shadows. Figures entered the shadows, and these slender rogues quickly disappeared in front of people. More than half of the rogues brought by Soren were half-elves. The church of the original god of half-elves and rogues naturally had more than just a few priests left. In fact, there was a special department inside the church, which had a large number of middle-grade and high-grade rogues. Unfortunately, there were very few rogues who could cross the threshold of the legendary realm. It was more difficult for them to enter the realm of legends than warriors. So even if the church served the rogue clergy, the highest professional level rogue was only a level 18 rogue. This was mainly because the original god of half-elves and rogues was too weak. It was difficult for a god with weak divine power to give much power, and he had been severely injured by the Shadow Lord. Many rogues even became priests of 1 or 2 levels. No one knew if he had a brain cramp to make the church make such a decision. With the limitations of this era, many gods' vision was not so high. No enemies. Unknown creatures found. Everyone be careful. Get ready to fight. Get ready to fight. It's a mutant plant. Be careful of those vines. Figures spread out and carefully detected the nearby terrain, but soon there were screams, and Soren disappeared in an instant. Clang. A cold light flashed, and Soren's figure was like a gust of wind. In the blink of an eye, a strange mutant vine was cut into pieces. My lord! The half-elven rogue who was injured by the entanglement fell to the ground and knelt on one knee in front of Soren. Soren glanced at him, waved his hand and ordered, "Take him down for treatment. Everyone else be careful. There are many mutant plants here." The elite pirates also began to move. There was basically no road in the dense jungle here. They could only clear one by themselves. Behind the team were some longbow archers. The half-elves were full of excellent archers, but Soren didn't bring many because the pirates' fighting style originally included long-range weapons, such as flying axes, throwing knives, sleeve arrows, crossbows, and so on. Their fighting skills were far better than the soldiers who were systematically trained, and their equipment was naturally more flexible and varied. A huge footprint appeared on the ground. Many parts of the island were occupied. Soren saw that the footprints had 3 legs, which looked like they were left behind by some kind of dinosaur, but they could also belong to other creatures. The group didn't stop and soon passed through this place. At the other side, about 10 kilometers away from Soren, a group of indigenous people wearing simple clothes with oil paint were hunting. Stop. Suddenly, the leader of the indigenous warriors with an old and gloomy face waved his hand to signal the others to stop. Then he jumped onto the tree trunk and said in a deep voice, "There's a situation over there." They didn't necessarily need to see the enemy to discover them. The indigenous people were very familiar with the geographical environment here. The old warrior looked at the frightened birds in the distant jungle, as if he felt the approaching danger. He slowly said, "You guys go back. There might be some ferocious beasts migrating over there. The rest of you, follow me to take a look." The size of 2,000 people was not small. Although Soren was very careful to hide it from the indigenous people, he couldn't hide it from the birds and beasts that came from inside. The team's advance startled many birds, and the beasts fled as far as they could when they saw them. Such a thing was enough to arouse the vigilance of the indigenous people who were quite familiar with the environment. However, the leader of this group of warriors seemed to think that some ferocious beasts were approaching because the island had not had visitors from the outside for too long. In the shadows, figures were moving forward slowly. Suddenly, they seemed to have found something and fled into a hidden corner. Some short and stooped figures with oil paint appeared. They were holding iron spears and approaching bit by bit. A cold light appeared in the darkness. In an instant, 7 or 8 figures of rogues rushed out of the shadows, followed by the cold light of the cold weapons. More than half of the indigenous warriors fell to the ground in an instant. And %%, yen **** and yen %, The leader of the old warriors made a strange sound, but unfortunately, no one present could understand it. The rogues did not stop attacking. In an instant, they formed a pincer attack from the left and right, and then they saw the body of the leader of the warriors slowly fall to the ground. Target eliminated. There are no enemies nearby. The smell of blood made the surroundings dead silent. The beast's sense of smell was very strong, and many of them fled the woods. Looks like a small leader. Soren glanced at the feathers on the indigenous people and said slowly, Keep moving forward. Don't be too scattered. This time, all the people brought out were advanced professions. The physical strength of professions was far beyond that of ordinary people. They could support this long-distance raid. Soren did not have time to waste here. He was ready to go straight to the root of the problem around this evening. On the east side of the river was a village. There was cultivated land nearby, and there were dug irrigation ditches. From the perspective of civilization, the indigenous people here were much more advanced than the indigenous people of the island of Moder. The former looked like a primitive society, but there were some outlines of a slave society here. The village was surrounded by towering wooden walls, nearly 1 or 2 meters thick, which seemed to be to guard against some monsters with terrible power. There were arrow towers on all sides of the wooden walls, and there were warriors on guard. A large number of slaves were working. If it were not for many places that were too rough and simple, perhaps there would be a large town here. The indigenous people liked the slavery system. The internal structure of any tribe was supported by many slaves. Dong dong dong. The strange sound of drums came from inside the tribe. And then there was a kind of frenzied shouting, accompanied by strange harsh syllables. In the center of the tribe, a group of priests with strange masks stood on the altar, and there was a dark red stone in front of them. Accompanied by the frenzied shouting of the tribe, a group of strong warriors escorted a group of captives. The captives were also indigenous people, but a little different from them was that the captives had white paint on their bodies, while these indigenous people had dark blue paint on their bodies. At #yin%, a strange sound of gibberish sounded. It sounded like they were singing something. When the shaman priest in front of them raised his hand, the black mass of aborigines knelt down and shouted a name. Sa, gu, si. This syllable, which was similar to the common language, should represent the name of something. Ha. A cruel smile appeared at the corner of the shaman priest's mouth. He took a dagger made of bone, and came to the first captive. With a cold light, the captive's throat was cut open, and blood gushed out crazily, flowing along the rock and onto the altar. The crowd below suddenly went crazy. When the blood seeped into the surface of the altar, some kind of evil and strange energy also emerged, making all the indigenous people around show a frenzied, intoxicated, and greedy expression. Blood sacrifice. The most evil way of sacrifice for the indigenous people, using blood, killing, and death to worship some existences, and to please them and provide them with power. Looking at the dark red blood on the altar, no one knew how long such a ceremony had been held. This was the favorite of the evil gods. It was also the most violent and direct way to increase power. Most of the gods on the continent rejected it, and even many gods in the evil camp stopped this primitive way of sacrifice. The development of believers was much better than this way of relying on blood sacrifice. It was estimated that only the abyss demons were still addicted to the pleasure of killing in this blood sacrifice. Soon, the second captive was dragged out. This kind of sacrifice was often difficult to satisfy the evil gods. If they couldn't provide powerful sacrifices, then they had to rely on numbers to please the evil gods. Often, a bloody sacrifice would last for a long time. When it was late at night, torches would be lit all around, and then it would fall into a wild carnival after the ceremony. The indigenous people believed that mating at this time could produce strong offspring. These offspring would be blessed by the gods and have the power to make themselves violent. This kind of mating may last until dawn, until the tribe accumulated enough sacrifices for the next ceremony. The sky gradually darkened. It seemed that the number of sacrifices prepared this time was not much. After killing more than 10 captives, the shaman priest also brought out some imprisoned beasts. For these non-human sacrifices, a certain existence was obviously dissatisfied, because an evil and gloomy aura spread, as if it was angry, making many people tremble. It was no longer a weak spirit. The spirit could only wait passively for the tribe's sacrifice, but it could take the initiative to ask the whole tribe to serve it. Every once in a while, a bloody sacrifice would be held to improve its power. A cold light appeared in the eyes of the old shaman priest, and then he ordered a few words in a deep voice. Soon, there were cries and shouts. Strong indigenous warriors dragged some thin men and women out. They had the same oil paint as the other indigenous people, but all of them were thin and sallow. Accompanied by a cold light, the first slave's throat was cut. As the blood spilled over the entire altar, a strong consciousness suddenly showed a trace of satisfaction. Those indigenous people kneeling on the altar soon showed an excited and fanatical expression on their faces. A faint smile appeared on the old shaman's face. He could feel that his power was growing. Every time a bloody sacrifice was held, his strength would increase a little. This was the power given to him by the gods. In the darkness, silhouettes were rapidly approaching this place, and even further away, there were warriors ready to go. Soren looked at the front. As an existence that was about to become a god, he could see the rich blood-red aura above the indigenous tribe, and the power fluctuations produced by some kind of ritual. Evil god. A chaotic and evil god. It was not certain whether it was a demigod or a false god, but it was certainly the most chaotic and evil thing. Chapter 494. The Principality of Rossard, King's City. As the night approached, everything in the palace became silent. Since the Duke of Red Dragon's wife took control of the place, many of the original nobles were stripped of their positions and returned to their hometown to farm. Now the entire power in the principality was controlled by her confidants. Although there were many people who were secretly dissatisfied with her, due to her powerful strength, no one dared to stand up against her openly. Especially in the period before the Avatar crisis, even the church was not willing to interfere too much with the secular world. After all, the Duke of Red Dragon's wife did not do anything to make the world angry. On the contrary, under her rule, the power of the Principality of Rossard rose sharply and suppressed the other nearby kingdoms. The Duke of Red Dragon's wife was very popular in the army. Maybe it was because of her amazing charm, or maybe it was because of her powerful personal strength. Of course, if she had not been seriously injured by Soren, her reputation in the army would have been even higher. Since she came to power, the Duke of Red Dragon's wife had won 3 consecutive victories. Unfortunately, these 3 victories were ended by Soren in the Battle of Raging Sand Island, and the Principality of Rossard's navy was almost completely wiped out. Now, in the quiet side hall, all the palace guards had retreated, and only the Duke of Red Dragon's wife was left in the empty hall. Haha. A strange and frivolous laughter rang out. Then a hazy figure appeared. In the end, it turned into a charming and seductive woman. In terms of appearance, she was devastatingly beautiful and possessed a charm that was close to that of a high-level succubus. But if you looked carefully, you could see that she was not a succubus, but a demon from the Bator Inferno. A high-pleasure demon. They were the advanced form of the lustful demons, with the blood of the fallen angels, and were the backbone of the Bator Inferno. These pleasure demons were obsessed with luring mortals into depravity, which was equivalent to the simple and crude succubus. The demons paid more attention to the depravity of the soul. They would brew for a long time, and then reap the fruit at the last moment. My dear Kalian. A seductive smile appeared on the pleasure demon's face. Her plump red lips parted slightly as she said, "It seems like we haven't met in a long time. I really do miss your scent." At this point, she stuck out her tongue and licked the corner of her mouth, as if she was silently seducing him. The Duke of Red Dragon's wife didn't look too good. She looked coldly at the pleasure devil and said in a deep voice, "Enough. I have provided you with enough souls. Don't even think about taking advantage of me. Or don't blame me for being ruthless." Haha. Frivolous laughter rang out as the pleasure demon approached with graceful cat-like steps. She placed her bright red lips next to the Duke of Red Dragon's wife's ear and slowly said, "Don't be so heartless. I still miss the happy times I spent with you. You were very happy at that time too. Isn't that so?" The Duke of Red Dragon's wife's plump chest heaved up and down. Her face was slightly red, but her expression was still cold. She said in a deep voice, "Speak. What exactly do you want?" The pleasure demon playfully stuck out her tongue, and suddenly licked the earlobe of the Duke of Red Dragon's wife. Then she giggled and dodged. She said softly, "Don't be so cold. I heard that you have encountered some trouble recently, so I specially came to help you." The Duke of Red Dragon's wife turned around in confusion. When the pleasure demon licked her earlobe, her body trembled, but she quickly calmed down. She said in a deep voice, "Help me? What do you want?" There was no free lunch in this world. If a demon wanted to give you something, he would naturally take it from you. Yes. The pleasure demon tilted her head and looked at the Duke of Red Dragon's wife with sparkling eyes. As the most seductive demon in the Bator Inferno, her charm couldn't be resisted even by females. She smiled and said, "More outstanding souls. Although you have provided a lot of them, they are all lowly males. The males in your family have already been blinded by lust. Although they have good talent, they are too weak. They are like flowers in a greenhouse. This is a perverted family. Even a demon would be amazed by their depraved lust. Is this how the warlock families in the mortal world play?" The Duke of Red Dragon's wife's face turned ashen. She angrily rebuked, "Enough." Buzz. An invisible wave of air wreaked havoc. A pair of blood-red dragon wings appeared behind her. Aya. The pleasure demon had a surprised and frightened expression. However, she approached with light steps. She didn't seem to be afraid at all. She exhaled and said, "My dear Karina, don't be so angry. Didn't I help you control this family? You can do whatever you want. Isn't that right? Those guys' bloodlines taste pretty good, right? What a bunch of stupid mortals. They want to rely on the bloodlines of their close relatives to give birth to outstanding descendants. But they don't understand that only the strong can nurture true experts." All right. Don't be angry anymore. I came this time with a gift for you. Maybe you will like it. As for the reward, I think we can wait for a while. But you don't mind talking to me tonight, right? The pleasure demon stuck out her tongue and licked her lips. A strange smile appeared on her charming face. The Duke of Red Dragon's wife trembled. She turned around and looked at the pleasure demon with an ice-cold gaze. Demons love to play with minds. They would never be as simple and violent as demons. The pleasure demon turned around and walked behind the Duke of Red Dragon's wife. She leaned her full chest against her back and gently rubbed it. Her slender white hand had already reached under the Duke of Red Dragon's wizard robe. Instantly, the Duke of Red Dragon's wife trembled. Her face flushed red, and her eyes seemed to be a little hollow for a moment. The pleasure demon's voice was like a voice from hell. She gently twisted her body and stuck out her tongue to suck on the Duke of Red Dragon's wife's earlobe. She whispered with a strange voice, "Your mouth says no, but your body is very obedient. My dear Karina, do you still remember the happy time we spent together?" Haha. Treasure Island. Soren stared coldly at the indigenous tribe in front of him. Using blood sacrifice to worship the gods was like drinking poison to quench one's thirst. The longer it went, the greater the thirst of the gods. Once a year became once a month. In the end, the entire tribe was dragged into a quagmire. Gods who transformed in this way were basically evil false gods. Their madness was like the abyss demons. Blood completely destroyed their minds. Attack. Under the perception of the gods, at the moment when the sacrifice reached the highest point, Soren ordered in a deep voice, "All the warriors must not be left alive." He needed slaves, not warriors. Warriors were harder to control, so killing them was the simplest and most violent way. Following Soren's order, figures rushed forward, and he himself disappeared into the night. Plop. Dull sounds of people falling to the ground were heard. Soren's figure appeared one after another like a ghost. Every time he appeared, he took the lives of several indigenous warriors. The arrow tower was quickly emptied, and the guards could not resist at all. Creak. The gate was opened by the rogues, and the elite pirates outside quickly rushed in. Frenzied shouts came from the front, and the fanatical sacrifice completely covered all this. This group of indigenous people were all addicted to some kind of emotion. However, the evil god they worshipped seemed to feel something, and a weak wave shrouded here in an instant. The connection between the gods. At the moment when Soren made his move, the other party also noticed his trace. However, as an evil god born from souls, he was more restricted than Soren in many aspects. Shadow leap. Greater haste. Soren's figure rushed at an amazing speed, and in an instant, he activated the Lich Ring +5, and then directly appeared near the altar, stabbing the indigenous shaman who presided over the sacrifice. Poochie. As blood gushed out, The old indigenous shaman's body stiffened. He looked at the blade that pierced through his heart in a daze. At this time, the sound of fighting came from outside, and the indigenous people who were addicted to the sacrifice woke up from a dream. Chapter 495. Whirlwind Slash. Another curved sword appeared in Soren's palm, and in an instant, it rolled up a storm-like attack. The so-called Great Whirlwind was an astonishing speed of at least 10 slashes per second. This kind of extreme speed would not affect the strength and accuracy of the attacks too much. In the case of a perfect dual-wielding weapon, this kind of attack speed could be doubled. Soren could not do it in his usual state. Only by relying on the effect of greater haste could he barely reach the standard. After assassinating the oldest native shaman in an instant, Soren quickly cleaned up the warriors next to him and rushed to another shaman wearing a mask. These guys were dressed a bit like enchanters, and they had an aura that Soren did not like. It was a very chaotic power. Corpses fell one by one. Near the altar, some kind of terrible power was also rapidly condensing, and then countless blood flowed like a flowing river and gathered near the stone of the altar. Not only the blood of the first sacrifice, but also the blood of the targets killed by Soren. The Aborigines woke up from a dream and picked up their weapons. But at this time, the elite pirates had already rushed in. One by one, the strong half-elf archers stepped on the roof, and then shot arrows at the enemies in front of them. Occupy the high ground. Longbowmen suppress the target. Pay attention to the spellcasters nearby. These half-elf longbowmen were not warriors, but professional archers. They had mastered a small number of ranger skills, but there was little close combat training. As a mixed-blood intelligent creature with a part of elven blood, the half-elves knew very well how to play to their advantage. As long as their talent was good and the proportion of elven blood was high, they would receive archer training and choose targets with the ability to advance to a profession. There were not many archers, but the combat effect was obvious. Because their shooting speed was quite fast, and one of the older half-elves was more steady. He could actually hold 6 arrows in one hand. Although he could not do the magical shooting skill of multiple arrows, he could save the process of pulling out the arrows from behind. He actually shot 7 or 8 arrows in 2 seconds. In front of his eyes, the indigenous warriors fell one after another. This kind of extraordinary skill was no longer something that could be achieved through ordinary training. It required one's own talent to keep up. Even with a mortal's elemental foundation, he was able to surpass Soren's explosive power in archery. The explosive power of this group of archers was quite amazing. More than 2/3 of them pulled out 3 arrows from their backs at the same time, which meant that they all had the ability continuous shooting. If it wasn't for the fact that magic archers required a high amount of talent and a certain amount of spellcasting ability, they would be worth a lot of money to nurture. There were no more Aborigines standing in front of Soren. When the blood gathered on the altar, the nearby Aborigines seemed to have seen something terrifying and retreated one after another. They were actually afraid of the god they served. The thick blood gradually condensed into a distorted monster with an indescribable appearance. It looked a bit like a sludge monster, but there was a vague human silhouette in the middle. Blood cocoon. The monster in front of him made Soren stun for a moment. He seemed to have seen something similar in the bottomless abyss, but it was not so terrible. It seemed to be the offspring of a demon lord that looked like a cocoon. The familiar fluctuations of the gods emerged. Soren could be sure that the distorted monster in front of him was its incarnation, but it was the first time he had encountered an enemy in this form. Shadow strike. Sword form horizontal slash. Soren's figure disappeared in place. With the afterimage left by the high-speed movement, the curved sword icing death hit the target in an instant. There was no dodge. The monster in front of him just stood there and let Soren attack. There was a strange cold light on icing death. It was like cutting through jelly. There was no resistance point at all, and it easily penetrated the opponent's body. But in the next moment, the blood that had become like jelly pudding surged up and turned into strange tentacles that stabbed into Soren's body. Physical immunity? Soren's figure retreated quickly, and his face suddenly became serious. Just now he had cut a more than 3 meters long sword mark, but the opponent did not feel the slightest bit of pain, and the wound healed easily. Soren's damage to it was probably very low. He only relied on the power of shadow erosion and the cold energy of icing death to hurt it a little. But judging from the shape of the enemy, its regeneration ability was also quite amazing, because its body had been absorbing the blood nearby. What the hell is this? Soren jumped up suddenly. Blood flowed under his feet, and then rolled over like a curtain. It was very corrosive. A corrosive effect that was only effective on flesh and blood creatures. The corpse in front of him was completely corroded by the blood, but the soil and rocks were not affected at all. Soren swung his sword again. This time he broke out with all his strength and directly cut off the semi-solid state of blood. But the strange thing happened again. These cut bodies automatically moved towards the main body and then merged again. It's really like Samu's monsters. Soren had almost figured out the characteristics of the enemy after 2 probing attacks. He murmured, so physical attacks really don't have much effect on it? Law intimidate. Ineffective. As more and more flesh and blood were corroded, the body of the distorted monster became bigger and bigger. Suddenly, its body began to change. Hands, feet, and head stretched out from the pool of flesh and blood, and in the blink of an eye, it turned into a blood giant. It had no eyes, no heart, and no vital organs. On the surface of the body, there was semi-solid blood flowing slowly. There was only a vague outline of the head. It cast a spell towards Soren, then raised its fist and smashed towards him. It can change its form and cast divine spells. Soren's figure disappeared and quickly moved away. He murmured, "Looks like it's a demigod." Blasphemy. Ineffective. The strange demonic language was heard and instantly pierced Soren's soul. Unfortunately, this kind of attack was useless. Soren had accumulated a lot of resistance over the years, so he was not afraid of this kind of attack that directly controlled the enemy. The blood giant rushed towards Soren. He could feel that the power of the ground was gathering towards it, and its form, which was far more than a spirit, was gradually changing into a form similar to a spirit. Rumble. Although it was semi-solid flesh and blood, a huge crater was formed when it hit the ground. Soren flew past the side of the enemy, and with the cold light of his sword, another shocking wound appeared. However, the enemy's body quickly recovered. The blood is like a layer of protection. It's basically useless to attack the outside. But I can't touch the blood directly. This thing is quite corrosive. If I get entangled, it'll be hard to get away. In just a short while, the enemy's form changed again. The body of the blood giant was distorted. It was originally in the form of a human, but now it had the appearance of a full-armed King Kong. In an instant, its explosive power was greatly increased, and it rushed towards Soren at an astonishing speed. The form changed. It seemed that the ability it possessed had also changed. This was the ability of the legendary Transfiguration. Its own attributes and characteristics would change with the transformation. In the face of this kind of enemy with high physical resistance, Soren was really a bit difficult to deal with. However, he was not completely helpless. He quickly pulled away, and the curved sword in his hand disappeared, replaced by a ball of flame. Melf's Minute Meteor's enhanced spell. The jumping flame appeared in Soren's palm, and as he moved at an amazing speed, there were strange flame shadows in the air. Rumble. A violent explosion sounded. When Soren raised his palm, and threw out the minute meteors, the huge body of the enemy immediately exploded. Flesh and blood splattered. An obvious crater appeared. Soren did not stop at all. One after another, minute meteors whizzed out. In the deafening explosion, the blood giant in front of him was getting smaller and smaller. Its whole body had been blown up by Soren. Melf's Minute Meteor's enhanced spell. After a round of Melf's Minute Meteors, Soren seemed to feel that the lethality was not enough, so he directly replaced it with Melf's Minute Meteors with enhanced spell memory. This time, the effect of the explosion was even more amazing. Although Melf's Minute Meteors did not cause much damage directly, its damage penetration ability was quite strong. Otherwise, it would not be called God-slaying spell. Many adventurers relied on it to break the defensive field of the saint form. Now, Soren could only use it to kill the enemy in front of him bit by bit. Anyway, the opponent was not as fast as him, and various control spells were basically ineffective against Soren. In this case, he could completely kite the enemy and did not have to fight head-on. Rumble, rumble, rumble. After a round of Melf's minute meteors, the blood giant's body was getting smaller and smaller. Its own regeneration speed could not keep up at all, and the accumulated spell damage had made its injury worse. Melf's minute meteors enhanced spell. The flame of minute meteors appeared in Soren's palm again. As a half-baked wizard, the number of spells he had mastered was far less than other people. However, there seemed to be an advantage to this. That was, Soren had enough spell slots to remember more Melf's minute meteors. He did not have to reserve life-saving spell slots like other wizards. Soren's rogue ability was enough. All of his spell slots were used to memorize buff and attack spells. After one round, there was another round. Regardless of whether he could kill the enemy in front of him or not, he had to throw out all the Melf's minute meteors first. Oh. Chapter 496. Rumble. The blood giant's huge body finally became smaller and smaller. When it became the size of a normal human, Soren finally saw a soul that was invisible to the naked eye. This was the perception of a god. If it was defeated by a normal human, it would be difficult to kill it. However, in a battle between gods, Soren could directly destroy the source of the opponent's soul. It was a twisted soul. The chaotic will had completely taken control of it, and even its original appearance was gone. How sad. Although it was also a demigod, the evil god in front of Soren was already completely twisted. A god without a physical body was completely different from a god with a physical body. The growth of the evil god in front of him was completely dependent on blood sacrifice and worship. Wherever the Aborigines prayed to it, it would change in that direction. In the end, because it was contaminated with too many evil sacrifices, it could not even maintain the body of its soul. Compared to the souls Soren had seen in the past, the evil god in front of him had lost even more of itself. The path of a god was difficult. If Soren hadn't destroyed the will of the Dread Lord, he would have ended up in a crazy state. Will and faith. As a god, if he didn't have a strong enough will, even his priesthood could interfere with his thoughts. This was because the gods had to receive too many prayers every day. For thousands of years, hundreds of thousands of prayers every day. If it was a normal human, they would have gone crazy on the spot. Only a god with a strong will and power could withstand so much crazy information. That was why some ancient gods gave up their priesthoods and went into seclusion, retaining only their divine power. Death Jurgle was like this, and so was Gaia. The gods also had their own responsibilities. They didn't have as much freedom as demons and devils. Even the most fallen evil god knew that his followers were his sheep, and he had the responsibility to protect them. With a priesthood came a corresponding responsibility. Perhaps some priesthoods were easy, but they were undoubtedly weak. The god of death had to maintain the flow of the river Styx. He would receive and distribute the souls, and decide whether the souls would return to the god's kingdom or somewhere else. The god of light protected justice. No matter how evil the world was, he had to ensure that there was justice and kindness in the world. The priesthood itself was a responsibility given to the gods by the world. Even the weak goddess of dance had to fulfill the obligations of the priesthood. Soren's half-elf priesthood was naturally the same. If he didn't fulfill his responsibility as a god, then he had to pay the price. The price might be death. Becoming a god and living in seclusion was an unrealistic idea. Whether it was Jurgle, the god of death, or Gaia Mother, they were both very powerful ancient gods. Even if they gave up their priesthood, other gods with greater divine power might not be able to defeat them, so they could easily live in seclusion and live the life they wanted. However, without sufficient divine power, if a god were to give up his priesthood, it would mean that the enemy would launch a crazy counterattack. Shadow Strike. Soren looked at the souls that were gradually dissipating in front of him, and his expression was quite calm. As a god with a physical body, he naturally had a higher starting point than these souls. Because there was a physical body, there was a foundation. The soul was too easy to be distorted and reshaped. Looking at the various changes in the Bator Inferno and the Abyss, the soul itself had a high ability to integrate energy, But this integration was too easy to be disturbed by power. Ascending to godhood with a spirit body was easy to be kidnapped by faith. Soren's current situation was an example. The indigenous people prayed to it for power, hoping to defeat the enemy. In the end, it was like cultivating a demon-like evil god. If the believers prayed to it for good weather, maybe it would have another future. A row of data appeared in front of him. You've killed the demigod soul. Extracting the target's soul energy. You've gained 125,000 slaughter EXP. The target has divinity. Extracting the target's divinity. You've gained 3 divinity. The target has divinity. Extracting the target's divinity. You've gained 2 divinity. The target has divinity. Unknown mutated energy detected. Target's divinity compatibility is 23%. Absorbing target's divinity will be seriously affected. Do you want to absorb? The soul's body turned into primitive energy and dissipated. Soren looked at the altar in front of him and shook his head. Give up absorbing. Chaotic divinity. The divinity that was completely composed of blood sacrifice was not pure at all. It was a heterogeneous power. Soren did not need this kind of power. The divinity he needed should be gathered from the believer's faith, not the divinity brought by the scene in front of him. This power was chaotic and evil, and once the divinity's power was absorbed, it was equivalent to merging into his body. He was not confident that he could transform this power with his own divinity before he became a god. The divinity on the altar was dissipating. Through the divinity's vision, Soren saw that the blood-red light gathered on this land was dimming little by little. With the fall of the evil god, the divinity it possessed would also dissipate. It would not be long before the altar was abandoned. The battle was almost over. When Soren got rid of the evil god that the natives served, their fighting spirit had disappeared. A light appeared. Everything in front of Soren suddenly became as bright as day, followed by a second light, and finally a third light. Divinity, divinity, clergy. 3 huge forces exploded in Soren's mind in an instant, and then turned into a powerful soul force that reshaped his soul. Finally, these forces began to flow into his body. A row of data appeared in front of him. Divine form achieved. Divinity requirement is minor divinity. Current divinity is minor divinity. Meet the requirements for transforming into saint form. Divinity requirement is minor divinity. Current divinity is minor divinity. Meet the requirements for transforming into saint form. Possess clergy half-elf. Meet the requirements for transforming into saint form. Transforming into saint form requires the extraction of divinity to strengthen the body. After the strengthening, the body will have extraordinary characteristics. Do you wish to transform? Without a doubt, Soren immediately nodded and said, proceed with the transformation. Extracting divinity from the body. Insufficient divinity. Saint form transformation failed. Can extract soul energy for transformation. Transformation into saint form requires 300,000 slaughter EXP. Do you wish to transform? Soren said with certainty. Continue with the transformation. A huge force surged through his body. Because he did not have enough divinity and did not inherit the divine power of fear like the demigod vampire, Soren could only consume slaughter EXP. Saint form transformation completed. Obtain the basic ability of saint form. Divine transcendence. Obtain the basic ability of saint form. Spell immunity 1 to 3. Saint form transformation completed. He had finally reached this step. At this moment, the world in front of Soren's eyes seemed to be different. There were 2 ways to have the saint form. One was to become a god like the vampire god, and automatically get the saint form when becoming a god. The second way was to reach the standard of a god, and one would automatically have the ability to change into the saint form. The saint form was just a starting point. The power of the saint form was also completely different. The difference between the saint form with great divinity and the saint form with weak divinity was like heaven and earth. But as long as he entered the saint form, he could have a very abnormal ability, which was the legendary monk's divine transcendence. Divine transcendence saint form. The saint form of the gods has long surpassed the realm of mortals. Their bodies will not be hurt by ordinary weapons. Any weapon below the extraordinary level cannot hurt them because their bodies have been integrated with the power of the law. With the ability of divine transcendence, they are immune to any weapon damage below +1. Spell immunity 1 to 3 saint form. The gods have integrated themselves with the power of the law, and their own spell resistance has been greatly strengthened. From now on, no matter what kind of spell it is, as long as it is of the third circle or below, then the gods will be completely immune to such spells. Whether it is the effect of the spell or the damage caused by the spell, it will not have any effect on the saint form of the gods. Physical immunity, ordinary weapon attack. Magic immunity, spells below the third circle. This was the power of the saint form. It was also the reason why so many people tried to kill the gods in the past. Minor divinity. All attributes +2. Minor divinity. All attributes +1. After killing the evil god in front of him, Soren finally reached the standard of the gods. At this moment, he really had the power of the gods. At this moment, his attributes had become: name Soren, saint form, demigod. Race, half-elf son of slaughter. Attributes: strength 21 +9, giant strength +6, dexterity 29 +4, constitution 24 +4, intelligence 24 +4, wisdom 18 +3, charm 19 +3. Alignment, lawful evil profession. Level 10 commoner, level 7 thief, 032, 6500. Level 8 shadow dancer, 042, 5000. Level 10 wizard, 021, 7500. Level 1 arcanist, 025, 5000. Grade 5. Health points, 272355 strong. Experience points, 115075 slaughter EXP, 7545, profession EXP, unassigned. Skill points, none attribute points, none legend level, 100 divinity points, 30 minor divinity. Requires 100 points to upgrade, minor divinity. Divinity points, 10 minor divinity. Requires 30 points to upgrade, minor divinity. Divine power points, 0/200, requires 100 divine power points to upgrade to minor divine power. Master the divine law of change form. The limit of divine power stored in the divinity was 200 points. Clergy, half-elf rogue domain, pirate status, normal basic skills, sneak 305, literacy 290, steal 105, picklock 120, snare 85, focus 125, negotiate 155, appraise 65, deceive 60, intimidation 245, taunt 30, perform 75, listen 75, dodge 185, parry 75, block 60, heal 85, search 55, detect 70, copy scroll 60, spell identification 50, survival 80, use magic device 55, cooking 40, alchemy 30. Saint form, transcendence, magic immunity 1 to 3, demigod abilities, language proficiency, character proficiency, interdimensional communication, legendary skills, omnipotent hands, legendary evasion, legendary combat skills, epic dexterity, special abilities, Godslayer, blessing of the misfortune goddess, blessing of the ocean goddess, dragonblood baptism LV2, heart of slaughter, slayer, deathwalker, ascetic, erudite, blasphemy, once per day. Personal abilities, nimble left hand, eidetic memory, perseverance, encyclopedic knowledge, skilled spellcasting, reflex evasion, intuitive evasion, roll evasion, agile movement, evade sight, dark vision, spellcasting, spell control, empower spell, maximize spell, minor magic resistance, minor cold resistance, medium fire resistance, minor poison resistance, minor electric resistance, greater dual wielding, strengthen, regeneration, intermediate, telepathy 10 feet. Profession abilities, arcane memory, arcane counterspell, arcane runes, shadow control, nimble mind, military weapon proficiency, curve sword legendary. Combat skills, summon shadow, shadow jump 200 meters, shadow strike, shadow jump 2 times, fear gaze divinity, vampiric touch divinity, sword form, heavy slash, sword form, horizontal slash, sword form beheading, sword form, waist slash, sword form spinning strike, spinning slash. Battle after battle. He had lost so much blood and suffered so many injuries. Soren had finally entered the realm of the gods at this moment. All of his attributes, abilities had basically reached the standard of the other weak gods. The only shortcoming was that his basic skills were slightly lower, but this was only because he had accumulated them for too short a time. The other gods had hundreds of points in all of their basic skills because they had existed for too long. Even if they were an ordinary person, they could also improve their basic skills to a good level after hundreds of years of accumulation. This was the difference in time. Soren could also slowly accumulate them after he became a god in the future. A special power broke out. Soren suddenly felt his body rising into the air, but this was actually just an illusion. He was still in the same place, but his consciousness instantly crossed space and appeared in a bright galaxy under some kind of power. Everything under his feet was quickly becoming smaller. Soren saw an island scattered around the coast, a continent that was gradually shrinking, a world of ice and snow that stretched for thousands of miles in the north, and a glacier that towered into the clouds in the South Pole. A vast and boundless sea. The largest continent was in the center, and the other two continents were in more barren places. Among them, there was a terrible desert that occupied nearly half of the continent's area. That was a disaster left over from the Arcane Empire. Finally, Soren saw a plain that supported the world, as if the mountains, rivers, and land were just a picture scroll, the work of a powerful god. This was the material plane. Soren's figure stood under the endless starry sky. He saw the other planes that were quickly passing by in the astral world, which were other independent worlds. They could be half-planes left over from the long river of history, or they could be some material planes that had not been discovered yet. Above his head was a bright starry sky, but when he looked over, what he saw was not the stars, but the kingdoms of countless gods. There was a dimly lit kingdom that was calling out to him, as if it was waiting for his return. Soren stood in the void. Behind him was a bright galaxy, and everything in front of him was so shocking. This was a scene that only the gods were qualified to see. His consciousness began to fall. When Soren opened his eyes again, he was still standing in the same place. There were mottled bloodstains on the ground, and everything he saw just now was like an illusion. But he knew that it was not an illusion. Chapter 497. There were cries and screams in the indigenous tribe. The elite pirates harvested the heads expressionlessly, giving a quick death to the indigenous warriors who were injured but not dead. More than 2,000 troops had occupied every corner of the indigenous tribe. Although there were still scattered sounds of fighting, they were quickly cleaned up. The whole tribe was covered with a strong smell of blood. The pirates were used to it, but many half-elves were pale. These half-elves had not experienced much fighting, and they were far worse than the experienced pirates. Soren stood in place and thought for a long time. After a while, the figure of Scarface appeared in front of him, bowed and said, "Your Excellency Soren, all the rebels have been cleaned up." "Very good." Soren turned and looked at him, and said in a deep voice, "How are the casualties?" Scarface immediately replied, 70 or 80 people died, and more than 300 were injured. I have arranged for people to treat them. The casualties were not bad. Soren nodded when he heard the words. No matter how strong he was in this kind of battle, the pirates under his command would inevitably have casualties. However, this level was still within the acceptable range, but it would affect his next plan. Everything is going according to the plan. Soren glanced at the indigenous slaves who were circled together and said in a deep voice, "First, find out the nearby terrain and set up a cordon outside. There should be an indigenous tribe here. Be careful of their sneak attack at night." Scarface replied, "Understood." The sacrifice just now was obviously made by different groups of indigenous people. The oil paint on both sides was different. They should belong to another tribe. Soren was not in a hurry to attack them, but he was going to stabilize the operation here first. The size of the indigenous tribe was not small. The population was probably close to 8 or 9,000 people. So many captives could not be digested in a short time. Sauron was going to send all the dangerous captives to the city of Mordor. Because the evil god they served died in the hands of Sauron, many warriors in the indigenous tribe also gave up resistance. These warriors could not stay here. As long as they were given the chance, they would be able to obtain anything and use it as a weapon to threaten the pirates under Sauron's command. They had to be sent to the city of Mordor to work as coolies. If they were too difficult to control, they would be shipped to the south coast as slaves and sold. Many places liked to use these fierce indigenous warriors as gladiators. The warriors were cleaning up the battlefield. Many of the Aborigines had gold and silver ornaments on them, which were directly stripped off. The mines on Treasure Island were quite rich, but because there was no trade, the natives made all kinds of crude ornaments out of the gold. Sauron's purpose in coming here was to further increase his wealth. Now that he had more and more troops under his command, he could still hold on with the support of trade. If the Avatar crisis broke out in the future, all trade would inevitably be hit hard. At that time, they would lose most of their income from trade. They could only rely on the resources of Treasure Island to support these troops. This was also the reason why Sauron was so generous when he promised that he would be exempt from paying taxes for the next 2 to 3 years. The reason was simple. The Avatar crisis lasted for more than 2 years before and after. It was not until the end of the turbulent period that the damage slowly recovered. Basically, all the chambers of commerce could only make more money this year. After that, it would be difficult to trade at all. Well, Sauron was really like the devil sometimes, because he did not violate his promise. He just foresaw that the future trade would not be so good. If anyone could make a fortune in the turbulent period, it was their own ability. Naturally, the merchants did not know this. Recently, because Mordor City had accepted so many half-elves, the demand for various materials was quite high. On the one hand, they were busy transporting goods to Sauron and trying to gain more favor from the Pirate King. On the other hand, they were buying materials from all over the world and selling them in Mordor City. They were trying to avoid taxes for the next 4 or 5 years, and then they could get a flag or something from the Pirate King. In this way, they could walk sideways on the sea. Basically, no one would come to provoke them. Sauron's funds were flowing out in large amounts. In addition to food and other important materials, everything else that could be hoarded was sent to Mordor by ship. This money could still buy a large number of materials now, but by next year, it was estimated that they would not be able to buy much. The war destroyed the production. Everything that was prepared now was to deal with the future changes. Soon, pieces of gold and silver were moved out of the houses of the indigenous nobles. At a glance, there was a large pile of shiny gold. Bah! Scarface spat and rubbed his hands excitedly. I didn't expect these guys to be so rich. Your Excellency Sauron, why don't we do it again? Sauron glanced at him and slowly shook his head. Don't be too hasty. The most important thing now is to escort the captives back. There is a gold mine nearby. Next, you stay here and arrange for people to mine. I'll let the giants stay too. If anything happens, they can deal with it. Be careful of the other indigenous people on this island. Don't be careless. Scarface had suffered a loss on Snake Island, so he immediately nodded and said, Understood. Don't worry, Your Excellency. I won't make the same mistake a second time. Although the giant was the least intelligent among the many pirate leaders, his combat power was strong enough. Although he had not reached the realm of legends, the swamp giant's bloodline directly gave him the combat power of a legendary level. Sauron sent him to Arendelle to deal with the Vrykul pirates, and the effect was quite good. He had a good relationship with Scarface, so staying here could deter other forces. In case of a battle, he did not have to worry about not being able to defeat the enemy. After all, many creatures above the legendary level on this island could not go too far away. Spirits were similar to earthbound spirits. A day passed quickly. The next day, Sauron arranged for some of the captives to be escorted back. There was no need to leave too many people here. At most, 1,000 people were enough to mine the gold mine. However, the garrison was still strong because there were too many dangerous creatures on the Treasure Island. There were likely to be monsters on the route back to Motor Island and Treasure Island. Soren was not ready to go back himself, but he would let the mutant killer whale escort them. In the future, the mutant killer whale would be a sea monster entrenched here. It would include the route into its territory, so other sea monsters could be prevented from approaching. In the sea, every sea monster would not easily step into the territory of other monsters. Chapter 498. Strange flames leaped. A shaman priest wearing a bone mask picked up some black powder and sprinkled it into the flames. The rising flames instantly exploded, and countless scenes could be vaguely seen inside. A special power shrouded here, and some existence in the earth seemed to be awakened. This power awakened with the ancient prayer, and then gradually integrated into the body of the old shaman. Soon, he trembled and closed his eyes, as if he was connecting with some kind of existence. Danger. Don't provoke the enemy. Outsiders. Very dangerous. A vague message sounded in his mind. The old shaman trembled and stopped. Then he slowly opened his eyes and said, "The ancestral spirit has given me an oracle. Don't provoke those outsiders, be careful of them." In front of the shaman was a totem pole. It was different from the indigenous people that Soren destroyed. The spirit here was not so crazy and evil, and it even had a certain wisdom. When it was awakened, the aura it emitted was not kind, but it was not so evil either. It was more like a neutral power. There was silence in front of him. In front of the old shaman was a group of indigenous leaders. They were the most powerful warriors in the tribe, but at this moment, there was a trace of fear on their faces. The tribe that had been fighting for a long time suddenly disappeared. Such a thing could not be hidden from the indigenous people living here. But when they knew that their opponents were really destroyed, they did not feel ecstasy, but deep fear. It was just one night. The enemy tribe that they had been fighting for hundreds of years was destroyed just like that. Even the evil god they served was not spared. Terrifying. Dangerous. Fearful. After learning this news, the oldest shaman immediately decided to awaken the ancestral spirit and asked it to guide the tribe. He hoped to know what happened to these outsiders from the ancestral spirit. Such a thing was too terrifying. If these outsiders could wipe out their enemies in one night, they could probably wipe them out in one night as well. In the face of such a major event of the survival of the tribe, even the oldest shaman did not know what to do, so they could only pray to the ancestral spirit for help. But the ancestral spirit had given them very little information, and there was even a piece of information that he hadn't told his own people. That is, the ancestral spirits told him that the enemy was very powerful and dangerous. If there was a conflict, even the ancestral spirits would not be able to defeat the terrifying outsider. The best way was to move the entire tribe to another island. That way, they could avoid the calamity of extermination. The ancestral souls were filled with wisdom. The old shaman priest was convinced of this. This was because the souls of the ancestors they served were definitely not the evil gods of the enemy tribes. There was a huge gap between the two in essence. The inheritance of the ancestral spirit made them more rational. Although this tribe wasn't as strong as the one Soren faced, it was much more civilized. They had better defensive facilities, specialized blacksmiths to forge weapons and equipment, and had even tried to tame the velociraptors of Treasure Island. Therefore, even if the ancestral spirits could not bestow upon them the power to make their warriors go berserk, they still fought against their enemies for hundreds of years, and gradually strengthened their tribe. Right now, a difficult choice was placed in front of them. That was the appearance of the terrifying outsiders. What should they do in the future? Leaving their home was tantamount to giving up everything here. They had to start anew in an unknown and dangerous environment. The price they had to pay was quite heavy. That was why the old shaman didn't tell the others. If he told them this, the tribe would soon be in panic. Now the only thing they could do was to wait and hope that these outsiders would not attack them. The old shaman looked into the distance. He heard the children playing in the tribe, and the women scolding and reprimanding. These poor people didn't know that an unprecedented disaster was about to come. The survival of the entire tribe was seriously threatened. The village was busy. Relying on his memory, Soren quickly found the approximate location of the gold mine. But even if he took it, he couldn't immediately mine it. Soren needed to mobilize manpower and tools, and he had to do it secretly. Because until now, many of his men didn't know what was on this island. They only thought that they were here to rob the Aborigines. This matter had to be handed over to his trusted men. Soren asked the one-eyed man to personally go to the south coast to mobilize manpower. It would be best if he could directly bring back some people who were proficient in mining. Soren didn't care about the specific methods used. He only cared about the manpower and tools he saw during the mission time. The Aborigines were quite poor. Apart from the gold and silver mines here, there was basically nothing that could be taken out. Even the most powerful shaman didn't have many rare-grade equipment. The level of their civilization was too low, and they only inherited part of the knowledge of voodoo. Almost a week had passed. Soren needed a lot of time to go back and forth. He couldn't stay on the treasure island for too long, so a lot of things had to be done at once. Unfortunately, the half-elf first mate had to stay on Raging Sand Island. Otherwise, with him there, Soren could have just left everything to him because the half-elf first mate was still very capable of doing things. The first batch of captives had been sent away. Soren asked the Aborigines to renovate the village, and then ordered the materials on the warship to be transported down. Half of the people went back. Half of the people stayed here. Soren spent 3 days to leave a teleportation mark here, so that if there was an emergency in the future, he could directly use teleportation to support. When the third batch of slaves was also transported away, Soren finally finished everything here, and was ready to return to Port Mordor first. Nearly 1,000 people were left on the treasure island, as well as about 2,000 indigenous captives. When the one-eyed man came back, other pirates would be transferred to guard. These elites couldn't be left in this place. Time ticked by and it was June. There was only about half a year left before the outbreak of the Avatar crisis. Soren didn't know what the current situation of Autumnfall was. The biggest inconvenience overseas was the information congestion. Port Mordor could still rely on the prosperous trade to collect a lot of information, but it was completely impossible on the treasure island. Now the situation on the mainland was constantly changing. Soren couldn't stay here for too long. So, the next day after dealing with many affairs, Soren decided to return to Port Mordor in person. Next, this was the most important thing that would determine his future destiny. Chapter 499. The gentle sea breeze blew on his face. George walked briskly towards the dock. He could buy the freshest seafood here every morning. Now that he had a firm foundation in Mordor, he naturally had to add some meat to his family from time to time. All the seafood in the port of Mordor was very cheap. A lobster the size of a fist was only 3 or 5 copper dirhams. A fresh sea fish could be eaten for several days. George quickly selected the goods and then returned to his place of residence. It was just dawn today, and he had to report to the garrison immediately after he went back. The small courtyard where George lived was in the east of Mordor. It was a small independent brick courtyard with 2 rooms and 1 living room. Outside was a dug drainage ditch, and there was a well next to it. There was some land in the small courtyard, and there was a space for clothes. He cleaned it up 2 days ago and planted some lettuce with his sister. In this way, he would not have to buy any vegetables from outside in the future. As a civilian professional, although George had spent a lot of money, he still knew how to be frugal when it came to living his life. "You're back." His sister's gentle voice sounded in his ears. She made a gesture to George and whispered, "Why did you buy so many things again? What if you can't finish them?" His little nephew was sleeping inside. The more George looked at this little guy, the more he liked him, especially his big black eyes, which always made people feel full of spirit. George believed that he would grow into an excellent man in the future. Although he joined the garrison of Mordor and had a generous reward, whenever George wanted to persuade his sister not to go to work, but to stay at home to take care of the child, his sister always shook her head stubbornly. She had always been a very strong woman. This might be because of their family's bloodline. Their mother also raised them like this. Breakfast was oatmeal, salted fish, lettuce, and seafood that was not eaten yesterday. The garrison took care of lunch and dinner. The training in Mordor was very strict. As a selected elite, George did not patrol like other people, but he received quite strict professional warrior training every day. This also led to his huge appetite. His sister just smiled gently next to him and added a little food to him from time to time. Although George used to be a militia, he never had the feeling of supporting the whole family like today. This was a man's responsibility. This responsibility made him stronger and more confident. Their daily training was double that of the other soldiers. In addition to the harsh combat training, they would also learn some simple knowledge in the afternoon. Some people said that they were the officers that Sir Soren had prepared. George didn't know if this was true, but he knew that there were people being eliminated every day, and he definitely didn't want to be eliminated. He wanted to give his sister a better life. His sister's gentle prayer sounded in his ears. To George, Sir Soren was more like an expert that he worshipped rather than a god that he believed in. Therefore, he only prayed once because he was only a general believer. However, it was different for her sister. Sir Soren seemed to occupy a very important position in her heart. She would pray devoutly before every meal to thank Sir Soren for everything he had given her. Although it was not an official prayer ceremony, he would lower his head slightly every time his sister prayed. Thank you, Sir Soren. It was he who brought him a new life, away from war, disease and hunger. Here, he could have more opportunities and a better future. And all of this was given to him by Sir Soren. George felt that it was difficult for him to really believe in a god, but this did not prevent him from expressing his loyalty to Sir Soren. Perhaps some people were born with a hard time becoming devout fanatics. Thank you, Lord Soren, for giving us all this. May the Lord be immortal in his glory. His sister stopped praying. She gently lifted her long hair with her white fingers, looked at George in front of her gently, and whispered, "Go and train when you're full. I heard that if you can be selected, you may become an officer in the future. My little George may become a general in the future." Faith was just a very normal part of life. His sister would pray briefly 3 times a day, and then go to the priest for a formal prayer every week. For her, the most important thing now was that her brother could seize this opportunity to stand out. Such a habit was very common in Mordor. People would pray a few words before eating, and then hold a formal prayer every week. For ordinary people, the most important thing was still life. Faith was just a very normal part of life. Don't worry. George nodded with a smile and said, "I will try my best to pass the test." After that, he turned and walked outside. As a seed selected by the garrison of Mordor, George had achieved his initial goal, which was to have an independent small courtyard, a home of his own. Now he had a bigger dream. He hoped that he could become a strong man. The dreams of small people always grew bigger little by little. Some simple knowledge allowed him to learn a lot. He hoped that he could learn enough one day. It had begun to get busy outside. Mordor was being expanded every day, but the most important thing now was to build a temple that belonged to Lord Soren. The best craftsmen on the south coast were invited here. People were busy preparing every day because this would be the first temple of Lord Soren in the mortal world. Now that the foundation of the temple had been built, George sometimes saw mysterious spellcasters. They only needed to chant a spell, and they could turn the soil into solid rock. This magical ability made him feel awe. Although it wasn't completed yet, the entire temple looked like it was integrated into a single entity. Perhaps it was not as magnificent as the Temple of Wealth, nor was it as tall and magnificent as the Temple of Sea, but anyone who saw it for the first time would feel a kind of solemnity, as if everything in front of them was in order. There were more and more pedestrians outside. People from Autumnfall quickly got used to the order of the city. They gradually accepted the new life and integrated as much as possible, because there was a future and hope here. Even the lowliest commoners yearned for a better life in the future. George could not help but speed up his pace. Today there was still a harsh training waiting for him. Only by persisting to the end could he have a better future. Raging Sand Island. The half-elf first mate looked at the document in front of him. After a few glances he murmured, "Have the orcs and half-elves entered a stalemate? It seems that this Earthwalker is also a very powerful legendary figure. Come." Send this information to Mordor immediately. Since Soren went to Treasure Island, he temporarily took over the affairs of the south coast. As a half-elf pirate at the bottom, he had always been cautious. Because he was not the most powerful pirate leader, but he was the most powerful one among all the pirate leaders. All along, he had been desperately improving himself. He did not have the bloodline of the giants, so everything could only be done through hard training. Every pirate leader was a competitor. The half-elf first mate was not willing to easily give up his power, so he had to work harder. Adele Isabella was transferred away. But the other pirate leaders were still unwilling to fall behind, because they knew that they could go further. Yes. The half-elf first mate thought that Sir Soren just wanted to build a sea kingdom. But he never expected that Sir Soren was actually preparing to become a god. That was a god. If Sir Soren really became a god, the situation would be different for his subordinates. Gods could not do everything by themselves. Even in the future, Sir Soren might return to the kingdom of God. At that time, he would need a spokesperson in the mortal world. Not a spokesperson like a church pastor, but a spokesperson to help him rule and control the pirate army. In this case, there was no doubt that these pirate leaders could go further. The half-elf first mate fell into deep thought. As the smartest and most resourceful pirate leader, he believed that he was more suitable for this position than the other pirate leaders. He had enough loyalty to Sir Soren. Perhaps he was not the strongest in combat, but in all aspects, he believed that he was far more competitive than the others. Now, the most important thing was to show himself to Sir Soren. The military parade was an important opportunity. If he could do everything beautifully, there was no doubt that his status in Sir Soren's eyes would be further improved. Come. The half-elf first mate seemed to have thought of something. He stood up and said, "Prepare a warship. I want to go to the City of Wealth." Port Tylon Sea Temple. The figure of the Naga Siren priest stood in the pool behind the temple for a long time without moving. After a long time, she let out a faint sigh and said slowly, "Has the enchantment of the Dragon Bone warship been completed?" A faint voice came and replied, "It's almost done. Magic sails, Dragon Bone ram, hull reinforcement." The expression on the Naga Siren priest's face was quite complicated at the moment. After a while, she waved and said, "Get ready to send it over. It seems that he intends to show his power on the south coast." She never dreamed that Soren's ambition was to become a god. Thinking back, the scene of him begging her to remove the influence of energy absorption was still in front of her, but in the blink of an eye, he had become an existence that she had to look up to. At this moment, the Naga Siren priest's heart was full of thoughts. P.S. I can't sleep at night, so I just got up and wrote a chapter. There's one more today. Chapter 500. The monsoon from the southwest sea brought a new round of torrential rain. Many fishing boats fishing in the offshore areas returned to the port of Mordor. Ships of marine products were transported up by sailors, many of which would be made into salted fish and transported to other places to be sold. The profit of selling salted fish was not in the fish. More often than not, salted fish was directly sold as a substitute for sea salt, because the amount of salt in these salted fish was actually quite good. A dark cloud appeared on the horizon in the distance. It was foreseeable that a heavy rain was about to hit. Many merchants were busy packing up, and the fleet also docked at the port and put away the sails. The sailors and laborers shouted to speed up the transportation of goods, because as they gradually became familiar with the weather overseas, they also knew that the rainstorm would come faster than expected. The shops moved in the goods outside, but the tavern next door was still lively. Many pirates still lived a drunken life. The Temple of Wealth directly built a luxurious tavern in the port of Mordor. It provided expensive wine and beautiful women from the south coast. There were also some civilians in the port of Mordor. Most of them were craftsmen. They lived here after gaining freedom. Soren did not restrict them too much. They could come and go freely and live the life they wanted. But at this time, there were very few people who were really willing to leave because they heard that many places on the south coast were in chaos. The news in Port Mordor spread quickly. Many people were quite clear about the situation on the mainland. If they didn't fight here or there, they would be fighting there. Running out at this time was simply courting death. A cargo ship was slowly docked at the port. The dock clerk, about 50 years old and wearing a top hat, walked quickly over, followed by a little boy of 10 years old. Foreign ship. Medium-sized cargo ship. The docking fee is 5 silver dirhams a day. The clerk nodded with a smile, then stretched out his palm. Soon the captain threw a small money bag over. He shook the money bag and listened to the crisp sound inside. Then he quickly recorded with a smile. 10 silver dirhams docking for 2 days. The little boy behind looked at him with wide eyes. He was just a little follower who occasionally ran errands for the adults. He could get 5 copper dirhams a day. If he was lucky, someone would give him something. Soon. The clerk left. It was going to rain soon. He was more or less a dignified official in the port of Mordor. He was responsible for collecting the fees for docking merchant ships. If he was drenched, it would be a loss of face. The sailors on the freighter began to move things. At this moment, 2 figures in black cloaks appeared on the deck. They nodded at the captain and jumped down lightly. "Is this Mordor City?" A slightly immature male voice sounded. The silver armor under the black cloak could be vaguely seen. He looked around carefully and murmured, "It's different from what I imagined. I thought this would be another city of wealth." The vicissitudes of life were watching them. An older man glanced around and said slowly, "It's indeed different from what we imagined. In the legends, the pirate king Sorin was a demon who killed without batting an eyelid. He was the son of the god of fear, a cruel dictator, and a cunning villain. But along the way, whether it was Shipwreck Bay, Port Tylon, Raging Sand Island, or today's Mordor City, what we saw was order. I thought the pirates' rule would be brutal and chaotic, but never did I expect to see strict order and strict laws along the way. Moreover, it seems that the people under his rule, be it commoners or merchants, have a better life than other places." They had seen pirates on Raging Sand Island who were hung up by the law enforcement team and whipped more than 10 times. Their whole back was bloody. Along the way, they saw the prosperity of the South Coast. When other places were in chaos and starvation, the whole South Coast still maintained normal order. People were not affected by the turmoil for the time being. The civilians in these places lived well. In a dark corner, some vague figures were watching the 2 men coming down from the freighter. One of them said slowly, "Who are they? Do we need to report them? Recently, there have been a lot of people coming to Port Mordor." The figure of the rogue was very inconspicuous in the corner. The man in the lead looked carefully for a while, then shook his head and said, "Just 2 paladins. There's no need to pay too much attention to them. They will leave after a while." The paladins were not a threat, because everything in Mordor City gave people confidence that they would not be enemies of the paladins. The 2 paladins were observing everything here. The legend of Sorin had spread throughout the continent, and there were various rumors about him everywhere. As the guardian of the world's justice and kindness, the paladins also noticed the legendary evil pirate king who rose rapidly. Sorin the Great Demon King. There were actually a lot of rumors about him, but it seemed that the rumors were different from what they saw in front of them. Because before coming to Mordor City, they imagined that Sorin should be an evil demon king. Countless people died under his hands. He used cruel rule and violence to control the South Coast, forcing others to surrender to him. Before coming to the South Coast, they heard a lot of rumors about him along the way. In addition to the powerful strength of Sorin, there were more rumors about his extravagance, cruelty, lawlessness, insidiousness, and so on. As if it was natural, they became extremely angry. As the paladins who guarded justice, they couldn't wait to kill Sorin the Great Demon King with their own hands. But as they got closer to the coast, the rumors they heard were not the same. The evil Sorin the Great Demon King seemed to have become an ambitious figure. He unified the pirates everywhere with an iron fist, and then took this opportunity to rise rapidly, and eventually became the most powerful pirate king in history. It seemed that people still said that he was ruthless and was an extremely ruthless figure, but it seemed that he was no longer described as a demon. They walked all the way forward. When they came to the bustling Port Tylon, their ideas were subverted again. The evil Sorin the Great Demon King became an idol here. and it was believed that he brought the wealth and status of Port Tylon today. Whether it was the route of Arundel or the route of the Eastern Sea, Port Tylon now had the strength comparable to the City of Wealth. In the eyes of many civilians, the evil Sorin the Great Demon King was a wise ruler, a capable king-like figure. Although he still had the evaluation of being ruthless, and so on, all the other sayings seemed to have disappeared. As long as Sorin the Great Demon King was mentioned, even the lowest level of civilians knew that His Excellency attached great importance to his promises. His reputation among the civilians at the bottom seemed to have been reversed. Although people were in awe of him, they were also very supportive of him. Everything seemed to be a drama. In the end, the two paladins definitely came to see the legendary city of Mordor, the city of miracles that rose in the outer islands. It gathered a lot of wealth in a very short time, and affected the trade structure of the entire south coast. Mordor. This place, which was described in other rumors as Mordor, City of Demons, and City of Fear, completely subverted the ideas of the two paladins, and they really felt silent. The son of slaughter? The son of fear? A bloody and cold dictator? An evil and depraved wanderer? In this place called Mordor, what they saw was that civilians lived and worked in peace and prosperity. They saw that the law was strict and orderly. They saw an unprecedented city of civilization. There were no filthy and messy cities like other cities, nor were there poor refugees living on the streets. Even the laborers living at the bottom were wearing complete clothes and had a healthy blush on their faces, which meant that they had been away from hunger for a long time. They could hear the sound of children playing in their ears, the sound of merchants bargaining in front, and the solemn security team patrolling in the distance. Here, they actually saw something more prosperous, more vibrant, and more hopeful than the territory under the control of the Church of Glory. And all this was not brought by justice and kindness, but by a great demon king named Sorin. How ironic. Chapter 501. Your Excellency High Priestess. The priests and believers on both sides of the road humbly bowed their heads and gave way. The psionic warlock appeared in a black priest robe with gold and silver edges. There were mysterious rune marks in the cuffs, and a complex 9-pointed star array was engraved on her full chest. At this moment, she had taken off the veil on her face, revealing a beautiful but slightly strange face, which meant that she was not a purebred human and had other bloodlines. The psionic warlock's expression was serious and solemn. She glanced at the others in front of her and slowly said, "Everyone else leave. Priests, follow me into the temple to pray." The magnificent temple looked integrated. As the high priestess of the church, she presided over the entire temple from design to completion. The location of the temple was chosen on the side of the central square, built in the most striking place in the center of Autumnfall. Because of the large use of the spell mud to stone, the structure of the entire temple was quite stable. It could be understood as the existence of half a wizard tower. With the rise of Sorin's power, Gloria's status in the Northern Witch Council had also risen sharply. The Witch Council was obviously very willing to make friends with a new god, so the layout of the entire temple was up to the standard of the construction of a wizard tower. A temple was an unbreakable fortress. As the most important place of activity for the gods in the mortal world, any temple that was still operating must have the ability to fight against legendary powers. Or else, once there was a conflict in the future, the temple, as the core of the activity, would be pulled out by the enemy one by one, and it would be impossible to provide shelter for the priests and believers of the church. This temple, as the first and most important great temple of Sorin, may require millions of kindler to be invested in it. The costs may be more expensive than many wizard towers. However, only the outline of the temple had been completed. At present, only the construction part of the temple had been completed. The other aspects of magic guidance, rune engraving, array arrangement, and so on had not yet been started. When it was really completed, the energy field of the great temple could cover the entire island of Mordor, and even directly affect the climate of the island. This was a huge project. Just like the temple in the City of Wealth, in the end, it might still need a saint necromancer to be in charge of guarding it. There were exquisite reliefs on the walls of the temple. They were all about Sorin's achievements. The half-elf craftsman had engraved Soren's achievements into reliefs. Currently, only a part of it had been completed, and there was still a lot of space left. In the near future, they would continue to carve Soren's other deeds into reliefs on the walls of the shrine. They might even carve the war between the gods. Of course, it wasn't just Soren himself. If the heroes of the church did something legendary or epic, they would also leave behind a relief sculpture. 72 white marble pillars supported the structure of the temple. There was nothing engraved on them, but they seemed to have a special meaning. The interior of the temple was quite spacious. In the center of the hall was an exquisite and lifelike statue of a god. Soren was shrouded in a cloak, holding a scimitar with both hands. His eyes were calmly looking into the distance, as if he was looking into the future, and also as if he was protecting something. The statue was only an ordinary object at the moment. There was a faint glow of divine power on it, but it hadn't been fully activated yet. Only when the investiture ceremony began would Soren's divine sense descend upon the statue. Only then would it be considered complete. This statue would be an important tool for Soren to receive faith and prayers. It could greatly strengthen the connection between the believers and Soren. Finally, Soren could use the statue's eyes to observe everything. The high priestess figure came in front of the statue. As she slowly knelt down, the priests behind her also knelt down. Before the apotheosis ceremony, the statue needed to gather more divine power. It was difficult for ordinary mortals to provide enough power of faith. But these priests were different. At the very least, they were devout believers, and they had stronger beliefs. Although believers made up the majority of the church's faith, the truly pure and powerful faith was always provided by these priests. If devout believers were a stream, then the priests were a river. My Lord Soren, you are the master of the half-elves. You are the master of Mordor. You are the king of the pirates. My Lord Soren, you are the protector of the half-elves. You are the forerunner in the shadows. You are the keeper of order. My Lord Soren, your name will become sacred among the half-elves. You have led us through danger. You have given us a stable and orderly life. You are a wise ruler. Slaughter will make you stronger. The death of your enemies will spread your light. Your kingdom will protect our souls. When death comes, the servants who serve you will be reborn in your kingdom. My Lord Soren, you will raise your kingdom high, become the stars in the sky. Along with the orderly prayers, a faint glow of divine power appeared on the statue. This prayer would also sound when Soren was investiture. It would tell the world about the realm that Soren had when he was investiture. The first line was the most important part, representing the half-elves, Mordor and the pirates. The second line was the less important part, representing the half-elves, rogues and order. The third part was the core of the investiture, representing the half-elves, protection, order, rule, slaughter, death, and so on. Finally, it was the conclusion of the investiture. Throughout the entire prayer, only one part appeared in the first line of the 3 paragraphs, and that was half-elves. This represented Soren's core clergy. Mordor and the pirates were his foundation. The shadow was an extension of the rogues, and the order represented his faction. Slaughter referred to his identity as the son of slaughter. Rule represented his influence on Mordor, and death was an extension of slaughter. These all represented the realms that Soren himself had come into contact with, but his real core was only the half-elves, at the beginning of each paragraph. Gods had many realms. Order told the world about his faction, and from now on, the gods of the Order faction would accept him and admit that he belonged to the side of Order. In the future, if he was strong enough, he might be able to master the Order realm, or even have the Order clergy. Order was a very powerful force. Almost most of the gods in the Order faction would have the power of Order, and there were many who had the Order realm. However, only some powerful gods could incorporate Order into their clergy. For example, the Queen of Spiders, Lolth, had the evil clergy, which was opposite to the good faction, and also had a very powerful Chaos realm. This meant that the gods had mastered the power of the law from the origin. The core of Soren's investiture prayer was only half-elves, and everything else was an extension. As long as there was no direct conflict in the clergy, Other gods would not be too hostile to him because of the collision of the extended realms. Because most of the gods had various extended realms, just like the gods who mastered the war clergy had basically dabbled in the realm of death. This kind of extension was a very common thing within the gods, which was equivalent to private competitors. However, if there was a direct conflict in the clergy, it might be a battle between two gods. Night fell. The psionic warlock who had officially become the high priest came to the port of Moder in a cloak. Now everything in the temple was on the right track, and the investiture ceremony was also in full swing. Soren was directly investiture as a true god, not a false god, like the demigod vampire. The investiture ceremony of the demigod vampire was like the king of grass, but Soren could not be so hasty. Even if he wanted to keep a low profile, he must be as solemn as the founding ceremony. Therefore, there were still quite a lot of things to be prepared. The demigod vampire sneaked around and found that the believers had arranged altars. In the end, there was not even a decent temple, so he directly became a god. This kind of thing was also a joke among the gods. Soren absolutely could not do this. As the spokesperson of Soren, the high priest absolutely would not allow this. So she had been quite busy recently. And now there was another important thing waiting for her. That was the holy emblem of the church, which represented the half-elven church and Soren himself and his clergy. They needed to complete it before the investiture ceremony. The high priest was waiting for Soren's return. P.S. Help! I forgot to think about the holy emblem of the church in advance. Who has a good idea? Quickly come up with it. Waiting online. Chapter 502. Soren's return did not alarm too many people. Now Modo had attracted the attention of many outsiders. They were either disguised as merchants or sailors. They were all secretly observing this place and secretly guessing about Soren. The appearance of a new god was definitely not a trivial matter. If the situation on the continent had not been too chaotic, Modo City would have become the center of the whole world at this moment, attracting the attention of all forces. But even if the chaos had begun to spread, more and more people were secretly spying on Modo, but no one dared to be the first to stand out. After all, gods were gods after all. After Soren returned to Modo, the first thing he did was to go to his temple. Looking at the statue in the center of the temple that looked very similar to himself, Soren could not help but have a strange feeling in his heart. From a mortal to a god, this wonderful state made him feel like he was standing in the clouds looking down on all living beings. If Soren survived the Avatar crisis safely, as long as he did not seek death in the future, he would be able to stand in the long river of history and watch the flowers bloom and fall. The almost immortal nature of gods allowed them to bless the people they cared about and enjoy a long life. No one would feel that they were tired of living. No creature wanted to completely die out. The existence of gods would not be boring tools. Otherwise, the god of light and Mother Earth would not have produced the goddess of agriculture today. In fact, if it were not for the outbreak of the Avatar crisis, many hedonistic gods, such as the goddess of love, the goddess of joy, the goddess of dance, and so on, would start a new pleasure after answering the prayers of their believers, or send an avatar to find novel things and explore the mysteries of the multiverse. Of course, most of these gods had a patron. They were the subordinate gods of a certain divine system, and did not have much ambition to expand their own priesthood. Therefore, the joy of life was in the pursuit of things that made them happy. Unless there was a divine war with a certain god, or there was some big movement in the divine system they belonged to, their real life was very leisurely, and they squandered their endless time. Of course, there were occasionally some weirdos among the gods. They were so lazy that they even found it troublesome to respond to the prayers of their believers. For such weirdos, their fate was basically needless to say. The dance goddess had a period of depravity. Indulging in forbidden pleasure, she rarely responded to her believers. If it weren't for the other friendly gods forcing her to straighten out, she would have been completely ruined by the Lady of the Night. This was the world of the gods. There were conscientious gods, such as the god of light, the god of justice, the god of observation, and so on. There were also leisurely gods, such as the goddess of love, the goddess of dance, the goddess of joy, and so on. There were also the god of exploration, the god of travel, the god of knowledge who was addicted to the sea of knowledge and liked to preserve the information of various civilizations. There were also the evil gods, who were busy with various conspiracies, the gods of chaos, and the goddess of fortune and the goddess of misfortune, who had nothing to do and were happy all day long. The last two twins of destiny were the typical undisciplined fellows who couldn't even respond to the prayers of their believers. They strolled along the river of time. From time to time, the two sisters would cause trouble for each other. Occasionally, they would appear in the eyes of the world, but they only cared about things that interested them. When gods reached the level of the twin of destiny, they seemed to have a lot of freedom. It seemed that no one would be foolish enough to provoke them. Even the master gods with great divine powers would maintain respect for them. Soren still needed to complete the last step of the temple. That was to inject a trace of his divine sense into the statue in front of him. If the gods were not in the mortal world, this would require a huge prayer ceremony. In the end, the projection of the gods would appear, and then the whole process of opening the temple would be completed. Soren himself was still in the material plane, so he could only come in person and inject a part of his divine sense into the temple. From now on, as long as he wanted to, he could know everything in the temple at any time, but this would consume his divine power. A faint glow of divine power appeared on the statue, and in the end, it seemed to come alive. The eyes of the statue were surrounded by divine-like power. This was the palace of the gods in the mortal world. If Soren returned to the kingdom of God in the future, as long as he did not have to worry about consuming his divine power, then he could incarnate into the temple at any time. The preparation of the investiture ceremony was almost done. Now the last thing was the holy emblem of the church, which represented Soren's emblem. The high priest did not dare to make a decision on his own, so in the end, it was up to Soren to make the decision. The emblem of the gods had a special meaning. However, it could not be too complicated to the point that people could not recognize it. It would be inconvenient for the believers to walk around in the mortal world, but it could not be unknown either. It would be best if it was a holy emblem that people could recognize at a glance and feel that it was awesome. A holy emblem? Soren could not help but fall into deep thought, thinking about what kind of holy emblem he should use to represent himself. The abyss. Shadow. Slaughter. Half-elves. Wanderers, pirates. Soren had seen many emblems, but when it came to making one for himself, it was a little difficult. However, he was not a person who liked to struggle, so he quickly came up with an idea. The black soil, mixed with the dark red tone, represented the breath of the abyss. The gray shadow moving forward in the killing, walked in the chaotic time. Soren looked up at the statue in front of him, and quickly found inspiration. Under the effect of divine power, he directly changed the substance and quickly formed the shape of an emblem. On the black barren land with mottled blood, there was a gray shadow all around. The figure of a wanderer was shrouded in a cloak, looking calmly into the distance, as if he was looking at the future, as if he was protecting something. It was a very simple emblem. At a glance, it left a deep impression, and it was very easy to recognize. It also had a kind of arrogant demeanor. The only drawback was that it did not have an obvious relationship with the half-elves' priesthood. However, Soren did not seem to care much about this, because he was making an emblem that represented himself. For him, the half-elves were only his priesthood, but it did not represent everything about him. Moreover, from the figure, Soren could easily recognize the characteristics of the half-elves. If someone carefully looked at this emblem, it would be easy to see that Soren's ambition did not lie with the half-elves. Shadow, slaughter, the breath of death. The whole holy emblem gave a feeling of oppression, as if it was looking at the future and seeing some terrible scenes, like a watcher walking in the shadows and killing. Soren completed the emblem with divine power, and finally injected his own power into it. After carefully looking at it, he could not help but nod with satisfaction. The high priest next to him had a strange expression, and the corner of her mouth could not help but twitch slightly. There were very few gods who directly used themselves as an emblem. In the past, the Dark Maiden. Her emblem was a naked drow girl holding a silver sword and dancing under the full moon. Now that she had fallen, The emblem made by Soren reminded the high priest of this god, so she could not help but twitch the corner of her mouth. The Dark Maiden was a kind and tragic god. However, the master was an evil existence, and the emblem he chose might have a special meaning. A week passed in the blink of an eye. When the half-elves' temple was completely completed, the time for Soren to become a god was about to come. The whole city of Mordor was in the midst of intense preparations. Countless eyes were looking at this overseas island. A large number of believers began to gather. They held prayer ceremonies every day to let the power of faith condense over the temple. The priests changed into new robes and quietly bathed and changed their clothes, waiting for the moment when their master Soren became a god. They would be baptized again. After Soren officially became a god, he would give them divine spells. At that time, the traces left by the original god of rogues and half-elves would be completely erased. They only served one master, a god they believed in. That was Soren. The light of dawn shone. Neat prayers echoed over the city of Mordor. Tens of thousands of half-elves gathered near the square, surrounding the temple, waiting for the sacred moment to come. On this day, our master Soren will officially become a god. Chapter 503. My Lord Soren. You are the ruler of the half-elves. You are the master of Mordor. You are the king of pirates. My Lord Soren. You are the protector of the half-elves. You are the forerunner in the shadows. You are the keeper of order. My Lord Soren. Your name will become sacred among the half-elves. You have led us through the crisis. You have given us a stable and orderly life. You are a wise ruler. Killing will make you stronger. The death of the enemy spreads your glory. Your kingdom will bless our souls. When death comes, the servants who serve you will be reborn in your kingdom. My Lord Soren. You will lift up your kingdom. Turn into the stars in the sky. Neat prayers echoed over the city of Mordor. Tens of thousands of believers gathered around the temple. There were countless peeping eyes in the darkness. As long as they did not get close to the core area of Mordor, the guards hidden in the dark would not expel them. At this moment, the sky was still dark. It was not long before dawn. The timing of Soren's ascension surprised many people. He did not choose the afternoon, evening, or dusk, nor did he like to move around at night like other evil gods. The time he chose to ascend was dawn. The last touch of darkness before dawn. No one knew why Soren chose this time. Perhaps only he had the answer in his heart. My Lord Soren. You are the ruler of the half-elves. You are the master of Mordor. You are the king of pirates. My Lord Soren. You are the protector of the half-elves. You are the forerunner in the shadows. You are the keeper of order. My Lord Soren. Your name will become sacred among the half-elves. You have led us through the crisis. You have given us a stable and orderly life. You are a wise ruler. Killing will make you stronger. The death of the enemy spreads your glory. Your kingdom will protect our souls. When death comes, the servants who serve you will be reborn in your kingdom. My Lord Soren. You will raise the kingdom that belongs to you, transforming into the stars in the sky. The second prayer was heard. Accompanied by a faint holy light, the priests knelt down in the temple one by one. Then countless believers knelt down. The vast sea of people knelt down at his feet. The high priest stood in front of the statue of Soren and looked down at everything. A strange light appeared in his eyes. In an instant, a powerful psionic force field enveloped the entire square, connecting the souls of countless people together. Spirit force field. The prayers turned into a torrent, connecting everyone's hearts together. The devout faith shocked everyone's hearts. At this moment, even the wavering believers were completely integrated. Spirit force gathered at this moment, and they could sense the hearts of others. They could sense the power of faith, a spiritual sustenance, and a sense of security after receiving protection. My Lord Soren. You are the ruler of the half-elves. You are the master of Mordor. You are the king of pirates. My Lord Soren. You are the protector of the half-elves. You are the forerunner in the shadows. You are the keeper of order. My Lord Soren, your name will become holy among the half-elves. You led us through danger. You gave us a peaceful life. You are a wise ruler. Killing will make you stronger. The death of the enemy spreads your glory. Your kingdom will protect our souls. When death comes, the servants who serve you will be reborn in your kingdom. My Lord Soren, you will raise the kingdom that belongs to you, transforming into the stars in the sky. The third prayer sounded. Invisibly, the voices that were a little uneven at first gradually merged into a whole. If the first prayer was a messy movement, then the second prayer was a melody that was directed by someone. When the third prayer sounded, tens of thousands of people turned into a whole, and all the voices were in unison. Tens of thousands of souls were fused together by faith, religion, and psionic power. In an instant, a considerable power of faith burst out. Every word they said became full of power. This powerful, holy word resounded over the island of Mordor, and even the nearby space trembled. The last touch of darkness disappeared, and the light of dawn appeared in the sky. That was the light of dawn. There was a dazzling holy light over the city of Mordor. At this moment, the entire temple burst out with powerful divine power. A beam of light rose from the statue and pierced the space into the sky in an instant. Stars emerged. At the last moment of darkness, a star that had been dim suddenly burst out with dazzling brilliance. Its light sprinkled over the city of Mordor, covering the whole city in the light. Countless people's hearts were calm, as if they felt an eternal peaceful kingdom. Their hearts were shrouded by a force, and an unprecedented shock spread through everyone's heart. My Lord Soren, you are the master of the half-elves. You are the master of Mordor. You are the king of pirates. The same voice came from the sky. It seemed to be the echo of tens of thousands of believers in the city of Mordor, but it came from the glorious sky above the city of Mordor, as if it came from the clouds and from another world. My Lord Soren, you are the protector of the half-elves. You are the forerunner in the shadows. You are the keeper of order. Arendelle Royal Palace. Princess Royal's figure appeared on the tower in an instant. She seemed to have just woken up, wearing crystal blue pajamas. Princess Royal looked at the outer islands with dignified eyes. At the last moment of darkness before dawn, a star in the distance suddenly became as dazzling as the moon, illuminating a corner of the sky and sprinkling its brilliance on a certain place. Godhood. Princess Royal slowly closed her eyes. She could hear countless prayers over and over again, echoing in the sky and spreading throughout the material plane. This was the symbol of the birth of a true god. My Lord Soren, your name will become sacred among the half-elves. You led us through the crisis. You gave us a stable and orderly life. You are a wise ruler. Slaughter will make you stronger. The death of the enemy will spread your brilliance. Your kingdom will bless our souls. When death comes, the servants who serve you will be reborn in your kingdom. North Tower. The legendary most powerful witch, the Eye of the North, had already stood on the astrology platform. She looked at the dazzling stars in the distance. Her pale pupils seemed to have seen everything, including everything that happened in Motor City. A true god was about to be born. Every time the prayers sounded, it was accumulating power for him. When the power of faith was accumulated enough, it was the moment when he lifted the throne to the sky. The prayers were still echoing. Soren's whole body was undergoing drastic changes. Countless power of faith poured into his body, and countless complex data appeared in front of his eyes. The god's template was taking shape. But his power was not enough. He still needed more prayers, more faith, and more divine power. With the arrival of the godhood, his prayers spread throughout the world and into the ears of other gods. At this moment, in countless planes, in the entire multiverse, many high and mighty existences turned their eyes here, to an inconspicuous island in the material plane. A true god was about to be born. From the heavens to the bottomless abyss of the Bator Inferno, gods, demons, devils, evil gods, elemental spirits, demigod liches, and countless powerful beings felt the emergence of a new god. This was the power of a true god. No matter what, It couldn't be hidden because this was a true God recognized by the multiverse. P.S. I will write this paragraph in one breath today. Chapter 504. Rows of data appeared in front of his eyes. God's template transformation. Extracting the power of faith. Connecting to the kingdom of faith. Extracting the power of the kingdom of God. Synchronizing the power of faith. God's template activation. Processing the power of faith. Converting the power of faith. Injecting the power of God. Synchronizing the power of the kingdom of God. Temporarily entering the God's form. Connecting to the kingdom of God. Transforming myself into the God's form. Countless streams of data appeared in front of Soren's eyes. If it was before, his brain would have exploded. But now he could easily bear all this and quickly completed the whole process. His body was shining with a strange light. His whole body was automatically suspended in the air. The space around him was assimilated by him. It was as if the power of the law of the place where his body was located was under his control. This was the real power of the gods. And the reason why most of the gods could only stay inside the kingdom of God. The God's form was the embodiment of the power of the law. At this moment, Soren felt an unprecedented power. It was the power to distort the space with a wave of his hand. His figure appeared directly above the temple without any casting action. A huge amount of divine power covered the whole island of Moder. The people who were peeping in the dark couldn't help but tremble. This was the pressure of a true god. It was more shocking than the dragon power of the ancient dragon. God's grace is like the sea. God's power is like a prison. Everything in front of him was under Soren's control. None of the little mice peeping in the dark could escape his sight. At this moment he was a true god. As a god, at this moment, it seemed that he could kill any mortal at will. But the precious divine power should not be wasted here. The power provided by tens of thousands of believers' prayers was decreasing, and the divine power connected to the kingdom of God was getting weaker and weaker. Soren must complete the most important thing at this moment. The light of dawn had appeared, but Soren's figure appeared above the temple. He stood in the white light column rising from the statue. His whole body was covered by the light of divinity. Behind him, the darkness was about to disappear, and the light of dawn rose in front of him. At this moment, behind Soren, a blinding ray of light burst forth. The light of the gods illuminated the entire sky, and in that instant, it was as if it was the noon sun, shining in all directions. This was like an important signal. The great priest instantly appeared on the high platform of the temple. A concentrated soul storm spread out and enveloped all the believers in front of him. The power of the soul storm converged into a beam of light that supported Soren's feet. My Lord Soren, you will raise the throne that belongs to you. Ascending to the sky. My Lord Soren, you will raise the throne that belongs to you. Ascending to the sky. My Lord Soren, you will raise the throne that belongs to you. Ascending to the sky. All the prayers were left with this last sentence. The power of the entire temple, the prayers of countless believers, the feedback from the kingdom of God. All the power was gathered on Soren's body. At this moment, he was as dazzling as a star. With the prayer words that even made the space tremble, a part of the soul appeared from Soren's body. All the divine power gathered on this part of the soul. In an instant, he was like a star that was lit up by someone. He directly cut through the night sky and rose to the sky, ascending to the throne, ascending to the sky. At this most important moment, a huge amount of divine power appeared on the sea temple of Port Moder. Then the sea water in the port suddenly formed a whirlpool. With the violent fluctuations of the sea, a goddess with a trident appeared on the sea. The sea goddess. The sea priests, who had been watching Soren's apotheosis indifferently, were shocked beyond words. Then they knelt on the ground one by one. A mass of believers belonging to the Sea Church knelt on the ground, devoutly welcoming the appearance of the incarnation of the sea goddess. But the sea goddess didn't care about these believers at all. She didn't even look at them. Her figure rose directly into the sky. The incarnation of the sea goddess held the trident, and stayed over the city of Moder. She stood in the clouds and watched all this. It was as if she was witnessing Soren's ascension, and it was as if she was deterring some enemies for him. The first incarnation to witness Soren's ascension appeared. A star appeared in the sky. Some kind of light could be seen rising in the distance. For the rest of the world, tonight was just a star that became particularly bright. It was not as shocking as that night when the demigod vampire ascended and dyed the moon red. However, for some other powerful beings in the world, what they saw today was more shocking than what the demigod vampire did. Soren was very low-key. The sacred and spectacular scene of the city of Moder only appeared in the city of Moder. Unless someone used a powerful spell to observe here, people in other places could only see a bright star in the sky. That was all. Because the sacred prayer had caused the space to tremble, any legendary level existence could hear and feel it. Hence, very soon many powerful spellcasters turned their attention to this place. A new god had appeared. This seemed to be a chance for them. However, they soon saw a terrible existence that made their hearts skip a beat and their hands tremble. The sea goddess, great divine power. Many people had already heard about the deeds of this evil goddess. Her moodiness, her evil desires, her destructive anger, everything about this evil goddess was as unpredictable as the sea. Although the sea goddess gradually integrated the soft and vast side of the sea, integrated more of the characteristics of the sea into herself, and even wanted to touch the field of life, her own alignment had gradually deviated from chaotic evil to neutral evil. But there was no doubt that she was still a powerful evil god that many people absolutely did not want to provoke. The sea goddess's eyes were fixed on Soren, but she was also looking at the Amazon rainforest, where the sky seemed to be brewing a storm. It was as if some equally powerful existence had accidentally found a new god next door after taking a nap. Although she had only recently advanced to great divine power. For the sea goddess who had mastered destruction, sea, evil and other powerful domains, other gods who had already possessed great divine power, did not make her feel the slightest fear. Because she was the incarnation of the sea. Her anger could set off huge waves. It could directly drown any country on the continent. The storm gradually calmed down. The distant Amazon rainforest was restored to its original state, as if the clouds of the storm had never appeared. Soren's soul was rising into the air. All his spiritual will was on the soul that was pulled out, and he had a more important mission to complete. A golden brilliance emerged. Built over the Temple of Wealth in the most prosperous area of the port of Moder, the statue of the Lady of Wealth appeared dazzling brilliance, and then a half-virtual figure stood up. She was wearing a luxurious long dress, and her cloak emitted a bright golden brilliance. Her whole body looked golden, and there was a kind of beauty and luxury that people could not look directly at. The sacred atmosphere spread. Priest Jin's heart thumped, and he quickly led the believers to kneel down, welcoming the incarnation of the goddess of wealth. The figure of the Lady of Wealth rose into the air. She stood on the other side of the city of Moder with a golden scepter in her hand. Her figure stood in the clouds and watched all this, facing the sea goddess from a distance. When the two goddesses looked at each other, there seemed to be sparks of collision in their eyes. The second incarnation to witness Soren's ascension appeared. The goddess of wealth, intermediate divine power. The peeping eyes in the dark suddenly thumped again. The goddess of wealth might not be the most powerful god, but she was definitely the richest god. For such a super golden thigh, anyone who held on to it would benefit a lot. At this time, many people were already thinking of retreating, because this new god's background seemed to be quite strong. One was a great divine power, one was a intermediate divine power, one was a evil and cruel, and one was a quite rich. No matter how you looked at it, it seemed to be a tough one. However, at this time, suddenly, a strange chuckle appeared. Faintly, it seemed that a black goddess incarnation appeared. In an instant, both the sea goddess and the Lady of Wealth turned their eyes in that direction, and then there was a trace of shock on their faces. The two goddesses bowed slightly at the same time to express their respect for the mysterious existence. The third incarnation to witness Soren's ascension appeared. The goddess of misfortune, intermediate divine power. Some people who were secretly peeping at Moder almost peed their pants for a moment. Some spellcasters were so scared that their hands trembled, and the crystal balls that were used as props fell to the ground. Some of them were quite powerful. They might not be afraid of the sea goddess or the lady of wealth, but they could never ignore the legendary goddess of misfortune. The power of fate was so elusive that even the gods knew how to maintain respect for the twins of destiny. On the surface, the incarnations of the three gods appeared. For anyone who witnessed Soren's ascension, this moment had a profound meaning. The divine brilliance rose. Like a dazzling meteor rising from the ground to the sky, countless people could see this dazzling brilliance, but for ordinary mortals, not many knew what it really represented. P.S. Second update. There is another update today. Chapter 505. What was the most important thing in the investiture ritual? Evolving oneself into the form of a god? Learning how to convert the power of faith into divine power? Learning how to bestow divine spells upon the believers? Or establishing a kingdom that belonged to the gods? No. These were not the most important things. The most important thing for becoming a god was to enter the legendary pantheon. Raise the throne high. Ascend to the sky. A part of Soren's soul directly turned into a god's incarnation in the form of pure energy. Amidst the prayers of tens of thousands of believers, it rose slowly towards the sky like a bright star. Time and space were no longer a distance. The soul crossed the boundary of the material plane, as if it had passed through a solid crystal wall, and stood in the bright void of the galaxy. But this was not the most important thing. A sacred door opened in front of Soren. Holy light emerged. The figure of an angel appeared in front of him. Two figures, one black and one white, walked out of the void. A holy angel and an evil fallen angel. They were the oldest group of angels. They were also the most powerful creations of the gods that had survived the long river of time. Now they were no longer involved in other matters in the universe. They only had one task now, and that was to guard the pantheon, to welcome the new gods. The two ancient angels were silent. They looked at Soren with their eyes, then bowed slightly to show their respect to a true god. Then they opened a door in the void. It was an incomparably magnificent temple that couldn't be described with words. It was the core of the multiverse. It was a place even more mysterious than the legendary Sigil City, because only the gods were qualified to step into it. It was the core of the rules of the entire multiverse. Soren nodded slightly, and then stepped into the door in front of him. The moment he entered the pantheon, countless knowledge that should be mastered by the gods poured into his mind. This was the power of the most ancient law. No one knew when the pantheon was born, but according to the knowledge of the gods, the pantheon had existed since the birth of the most ancient gods. Just like the oldest memory of the demon Orbis, they woke up from the chaos and descended into the multiverse. The pantheon temple was very quiet. This was an extremely large space. Everything in front of him was covered in a light screen. This was a light screen that not even the god spirits could see through. Divine thrones were placed in the pantheon palace. Soren could see many figures in his line of sight. They were quietly sitting where they were, and did not pay any attention to his arrival. These were all the incarnations of the gods. It was also a part of their soul. Any true god would send a part of their soul into the pantheon temple, as long as they did not completely fall. Their divine thrones in the pantheon temple would always remain. Not many ancient gods would pay attention to a newly born, minor divine power. At this time, they stayed on their thrones to fight against the coming catastrophe. Nature god system, elemental god system, human god system, elf god system, dwarf god system, the halfling god system, drow elven divine system, order faction, neutral faction, chaos faction, good faction, evil faction. The distribution of the entire pantheon temple seemed to have a pattern that he did not know. Through his senses, Soren found his position in an instant. At the back of the human god system and the elf god system, in a position close to the left corner of the pantheon temple, there was a divine throne that belonged to Soren. His emblem was engraved on it, and it also showed the divine power that he had. Minor divine power. One of the weakest gods in the entire pantheon temple. There was no divine system. The half-elves only had one god, and they had no clear allies because they could only formally form an alliance after becoming a god. So Soren had an independent position and an independent space, even if he was in the corner of the Pantheon temple. However, if he chose to join one of the gods, then his throne would be moved to another space. These separated light screens were actually different spaces, and they were larger than what the eyes could see. The position of the gods was not constant. They maintained the normal operation of the entire multiverse. In fact, these divine thrones would change slightly every 1,000 years or so. Some gods fell, and some gods were promoted. But most of the changes appeared at the back of the Pantheon temple, which belonged to the elemental divine system, natural divine system, and many main gods. There had not been any changes for a long time. The last time there was a drastic change. The divine throne that belonged to the Queen of Spiders appeared directly at the front of the Pantheon temple. Her divine throne was moved to the row of the main gods of many divine systems. She did not know whether it was intentional or not. But sitting opposite her was her former husband, the ruler of the elf god system, the Lord of the Elves. This couple was really ill-fated. Soren sat on his divine throne. In an instant, the space around him began to expand and turned into a small half-bit wall. It was empty, because Soren did not have any allies, and he did not belong to any divine system. Vaguely, Soren felt 3 gazes, and they were expressing goodwill towards him. They were from the sea goddess, the Lady of Wealth, and the Lady of Misfortune. These 3 gods had witnessed his ascension. Naturally, they also noticed Soren as soon as he entered the Pantheon temple. If it was at any other time, perhaps the appearance of a new god would attract the attention of many gods. But now the prelude of the Avatar crisis was about to break out. Basically, not many gods would turn their attention to such a trivial matter. Soren sat down. A curtain of light rose around him, and a half-virtual figure of a god appeared in the Pantheon temple. It looked no different from the other gods sitting on the divine thrones. The power of the law poured into his body. In the dark, Soren seemed to understand some of the power of the rules of the universe, but he seemed to be unable to fully understand it. The ascension was complete. When Soren's soul entered the Pantheon temple, all the priests could not help but have a slight feeling in their hearts, because they suddenly regained their divine power. Although it was only restored to the 3rd level of divine power, it had a special meaning for them. My Lord Soren had just completed the ascension ceremony, and the divine power he had accumulated was not large enough. But as long as this period of time passed, my Lord Soren would be able to bestow a higher level of divine power. Their power was recovering. Soren slowly opened his eyes, and the stars in the sky representing the half-elves' divine kingdom dimmed again. At this time when the Avatar's crisis was about to break out, Soren could not and did not have the ability to return to the divine kingdom, but he had a connection with the divine kingdom because it represented the divine kingdom produced by the clergy of the half-elves. Although it was very weak and almost crumbling, it still retained a part of its foundation. The divine kingdom gave back a lot of divine power to Soren. Otherwise, it would not be so easy for him to raise his divine throne to the sky. The ascension ceremony was completed. The figure of the goddess of misfortune gradually disappeared in the sky, leaving only a faint laughter. The goddess of wealth looked at Soren. She nodded slightly to Soren, and then turned into golden light and dissipated. This god with middle-grade divine power was not very powerful. At this time when the Avatar crisis was about to come, she did not want to waste too much of her divine power. The only one left in the sky was the goddess of sea. The evil goddess smiled faintly at Soren, then raised her trident and pointed at the sea temple. The huge amount of divine power that had been gathered since the establishment of Port Mordor ran wildly, and even drew power from some places in the sea. She looked down at everything in front of her and said in a majestic voice, "This city will have 3 years of harvest." Oracle. Holy words. The voice full of holiness echoed over the city of Mordor. Finally, a huge burst of divine power broke out, and even the surrounding space trembled, all the way to the depths of the sea. The figure of the goddess of sea slowly disappeared. Soren's figure stayed in the air, bowing slightly towards the place where she disappeared, expressing his respect and gratitude. This was the kindness of the gods. The goddess of sea was expressing her kindness, telling Soren that she was more generous than the other two goddesses, and more willing to cooperate with him. Maybe it was because Soren had expanded her faith, or maybe it was because Soren had the territory of pirates. Or maybe they both belonged to the evil camp. It was difficult to guess the thoughts of the gods, but her behavior was worthy of respect and gratitude. Soren's figure slowly descended. The ascension ceremony had now reached the last step. The figure of the high priest appeared in front of the statue. She knelt down to Soren, who was standing in front of the statue, humbly expressing her respect and love. Soren gently put his hand on her head, and then a powerful divine power broke out. Then he took out a scepter that symbolized the highest power of the half-elf church, poured his own divine power into it, and finally handed it to the high priest. The power of the king. From now on, the high priest was the supreme ruler of the half-elf church. As a god, Soren would gradually move behind the scenes. He needed to hand over many things to his spokesperson in the mortal world, because this was the unspoken rule of the gods. Soren's figure gradually disappeared. The statue was shrouded in holy light, as if he was watching everything in front of him. In front of the temple, the high priest came out with a solemn face. She solemnly raised the scepter and said, "The glory of our Lord will be spread by us. Glory to our Lord. And we will finally be reborn in the Holy Kingdom." Cheers resounded through the heavens and earth. In order to celebrate the ascension of our Lord Soren, the city of Mordor would hold a joyous celebration for 7 days. The city also had its first festival. Chapter 506. What are you worried about? Fallen Witch Kalina's figure appeared outside the door. She looked at her daughter in front of her and said slowly, "Are you afraid that he will change after he becomes a god?" Gloria turned and glanced at her mother. She had always been noble and elegant, but at this moment, she looked a little flustered. She did not answer her mother's question, but clenched the staff in her hand. What made her feel uneasy was not only the rumors about the gods, but also the gap between her and Soren. She liked her current life very much. It was a quiet and peaceful life with no loss of sweetness and happiness. She was worried that all this would change because of the apotheosis. When she first met Soren, he was just an inconspicuous little thief. But now, in such a short time, he had become a pirate king who ruled a vast sea, had tens of thousands of troops, and was the only master of Mordor. Now he was a powerful god, the protector of the half-elves. Even Gloria's status in the Witch Council had been continuously raised because of Soren. She had become a manager second only to the Eye of the North. All of this was because she was the mistress of Mordor, and the only woman Soren could stand on the stage. Sometimes, she would also wonder what was chasing after him that made Soren work so hard again and again. But she also knew that Soren did not want to say it, so she could only stand behind him silently and support him as much as possible. Gloria also had her own pride in her heart. Now she was a legendary spellcaster. It could be said that she was the most talented witch in the north for hundreds of years. But all of this seemed to be far behind Soren. She was a little uneasy. She did not know where the future would lead. And she was even more worried that the gap between her and Soren would get bigger and bigger. A high and mighty god. Although many spellcasters were known to have the power of gods, they also knew that compared with the real gods, the gap as a mortal was still quite huge. She would not say all this because she was Gloria, the most dazzling pearl in the north. But she couldn't hide it from her mother. Perhaps it was because they were connected by flesh and blood. Or perhaps it was because the two of them had a similar feeling. He's the most determined man I've ever met. Karina, the fallen witch, came to her daughter's side. She reached out and held Gloria's hand and said slowly, "Such a man. It was impossible for him to lose himself because of the power of a god. Although sometimes I don't know what he's afraid of, or what he's preparing for. He knows that he might be able to see further than us." At this point, Fallen Witch silently added in her heart, "To be able to endure under such circumstances." If it wasn't for the fact that she could see her daughter's beautiful face every morning, she would sometimes wonder if Soren wasn't interested in women at all. The existence of gods was rather special. Mortals had a limited understanding of the gods. As wizards, they had also studied the gods. For example, the gods also had desires. Many of the gods even liked pleasure. The gods would also reproduce, but sometimes they would give birth to sins. A lot of research on the gods had been carried out by the wizard organizations for many years. One of the interesting things was that many gods might have some kind of mental distortion, due to a change in perspective or other reasons. For example, the god of murder almost killed himself because of the interference of divine power, divinity, and so on. Soren had always insisted on eliminating other consciousnesses in divinity, and using his own will as the core to integrate the power, because he was also worried that he would be affected by some divine power. It was a very complicated thing. But the most fundamental thing was the collision of wills. Only a will as strong as steel could not be affected by any external factors. Soren's figure appeared in the room. When he saw Fallen Witch Karina was also here, he couldn't help but be a little startled, and then nodded slightly. Is it over? Fallen Witch looked at Soren with a smile. She didn't know why, but her smile seemed a little awkward. Gloria also turned around and looked at Soren with some emotions. After feeling that there was not much change in Soren, she was a little relieved. Whether it was on the surface or mutual induction, Soren didn't change much. The biggest change was his eyes, which were like a deep sea of stars, making people feel as if they were trapped in it. This was the gaze of divinity. Unless deliberately concealed, it was a special ability. Soren seemed to understand what they were worried about. He shook his head and smiled. It's not like what you think. The divinity I have has erased the original will, and it won't have any effect on me. But after the integration of divinity, there are some restrictions. Divinity was a job for gods. In this job, you could occasionally be lazy, but if you didn't do it at all, you had to pay the price. The sky above Motor City was shrouded in divine power. Soren's perception had been expanded many times, and his ability, telepathy 10 feet, had now been upgraded to telepathy 100 feet. If there were believers praying in his name, he could feel it, but he had to consume divine power to know everything. At this moment, his divine template had been formed. This was another template. Divine name: God of Half-Elves Soren. Divine system: none. Level: minor divine power. Holy emblem: Shadow Watcher. Residential area: material plane. Alignment: lawful evil. Clergy: half-elves rogues. Domain: half-elves rogues pirates. Believers: half-elves pirates rogues adventurers etc. Priest alignment: neutral good lawful neutral, lawful evil neutral evil. Note: the chaotic alignment is automatically rejected. Favorite weapon: curved sword. The divine template looked simple, but in fact it contained quite a lot of meaning, and many aspects represented the core ability of a god. Although Soren was a half-elves, he had a rogue clergy, so his believers were wider, including half-elves, pirates, rogues, adventurers, and so on. The easiest believers to attract were half-elves. His faith was spread among half-elves and would not be affected. A believer in the chaotic alignment could believe in the lawful alignment, but it was difficult for a priest of the chaotic alignment to become a priest of the lawful alignment. In the end, the priest could only change his alignment to the alignment needed by the god. The alignments that Soren gave to the priests were neutral good, lawful neutral, lawful evil, and neutral evil. Don't ask him why he could have a neutral good priest, because Soren himself didn't quite understand. He was just a newly born god, and there were many things that he didn't fully understand. However, he could accept the priests of the neutral good alignment. Maybe it was related to the environment of Motor City. At least Motor City was not very evil. The strict rule was just to deal with the upcoming Avatar crisis. In this case, it was not surprising that the situation of Motor City accepted the priests of the neutral good. As for the lawful good alignment, it was unlikely. Finally, it was Soren's weapon. The gods had a special ability. They could give the weapon they were best at to their believers and priests as a talent. That was to say, they could automatically learn the basic skills of using curved swords in combat. In the future, as long as they were Soren's priests, they could get extra bonus effects when they mastered the curved swords in combat. How much they could understand still depended on their personal ability. This was the basic ability of the divine template. And the most important thing was that it could help Soren deal with the prayers of the believers, including responding to the connection of devout believers, and automatically giving divine spells to the priests who believed in him. It was like a huge information processor. Soren would automatically receive all the prayers and convert the power of faith. If something important happened, he could get extra information. For example, some believers found the conspiracy of the gods of the enemy alignment and wanted to tell him through prayers for guidance. Or a new priest was born and needed the first divine spell response from him. And so on. Soren could know these more important things first and deal with them in time. As for the ordinary daily prayers, the divine template would automatically filter them for him. He had to say. With this ability, he felt that the tasks after becoming a god were much simpler. At least he didn't have to do everything himself. Chapter 507. A week passed in the blink of an eye. Everything seemed to have returned to normal. The civilians began to live a busy but stable and peaceful life. The priests were busy perfecting the doctrine, and the daily prayer schedule was full. After restoring some of the low-level divine powers, the operation of the church was completely normal. Soren did not carry out drastic reforms in the church system like Mordor City, because the reform of Mordor City was only his personal problem. But if the church changed too much, it was very likely to attract the attention of other gods. At present, the operation system of the church was similar to that of other gods. The high priest could basically deal with many things properly. His divine power was increasing little by little. Soren absorbed the feedback power from the kingdom of God, which allowed him to gain nearly 100 divine power points after entering the pantheon. Without a doubt, these divine power points were used to master the ability of form change. The speed of gathering divine power was very slow. With the current accumulation of believers, Soren could only get less than 1 divine power point every day. This divine power was barely enough to improve his power, but if he wanted to use it to expand the half-bit wall and transform the kingdom of God, it would become quite insufficient. Because divine power still needed to be consumed, giving divine powers to priests was the biggest expenditure of divine power. In the era of the Avatar crisis, even gods with great divine power had to control the number of priests who gave divine powers. Therefore, Soren could only give it to devout priests at present, and then control the level of the divine power. According to Soren's calculation, with the current scale of the church, he could accumulate about 300 divine power points in a year, which was enough for him to upgrade to minor divine power. But if he wanted to reopen the half-bit wall and the kingdom of God, it was completely not enough. The investiture was completed. Soren naturally wanted to open up a small half-bit wall of his own. In other words, this was a different dimension storage space, but he found that the consumption of divine power was quite serious when he just opened it up a little. A space of less than 100 cubic meters consumed nearly 10 divine power points. This made Soren give up the idea of relying solely on divine power to open up the half-bit wall, because the energy consumption was too great. Maybe he could only wait until he deciphered the knowledge of the arcane empire, and opened up the space with the support of the elemental plane. Gloria was studying the elemental pool. Almost all half-planes would open a channel and expand with the help of the elemental plane. The apotheosized ceremony ended. Everything gradually returned to the right track. Soren's planned military parade was in full swing, and Treasure Island also sent back the first batch of trophies. Many things had happened during this period of time. Autumnfall City seemed to be temporarily stiff. Eugene and the Earthwalker were fighting, and neither side had the upper hand. It was unlikely for the half-elves to recover their lost land. The wife of the Duke of Red Dragon of the Principality of Rossert has been frequently mobilizing her troops. Intelligence reports say that she is showing signs of war with her neighbors. The rest of the news wasn't too important. Currently, Soren was most concerned about the Principality of Rossert. The Duke of Red Dragon's wife chose to declare war on a neighboring country at this time, and he could not help but smell a hint of conspiracy. Things were definitely not that simple. As the time approached the end of June, the atmosphere of turmoil became more and more intense. After Soren stabilized the situation of the church, he was finally able to free up his hands to do some other things. After the apotheosized ceremony, he must hide his strength for a while. At least before the official start of the Avatar crisis, Soren must keep a low profile. When the Avatar crisis completely broke out, and the other gods also walked in the world in the form of saints, he would not be so eye-catching at that time. Therefore, he would stay in Mordor City for the rest of the time. In the study, Soren took a quill pen and recorded on the file. There were only 6 months left before the Avatar crisis completely broke out. These 6 months would be his last chance to accumulate his strength. Once the 6 months were over, even if the various gods were to fight, there would be no chance for him to build up his foundation. The first thing, of course, the upcoming military parade was to show his strength to many forces. If he was strong enough, he could deter the enemies in the dark. The second thing, it was to pacify the indigenous people near the island of Mordor. Soren was going to take down the part of the island that was inlaid with the island, and eventually expand his territory by about 2 times. A long time ago, he had sent people to explore the nearby indigenous tribes. This process could not be rushed to avoid the hostility of the Church of the Lord of Storms, and too alarming the female warriors of the Amazon. Soren intended to complete it in half a year, and eventually completely take over the island of Mordor and Treasure Island. The souls of these indigenous people should also be able to provide Soren with about 20 points of divinity, and about 10 points of divinity. This was the fastest way to increase his strength in addition to challenging other gods. The third thing, it was to develop the Wizard Tower in the Shadow Plane. After such a long time, Gloria and the Fallen Witch were about to find the key to crack the half-bit wall of the Wizard Tower. As long as they broke the half-bit wall, they could enter the interior of the Wizard Tower. Soren now had the form of a saint, and it was much easier to explore the Wizard Tower left from the Arcane Empire, so he would cooperate with them to take down the Wizard Tower. These were the 3 things that were on the table. If he wanted to do these things well, Soren must stay in Mordor. However, in his secret plan, there was another important thing that needed to be done. That was to go to the bottomless abyss. In a quiet room, Soren glanced at Lulu, who was sleeping at the foot of the bed. The little cat girl curled up into a ball, and crystal saliva flowed out of the corner of her mouth. Soren couldn't help but have a gentle smile on his face. He gently waved his hand, and a soft blanket flew over, and then carefully covered the cat girl's body. Since Vivian fell asleep, she rarely left here. She had been guarding by her side loyally, which made Soren have a good impression of her. Vivian was still asleep. Her strength was getting stronger day by day, and Soren's worry was also getting bigger day by day. There weren't many Sons of Fear left. Now Vivian's strength was probably close to the advanced legendary realm, which meant that most of the power of fear had been integrated into her body. This power didn't belong to Vivian. Unlike Soren, who relied on his own killing to get his power, Vivian's power came entirely from fear. Now the breath of the bottomless abyss on her was getting more and more serious. Soren was worried that she would be dragged into the bottomless abyss, or even let fear resurrect directly in her body. He had to do something. The body of fear was in the deepest part of the bottomless abyss, in a place called the Throne of Fear. The core of Fear's soul was sealed there. The most powerful demigod demon of the bottomless abyss was stationed there. Only by destroying the Throne of Fear, this terrifying demon god would die completely, and Vivian could safely inherit the divine title of Fear. However, even with Soren's current strength, it was very difficult to destroy the Throne of Fear, because it was inside Fear's kingdom. If the power of Fear was further gathered, the most likely thing that would happen was that Vivian would be forcefully dragged into Fear's kingdom. Soren had to do something in advance. As a newly born god, it was quite dangerous for Soren to go to the bottomless abyss alone. It was even more dangerous than before he became a god. This was because the demon lord would covet his divinity. The body of a god was like a torch. No matter how Soren hid, he would be discovered by the powerful demon lord. The laws of the bottomless abyss were extremely chaotic. Many demon lords were naturally hostile to him, a god of the lawful evil faction. Vivian's fate could not be changed. Between her and fear, only one of them could survive. In order to protect Vivian, Soren might even have to descend his kingdom into the bottomless abyss in the future. This was because other demon gods also coveted the power of fear. Soren could not enter the bottomless abyss openly. Although this extremely chaotic place could give birth to a realm of order, a kind succubus, or even a child of hell, who was looking for salvation, it was still shrouded in chaos. Soren had enemies everywhere in the bottomless abyss. The only thing he could do now was to set up a trap in the invincible abyss, which was his own chess piece. In other words, it was called building one path in the open, but building another in the dark. When everyone thought that he was quietly accumulating strength in Motor City, he had already reached into the bottomless abyss and was ready to bury his own chess piece. Chapter 508. The Bottomless Abyss. It was the true embodiment of the law of chaos. It was a place where anything could happen because it was too chaotic. Benevolent demons, lords of order, holy samurai from hell, children of hell in search of salvation, and so on had appeared here before. Almost everything that could possibly happen had happened here before, because the truest truth of chaos was that anything was possible. However, as the embodiment of the law of chaos, the bottomless abyss belonged to chaotic evil. Anyone from the Order faction who came into contact with a demon would have their charisma reduced by 2 points. If they were from the good faction, they would have another 2 points of charisma reduced. This was the law of the abyss. The bottomless abyss would not directly suppress your strength, but it would make you enemies on all sides. Note: the charisma reduction was only on the surface. More adventurers found that there was an additional friendliness reduction. Soren was from the lawful evil faction, so if he appeared in the bottomless abyss, all demons who saw him or heard of him would have a 2 points of charisma reduction, due to the law of the abyss. Simply put, why do I feel so annoyed when I see this guy? I really want to fight with him. If someone from the good faction appeared in the bottomless abyss, they should prepare to fight all the way, because all demons would treat you as a mortal enemy. No one knew how many levels there were in the bottomless abyss. Chaos was infinite. As long as one's strength reached a certain level, one could even create a half-plane. The difference between a half-plane and the first level of the bottomless abyss was not as big as one would think. Because of the gap between the planes, no one had really explored the deepest part of the bottomless abyss. But currently, people knew that there were more than 800 planes of the abyss. Even the Bottor Inferno used to be a part of the bottomless abyss, because in a very long time ago, the Lord of the Nine Hells, Asmodeus, used his powerful divine power to cut the bottomless abyss. He forcefully cut out 9 planes of the bottomless abyss and transformed them into the Bottor Inferno of today. The power of this Lord of the Devils was unfathomable. He even changed the laws of these planes and recast them into the Bottor Inferno of today. It was the paradise of the evil faction. The predecessor of the Abyss Blood War was the war between the Order gods and the origin of chaos. The fall of Asmodeus and the replacement of the demons of Orbis by the demons of Tana led to the end of this ancient war, and thus turned into the current Abyss Blood War, an endless war between the demons of Order evil and the demons of Chaos evil. The main battlefield of the Abyss Bloody War was on the first level. Sometimes it was on the first level of the bottomless abyss, and sometimes it was on the first level of the Bottor Inferno. The exact location would depend on how both sides were fighting, whether the Devil Legion was large enough, and whether the Devil Legion had truly sent out their elite troops. Because if the two sides really fought, it would be a terrifying planar war. The bloody war in the abyss had never truly stopped. The first layer of the bottomless abyss, the 10,000 abyss plane. In the whistling wind, a figure covered in a cloak appeared here. He seemed to have come here from another plane, and disappeared as soon as he arrived. A row of data appeared in front of Soren's eyes. Interplanar teleportation complete. Enter the bottomless abyss. Interdimensional travel was completed. You've obtained a small amount of planar traveler information. The data is automatically operating, beginning to calculate the characteristics of the current plane. A stream of data appeared in front of Soren's eyes, and then the information of the first level of the abyss appeared in front of him. The first level of the abyss, 10,000 abyss plane. Normal gravity. The highest level of the abyss, the 10,000 abyss plane, and many other levels have normal gravity characteristics, but some other levels of the abyss may include a variety of possible different gravity characteristics. Normal time. The speed of time passing in the abyss is the same as in the material world. However, rumors have always claimed that there is a level where time passes in reverse due to relative aging. Although the reverse flow of time is very strange, but a visitor may rejuvenate or even turn into nothingness. Remark. It is said that traces of the time dragon have appeared. Infinite space. The number of levels of the abyss is always infinite, although its well-known kingdom is limited. Divine form. The physical body must be at least as powerful as a low-grade god to change the characteristics of the abyss. Weaker creatures will find that the abyss is no different from the material world, changeable characteristics. This is because the plane can be changed by magic and physical effects. Remark. It is as difficult to interfere with the laws of the abyss as it is in the material world. Mixed elemental and energy characteristics. This characteristic is different from level to level. From the perspective of the abyss as a whole, no single elemental or energy can continue to dominate, although there may be a dominant elemental or energy in certain levels, or two or more mixed characteristics. Weak chaotic tendencies and weak evil tendencies. Lawful characters will suffer a penalty of -2 on all charity-based checks in the abyss. Good characters will suffer the same penalty. Lawful characters will suffer a penalty of -4 on all charity-based checks. The characteristics of the abyss appeared in front of Soren's eyes. In a place like the abyss, it would be helpful to understand the characteristics of the plane first, because sometimes the difference in gravity could catch you off guard. Sand and wind filled the sky. Not far from where Soren appeared, there was a tattered and weathered notice board with the following words written on it. This is an endless and suffocating place of horror. This is a place of extremely harsh environment, and life is extremely dangerous. This is a place of endless killing without morals or ethics. The words at the back had already disappeared. After a long time, this was the only thing that was left behind. Every adventurer who entered the abyss through the teleportation portal could see it. Soren turned around and left. His destination was in another direction, where he had buried a chess piece in the bottomless abyss. Abyss blood pool. This was a gloomy, terrifying, and bloody place. Even the ground here was strangely dark red. Visible to the naked eye, there were large and small insects everywhere. These insects looked very ferocious, and their terrifying numbers made one's scalp tingle. The endless slaughter began the moment it was born. The abyssal worm was the most basic structure of the bottomless abyss. Many souls from the multiverse descended into the bottomless abyss. Unless they were picked by some powerful demons, they could only reincarnate in this plane through the abyssal blood pool. The abyss worm was their most basic form. They were the weakest creatures, and they needed to kill each other to evolve into a real demon. There were many souls in this world. However, high-quality souls were always scarce because the gods, demons, and devils were fighting for them. Now, even the chaotic demons knew that they had to snatch the best souls first, which could greatly enhance their strength. Basically, the souls that were transformed through the abyss blood pool were not very good demon cannon fodder. The soul of a class, and the soul of an ordinary person. The soul of a human, and the soul of a kobold. The soul of a goblin, and the soul of a beast. The quality of these souls was not equal. The soul of an ordinary person was enough to attract the attention of devils, but the soul of a goblin or kobold might be disregarded by low-level devils. This was because humans needed a long time to grow, but goblins and kobolds could give birth to a large nest in one spring. Not many people were interested in these low-quality souls. Some directly flowed into the unknown lands along the river Styx, and some were attracted by the abyss blood pool and reincarnated into the lowest level of abyss worms. This was the source of the huge army of cannon fodder in the abyss. This was also the first step of Soren's next plan, because he had to find a way to eliminate some of the rejection of the law of the abyss. These abyss worms that were reincarnated as the foundation of the abyss would be Soren's first experiment. Oh. Chapter 509. It was difficult to see high-grade demons in the abyssal blood pool. Basically, as long as the abyssal worms that were born here reached the edge of evolution, they would automatically leave here to look for opportunities to become stronger. Most of the surviving abyssal worms would evolve into dretch. Occasionally, some abyssal worms could evolve because of adventures. Only a small number of abyssal worms would retain their original appearance and further improve their strength. Any demon could gradually become stronger. The abyss never lacked demons that hated new forms and refused to evolve. For example, the abyssal blood pool in front of them. There was a powerful demigod demon here, the mother of worms. Very few demons were willing to retain the original form of the abyssal worms to improve their strength. However, the abyss was originally an extremely chaotic place, so anything could happen here. The mother of worms was an accident within an accident. The abyssal worms could strengthen themselves through fighting and devouring the blood of high-grade demons. In Soren's way of saying, if the abyssal worm chose to only level up but not evolve, it would retain the basic form of the abyssal worm and become bigger little by little. When it reached the legendary level, the abyssal worm would look about the size of a dragon. Because it gave up other abilities, the legendary abyssal worms had amazing psionic abilities and terrible acid-spitting ability. Even the dragon scales of a pure-blooded dragon could be looked down upon by the acid they spat out. A abyssal worm that could grow to such a size was a very dangerous creature even in the abyss. Even high-grade demons would not easily provoke it. Not to mention that the abyssal worm's demon bloodline was not high enough, and many powerful beings were not interested in it. If it continued to maintain this form, the abyssal worm would continue to grow, and eventually become the mother of worms. A terrifying monster with a monster level of 25 or above. Because of its original form of the abyssal worm, the movement speed of the mother of worms was quite slow, so it rarely left the vicinity of its nest. The mother of worms liked to build its nest near the abyssal blood pool, and used the energy of the blood pool as food. It was responsible for guarding the abyssal blood pool, and rarely left here. The mother of worms would not easily attack demons. However, other outsiders would anger it, and high-grade demons were not allowed to easily set foot here. If a dretch wanted to sneak back and rely on killing the abyssal worms to improve their strength, then they would be mercilessly attacked by the mother of worms. The responsibility of the mother of worms was to maintain the abyssal blood pool, and ensure that the order of reincarnation here could continue. Shadow hide. Soren's figure disappeared into the darkness. In front of him, there were countless abyssal worms. Was a monster of abyssal worms. They had no other abilities except to spit acid. They might be able to deal with mortals, but in the bottomless abyss, they belonged to the lowest level and could be accidentally trampled to death. The mother of worms' huge body was to appear in the abyssal blood abyssal worm. It looked like a giant worm with a length of more than 30 meters. It looked round, but there was a bloody mouth in front of it. To Sal's abyssal worm pool 2. For it. Abyssal blood pool worm. Blood abyss blood. Of SSSSSSSSSS blood of blood worms 4. SSSSSSSSSSSSS. The huge worm was moving slowly. Every day, it would patrol its territory. This seemed to be a special hobby of demons. From the demon lords to the low-grade demons, they all liked to patrol their territories. They valued their territories very much. Maybe because this was the abyss, the competition for any territory was quite fierce. Time passed little by little. Soren was waiting for an opportunity. The mother of worms had a telepathic range of 100 meters. As long as it was more than 100 meters away, it was almost impossible for it to find Soren. In front of him were piles of worms fighting. Even for the lowest creatures, the competition between demons was quite fierce. The mother of worms almost did not care about this. It just did not let others get close. On the ground where the mother of worms crawled, it would leave dark green mucus. Even the soil was corroded. Occasionally, abyssal worms touched the mucus. Generally, there were only 2 results. One was to be corroded into rotten meat, and the other was to suddenly evolve and mutate from the abyssal worm +1 form to the abyssal worm +2 form. Survival of the fittest. Those who could resist the mucus of the mother of worms could become stronger. They could devour the excrement of the mother of worms and become low-grade demons at the fastest speed. The distance was finally enough. Soren quickly came to the side of the abyssal blood pool. This was a polluted power, not pure blood. There was the water of the Styx in it. As a god, Soren felt it almost immediately. Demons reincarnated through the abyssal blood pool would almost forget the memory of their previous life, whether they were human or kobold. A newborn abyssal worm crawled out of the blood pool. Soren determined his goal and waved his hand to fix it in place. Then a huge will came and crushed its newborn consciousness. It had become an idiot, something similar to a vegetable. Only a living shell was left. Divine power infusion. Soren injected a weak divine power into the body of the abyssal worm. Then the abyssal worm in front of him began to change violently, and a faint shadow of a soul appeared. The soul of a kobold. The next moment, with the sound of an explosion, the newborn abyssal worm directly turned into meat paste. It failed. Soren's face was calm and did not seem to be discouraged. The power of a god was too great. Even the weakest divine power was not something the abyssal worm could bear. He could not transform it. After all, the abyssal worm was not a mutant killer whale. Unless he was willing to give it divinity, it could not bear his power. But precious divinity could not be given casually, and his divinity now directly carried the breath of a god. If he met a high-grade demon in the future, it would be easy to find this. That's right. Soren was going to create a body. For a god, this ability, similar to an avatar, was not difficult. Many avatars used by gods to walk in the mortal world were created by similar means. Although the power of a god's avatar could never exceed the power of the body, it had special uses in many cases. What Soren wanted was not as simple as a god's avatar. Otherwise, he could directly create one like the mutant killer whale, and directly send his will to it when needed. What Soren needed was another identity. One that no god knew and no god could detect. It seemed to have nothing to do with him at all. It was completely a tool of the demons born in the bottomless abyss. The body of a newborn demon. But it could be used as a carrier of his will. This carrier must completely rely on the power of the abyssal demon to allow Soren to complete the next step of his plan. The bottomless abyss was very resistant to outsiders. Even when the Queen of Spiders descended her kingdom to the bottomless abyss, she was attacked by many demon lords. So if a new god wanted to occupy a piece of the abyss and was an enemy of the Order faction, it was easy to become the target of the demon lords. Soren planned to cultivate a powerful demon body. This demon body would be the key to his future descent of his kingdom to the bottomless abyss. In order to make the plan foolproof, he could not create it as a god like the mutant killer whale. He had to eliminate the hostility of the bottomless abyss to him. So Soren planned to do a bold experiment. Boom. The abyssal worm in front of him exploded again. A trace of disappointment appeared on Soren's face. These souls were too weak and could not withstand his will, let alone his power. Powerful demons had their own soul imprints. If he forcibly occupied them, it would be easy for him to be discovered. Soren needed a more subtle way. In the end, he turned his gaze to the blood pool in front of him. Soren's expression showed a trace of hesitation, because he was a little worried about the power of the Styx's water. But in the end he gritted his teeth and slowly entered it. This was a gamble. Chapter 5:10. The light of the setting sun shone on the city of Mordor. The figure of the high priest came out of the temple. After a busy day, she returned to her residence in the evening. But when she passed by Soren's mansion, the high priest's face suddenly changed, and she disappeared in an instant. The next moment, she appeared outside Soren's room. After hesitating for a moment, she decisively opened the door. "Master?" The high priest quickly entered the room and looked at Soren, who had his back to her, and said in a deep voice, "What's the matter? What happened? Why does Master look so weak?" As one of Soren's voters, the high priest was keenly aware of the changes in his body. Soren was very, very weak, and it could even be said that he was unprecedentedly weak. What could have made a god so weak? Could it be that Master had secretly fought with some powerful gods? But once the gods fought, it would be a full-scale war. As the ruler of the half-elf church, she should know something. Nothing. Soren slowly turned around. His face was slightly pale and tired. He looked very weak. This was not physical weakness, but the weakness of his soul. He looked at the high priest in front of him and slowly said, "I need to rest for half a month. For the next period of time, everything in the church will be handed over to you. The Council Hall of Mordor will fully cooperate with your actions. I'm afraid you will also need to fully prepare for the military parade." The high priest heard this and bowed slightly. There was a trace of worry on her face. She slowly said, "Understood. My lord." She opened her mouth to ask something, but in the end she didn't ask. As a servant of the gods, although she was the supreme ruler of the half-elf church, she couldn't easily ask Soren. Because if she knew something, Soren wouldn't deliberately hide it from her. The gods had their own secrets. As a servant of Soren, she just needed to do her own thing. The high priest's figure retreated. Soren slowly came to the window, raised his hand, looked at his palm and murmured, "My soul is weak. I don't know if I can get the result I want by paying such a huge price." The sun was setting. The afterglow that shrouded Mordor City disappeared, and people returned home to prepare dinner. Suddenly, the whole city of Mordor shook as if there was an earthquake. Even Soren felt the ground shaking. However, all of this only lasted for a very short time. The next moment, Gloria's voice rang out in Soren's mind. She said excitedly, "It's open. It was finally opened. We have opened the semi-plane of the Sorcerer Tower." Soren was shocked. He had just sat down when he involuntarily stood up and muttered, "Have you finally cracked it? It had been almost half a year. I've finally solved the first secret of the Adept Tower." It had been more than half a year. Since Gloria came to the Outer Islands, they had been looking for the key to cracking the secret of the Sorcerer Tower. Now they had finally opened the semi-plane passage of the Sorcerer Tower. As long as they could enter the semi-plane, they could take down the Sorcerer Tower. This was very important for Soren's future, because the Sorcerer Tower during the Arcane Empire had the ability to fight against the incarnations of the gods. And the knowledge contained in it could help Soren face all the challenges in the future. The first layer of the Abyss Plane, near the Abyss Blood Pool. The huge body of the Mother of Worms had returned to the vicinity of the Abyss Blood Pool. After spending half a day patrolling its territory, it lay motionless on the ground. The abyss worm in front of it could not attract its attention at all. After it completed its daily task, it began to devour the power of the blood pool. The water of the Styx River seriously affected its intelligence. It often forgot what happened yesterday, but this was not important to it because it only needed to move its huge body around every day. It rarely paid attention to other things. Although the Mother of Worms had a creature level of more than 25, its intelligence was even lower than the low-level Dretch. It had very few memories in its long life, but it still instinctively remembered its task. A slight noise attracted the attention of the Mother of Worms. It turned its huge body and stopped devouring the energy of the blood pool. In front of it, there was a mass of twisted flesh, which looked like a dark red cocoon. This was the abyss worm that was about to evolve. Under normal circumstances, the abyss worms that had the ability to evolve would transform at dusk. The timing of this abyss worm's evolution seemed to be a bit different. But the Mother of Worms did not care about this. It just used its powerful psionic arcana to send a message. Get out of here. Go fight. Go fight. Stay. Die. Da. The Dretch could not stay here. Because this was not fair to other abyss worms. An adult man could kill the abyss worms, but it was basically impossible to defeat the Dretch that was born with 2 challenge levels. To deal with this low-level demon, a team of adventurers with a profession level of about 2 was needed. Even if its challenge difficulty was only level D. The newborn Dretch looked less than a meter tall, but as a demon, it was born with strength far beyond that of ordinary people. They were born with the ability to see things and had good resistance to electric shock, poison, acid, cold, and fire. And they also automatically understood the language of the abyss and mastered the ability of telepathy. If it were not for the low perception attribute and could only communicate with telepathy, this seemingly weak demon would be even more difficult to deal with. The newly born Dretch was still very weak. Many of its abilities had not been fully awakened. As its level increased, it could also master spell-like abilities such as Fear, Stinky Cloud, Summon Demon, and so on. Leave here. The Mother of Worms once again sent out a telepathic message. If the Dretch in front of it did not leave, it was going to crush this little thing. In its long life, it had encountered fools that had evolved into Dretch but did not want to leave. They wanted to rely on slaughtering the abyss worms to further accumulate power. These fools who only dared to bully the weak were all eaten by it. The Dretch finally began to move. It seemed a little clumsy, as if it was not used to its current body. This made the simple brain of the Mother of Worms think of stupidity. This was obviously a Dretch with a stunted brain, which was why it stood there for a while. Such an idiot would soon die outside, and the Mother of Worms was not interested in continuing to pay attention to it. About a minute later, the Dretch finally returned to normal. Its small body walked out flexibly and soon disappeared into the plain. In front of it was the barren scarlet plain. The first challenge of becoming a demon was that the newborn Dretch would hunt each other on this plain in order to gain power, and also to get food. Only the Dretch that could pass through this plain could be considered to have truly entered the ranks of demons. They also had the qualifications to be cannon fodder. Chapter 511. Every day in the city of Mordor was a new day. Although the earthquake yesterday evening made many people a little worried, they returned to their original lives the next day. In the residential area in the south of Mordor, men began to take tools and prepare for work, while women began to clean the rooms and deal with housework. As the first tense period passed, the half-elves with skills quickly reached the standard of living of ordinary people. In this way, the women who were the labor force at the beginning were liberated. Except for some sewing work, all the manual labor had been done by men and slaves. Half-elves were born with dexterity. Although many of the daily necessities they made did not meet the standards of the elves, they were much more exquisite than those produced by humans. It seemed that Mordor would soon have a profitable product. The south coast area was very rich. The prosperous trade allowed many coastal residents to enter a well-off life. With surplus food in hand, they naturally had more pursuits for basic necessities. The things made by half-elves were definitely much more exquisite than those made by humans. Stephen walked leisurely towards the barracks. Because he brought his lover to Mordor City, he had now moved to his own room. The woman was very diligent. As soon as she moved here, she tidied up some things neatly. With a woman to warm the bed at night, he naturally did not want to live in a barracks full of men. Now he was already a rich class in Mordor. Because he had accumulated a lot of military merits, Stephen had exchanged some land, but it was still too expensive to cultivate. Half of his land was still wasteland. He was going to hire people to cultivate it in the second half of the year. His lover brought a few children over. Stephen had been wandering the sea all his life. Now that he was 30 years old, his mentality was much calmer. He was going to spend some money to let these children learn a craft. The blacksmith shop still needed apprentices. With his identity, it was not a problem to arrange an apprentice. If they learned a craft in the future, a qualified blacksmith would be able to settle down. The other children also had their own way out. The stupid one could learn to farm. In the future, the land outside the city could be handed over to him to manage. The smart and talented one could be considered to be a professional. After a few years, he would also become a guard of Mordor. Stephen wanted a child of his own. So in order to avoid too many disputes in the future, he prepared a way for each of them in advance. If they did not work hard enough, then they were not qualified to complain. In front of him was the garrison. Stephen quickly put on a serious expression, tidied up his clothes, and quickly walked into the meeting hall. Very soon, there was an order that the garrison of Mordor City would be doubled. Although he didn't know the reason, he just needed to complete the task seriously. The most important thing in Mordor City was to stick to one's job. Only in this way could one be promoted. Shadow plane. Soren stared at the dimensional crack in front of him with a serious expression. He could sense that this was a very special demiplane. Although a gap was opened, Gloria didn't enter rashly. A plane crack was just a plane crack, and it was still possible for it to close. So the most important thing for her and the Fallen Witch now was to expand it into a teleportation channel that could be used to travel freely. Only by preparing an escape route would he not have to worry about being trapped inside. A half-plane was a small world. Even the gods could not guarantee that they could ignore any possible dangers. Soren had to use his own divine power to open a dimensional passage when they finished building the portal. It's about to start. In front of Gloria was a very complicated teleportation circle. She looked at the Fallen Witch next to her, and then said to Soren, "We will establish the teleportation mark and complete the positioning of the portal. What you need to do is to stabilize the dimensional passage." Soren nodded to show that he understood. Rays of magic appeared, and the mysterious circle on the ground gradually lit up. Then a portal appeared in front of them. Now is the time. Soren's figure floated in the air, and his divine power, which was the embodiment of the power of law, was poured into it. In an instant, a dimensional passage was opened, connecting to the shadow plane wizard tower in front of them. The half-plane, which was the core of the magic lock, appeared in front of them. It was like seeing a mirror in front of them. On the opposite side of the portal was a vast platform. Soren looked at it and couldn't help but frown and murmured, "This half-plane seems a bit strange." Gloria came to his side and said in a low voice, "Yes. It's a multi-layered half-plane. It looks like a pyramid structure. This can only be done by a very skilled half-plane creator." It seems so. The previous owner of this place was quite amazing. In front of them was a multi-layered half-plane. Just like the Bator Inferno, this was a complete plane, but the Bator Inferno had 9 layers of space. Now Soren saw this half-plane through the portal. It was a very complicated multi-layered pyramid structure. To be able to create a half-plane like this, almost all of them were very powerful spellcasters. This was because they needed to cut the space, and they had to master and understand part of the power of law. The structure of the half-plane was very strange. It looked like an inverted pyramid, and one could feel that the space was very big, and it had its own plane's laws. The plane's laws. In simple terms, some planes had very high gravity, and some had very low gravity. Some had environments that couldn't allow ordinary people to live in, and some had environments that were suitable for all kinds of creatures. This was the law of half-planes. One had to understand the power of the law to be able to create a complete plane. This was a very huge project. Even for a legendary spellcaster who had a lifespan of thousands of years, it was a matter that would take half of his life. Elements, space, gravity, environment, everything needed to be controlled and adjusted by the creator of the half-plane. The energy used to transform a half-plane from a small space to a huge world was simply unimaginable. Even the gods could only draw from the outside world and not rely on their own power. "Let's go in and take a look." Soren turned around and nodded to the 2 people beside him. Gloria quickly cast a protective spell, and then activated the portal. There might be a battle. Any half-plane would have a guardian because it was the most precious treasure of a spellcaster. Everything in front of him changed. Soren's figure appeared on a vast platform. The area could be said to be quite large. There were strange stone pillars on the ground that seemed to have some kind of pattern. The structure of the half-plane was very similar to that of the material plane, which meant that its creator had perfected it for a long time. The most obvious feature here was that any action required more effort. The gravity here was close to 1.5 times that of the material plane. The power of the earth elemental plane is very rich. Gloria closed her eyes and murmured, "The energy supply of this layer is mainly maintained by the earth elemental pool. The signs of elemental interference are very obvious." Fallen Witch took a step forward and said, "The gravity is far higher than that of other planes. It should be affected by the earth elemental plane." Planes had their own characteristics. The earth elemental plane was famous for its supergravity. In some places, the gravity was more than 10 times. Even the incarnations of the gods couldn't bear it. The half-plane needed the power of the elements to balance. If the balance was wrong, it would lead to various characteristics. Perfect balance was a world like the material plane. If there was a deviation in a certain aspect, just like the half-plane in front of them, the gravity was obviously much stronger because of the interference of the Earth elemental plane. A light appeared. In front of Soren and the others, a faint light of teleportation suddenly appeared. Then, a body with a metal upper body and a whirlwind lower body appeared. It looked like a demigod, but it was actually a life created by alchemy. It stared at the three people in front of it, and didn't show any obvious hostility. It slowly said, "Welcome to the war chess plane. This is the world of the most famous card master of the Arcane Empire. The world of the great arcanist Myadnok Ace. Here, you can challenge the most difficult war chess game. Here, you can also obtain unexpected wealth and treasures. I am the war chess commander, Thaling 13. If you are ready to accept the challenge, please stand on the teleportation circle in front of me." You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.